Good evening, everybody. All three of you. Welcome. Welcome. So, Clicker Heroes is going to be on in the background, and it's going to be freezing every so often whenever I minimize it, I believe. So it should minimize in about, well, it should minimize instantly when I've set it, but for me, looking at the stream, it won't be minimized for about 3 seconds. Or maybe not. Oh, it's working now. That's weird. Okay, I guess we will minimize whenever I put it down. All right, good. Okay, let me get my tweets out, and then we'll get started. How are you doing, Lily?
Okay, how are you?
Say hello to the people.
Hello, people. How's everybody doing?
That's the right announcement thread. Yep, okay. Because otherwise, the Discordies are gonna get mad at me for adding them in the wrong field, and they're gonna get very cross. Dual streaming Joe this in this morning's Persona 5 cast. Yeah, I thought about just streaming Persona 5 again tonight, just going through Mementos and just grinding out yen. And apparently I'm under leveled, so I thought about doing that, but I thought someone might get angry that they would miss that because they like to watch all the Persona streams. So we're just gonna have Clicker Heroes on in the background, if that's okay. I think I want to refresh. Okay, there we go. This is basically Mementos gameplay here. No Persona spoilers. We'll try not to, but someone might have asked a question about Persona. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's a non-stop party over here.
You know, party like a chess club party.
No, there isn't.
Okay, so we're gonna let people pile in, and then we'll start answering the questions. I'm not going to be paying attention to Clicker Heroes much. This is an old save that we did for a Q&A, I don't know, 3 months ago. So it's good to save because I'm not going to have to do that much clicking while it's going. So it's just something for me to do with my hands, and just have some visual thing in the background. I find that I work better with that, but I don't want to have too much going on because otherwise I get distracted. The first Q&A I think we tried like this. We tried to have Opus Magnum, and that just didn't work. And I think we tried the AR Billions, that didn't work either. Oxygen Not Included with its new update is probably out as well. So it's this or Factorio, and I don't know. The thought of having to do the opening in Factorio again just kind of turns me off.
Finally, a stream that isn't at 2 a.m. It's going to be our 2 a.m. soon.
Yeah. There are quite a lot of questions, and we need to get through all of them unless we want to have 2 streams. But I'm in the middle of production of the next video right now, so I really don't want there to be 2 streams. So hopefully we can get it all done tonight. There are something like 50 plus questions, I think, and some of them are quite in depth, but I think we'll be okay.
We'll do our best. Thoughts in Dandara? Did I say it right?
Dandara. Is that Metroidvania game that just came out? I haven't played it. I got offered a review key of it, I think, and I turned it down like I always do. I think that's the game you're talking about, right? I haven't played it. It looked interesting. The art style kind of turned me off a little bit, but that's not condemning it. It's just something I just didn't like all that much.
Oh man, Joe, last time you played Clicker Heroes and talked about the growing number loop, you said to go try it, and I lost quite a lot of time to that damn game before I finally said, yeah, Joseph was right, this is really addictive.
It's also really well made. It loops everything together. You restart the game from scratch, and you join New Game Plus with its own resource. So first the resource is gold, and then when you get high enough, resources could be your levels on your heroes that then become ancient souls when you restart, and then the ancient souls become a resource that you put onto these the hero power or something, or with your ancients. I can't remember what it is. And you power them up, and then they're the resource, and then you restart even those, and those become power-ups and a currency for something that's even more beyond that. And there might be even another layer to it now. But yeah, it's very well made. Very, very, very well made. They definitely know what they're doing in the most evil, kind of addictive way.
Hi guys, thank you Joseph for trying Spanish in my subscription message. You spoke Spanish?
Did I try? I probably butchered it. When are you going to post the script for the new video? I wanted to yesterday, and again I wanted to tonight, but being a data pawn has prevented that, unfortunately. I've been losing a lot more time lately to the kids. Surprisingly at night a lot too. Finn is having a lot of nightmares, and we can't really have him come into our room and sleep in our bed. That's not really an option. And what I do is that I end up having to go into the kids' room, and we have for their first birthdays we got them giant teddy bears. So Finn got one when he turned 1, and Leo just got one when he turned 1 last month. So they're giant teddy bears. They're they're 4 feet tall, right?
Mm-hmm. They're almost the same height as I am.
And surprisingly not that expensive for giant teddy bears like that. I was expecting a lot worse, but yeah. So we just like the idea of getting them one each for their first birthdays. So I just end up just sitting on those with a book while Finn keeps sitting up in bed to just make sure I'm still there. Like, oh, is he still here? And I'll lose a couple hours to that, depending on how many nightmares he has. Because he's quite sneaky with pretending to be asleep, or he does fall asleep and then he'll check. And you think, okay, I could have left half an hour ago, and you're just about to leave, and then suddenly he'll sit up and be like, oh, are you still here? So, yeah. So sorry about that. But the script it's done. I just, I want to record the last bit of it, and I want to make sure that there are no changes that I'm going to make before I post it. And then,
we usually read it first, too.
And then we'll have it. Okay, I think we can probably get started. Finn must have the ninja gene. How do we sound? Do we sound okay? Should have asked that already. Bad streamer. We sound okay? Does Lily sound loud enough? The video's on Subnautica, by the way. The next video is on Subnautica. I decided to try to see if I can get a video out with a very quick turnaround time. It's kind of similar to what I did with Sausage Roll and Hob. And I think it's been successful, but it's still not the simplest and easiest thing in the world.
Big audio delay?
There's a big audio delay, is there? Hold on. Yeah, I see it. Okay, Yeah, that's for when we're having the console on. Thank you for telling me. Okay, it should be better now. I don't know how it changes that live. I don't know how it catches it up like that, but yeah, it should be fixed now. It was almost a second long, the delay. It's 800 ms.
Wow, I was just watching videos about anime philosophy and suddenly Joe starts streaming.
What's anime philosophy? That sounds
I'm really amused right now.
that sounds
I've never heard of that.
That sounds like an oxymoron, doesn't it? The anime philosopher. Who is the most moral waifu of our time? Right?
Of course.
People take their waifus really seriously. It's kind of scary. It's also a little endearing. I know people can't take it. They can't possibly be taking it that seriously, really. Right?
I don't know.
I mean, there's no one that's actually willing to have a physical fight with someone if they insult their waifu, right?
I don't know. People really get into it. Like, think of something that you can get kind of obsessive about.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a whole new medium for them, right? That there's just, so much about it. So I can see people, I don't know if they get into a fist fight over it, but I can see people getting really heated about it. Lily, how do you feel when Finn called Persona 5 waifus mama? I'm flattered. I've been telling you all for the longest time, and nobody listens to me, that I am the ultimate waifu. At least according to my son, because he thinks that all of the waifus are mama. So you guys should listen. Everyone rolls their eyes. Nobody believes Lily. Oh, Lily's talking shit again. No, I'm telling you, Finn thinks that all of those waifus are mama. For good reason.
Mama. Hey Lily, when are you gonna cosplay as Dr. Legs for Datapon? You mean for a second time?
There's a reason I like her, If I could, I would be the angel.
The angel's pretty hot. I like the angel.
But if she's not really a waifu, then Dr. Legs is next.
You can decide what's a waifu and what isn't a waifu. That's the beauty of waifus. No one can tell you that your waifu choice is wrong. Again, people are taking it way too seriously. It always becomes about waifus, doesn't it? Always. Cosplay is to be. Plant best waifu.
Well, I am a Lily, so.
What has Twitch done to Joe? All right, so let's start taking some Patreon questions. But before we start, thank you to Magic Squid Guy, Insom62, and the Fly Ghost. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's the Fly
like
Ghost.
But it's the.
Yeah, so thank you, The Fly Ghost, Insom62, both with Prime. Welcome to Prime Time. Thank you very much to both of you. And thank you, Magic Squid Guy, for subscribing as well. That wasn't with Prime, though, so I always like to say Prime Time if it was with Prime, so thank you so much. I'm trying to dial down on the cringe a little bit, so there'll be a little less cringe tonight. So I'm just trying to be a little more subdued and a little more wholesome and just say, thank you so much. Instead of it always being, welcome to the Dragon's Den, here's a Clawfist, you know what I mean? So if people want me to bring that back, then we will, but it's the second stream of the day, and we have a lot of questions to go through, so try to be a little more straightforward tonight. So thank you to the three of you. Dress up your kids as Persona 5 Lollytons for Halloween. Okay, can we ban white coffee? I'm kidding, by the way. I'm kidding. Don't ban him. I'm kidding.
And he just said an animated character is hot next to his wife. That's fine. It's only fine if we agree on it. That's the important thing, right? That keeps a relationship stable. Is if you can agree on your waifu.
How do you feel about 9S?
She's no 2B.
How do you feel about Yusuke?
I don't know who that is.
The painter from Persona 5.
Isn't that a husbando?
My name is Yusuke, and yeah, I mean, that's what I mean.
I thought we were talking about waifus.
9S is a husbando, too.
I like the
so
waifus
I'm
better than
asking,
the
like,
husbandos.
do we agree?
Only on the waifus.
If I'm not cringing, I'm not living. You should play the Persona 5 dancing trailer. Is Dr. Legs in it? That's the most important thing. Okay, so when we used to use a laptop to have the questions for Lily to read them out loud. Unfortunately, I was about to say we can't find the laptop cable, but in reality, we all know what happened. Finn has put it somewhere. All the sockets in our apartment have protectors on them. He can't plug anything in, but he likes to steal any power cable that he can find. So
he plugs it into drawers or anything that he can put it somewhere that he pretends to plug it in. So it could be stuck somewhere.
Yeah. So we have the questions up on the second monitor, which is unfortunately where the chat used to go. So whenever Lily is reading out questions, we won't be able to see chat for just a moment. So you're going to hear some clicking. Like I just clicked it back on there right now. So there we go. So give us 1 second and we'll switch over to the questions. And go ahead, Lily. Take it away.
Solitary Gamer says, "Greetings, Joe and Lily. Here are my in-depth questions, only 2 this month. Often a game reviewer critic will complain about poor voice acting. How do you distinguish between good and bad voice acting in a game?"
Oh, that's an interesting one to start the night off with. So I will give my usual disclaimer when a topic like this comes up, which is that I am not qualified at all to talk about that. Not in the least. I have very little acting experience. I have 0 acting experience, unless you count some school play when I was 7, and I still managed to mess it up. So, like, I have no acting experience whatsoever. Every time that I do some voice acting on stream, it's ironic and it's meant to be bad. So if it's ever good at all, it's by accident. All my impressions are pretty bad too. I think my impressions are bad. I think the only good impression I do is maybe Kermit the Frog. Hello, Kermit the Frog here, and that's all I can. I can't say anything else. I can say something inappropriate. It's Kermit the Frog, which is the joke. It's not a clean joke. Kermit the Frog here. I don't always eat bacon, but when I do, I make her shower first.
I love that one.
That's
This is what we do in our free time.
That's probably and so
Jigglypuff.
I don't
know if you can do it anymore.
There's no Jigglypuff.
No, there's no Jigglypuff?
There's no Jigglypuff.
Jigglypuff.
No, they don't. There's no Jigglypuff. What are you talking about? There's no Jigglypuff. Sounds more like Bullwinkle. See, there you go. Apparently my Kermit the Frog isn't that great either.
I don't have a bacon voice. What are you talking about?
So I don't have any experience that I can judge voice acting from, but I think there's something innate that everyone has, that they can tell when someone is being genuine and when they're lying. And I think when you can tell that someone is lying, it just sets something off, even if you're expecting to be lied to. There's a whole bunch of research about how much we study body language and inflections and how you can perceive lies without even realizing you perceive lies, and how there's a lot of information that you will process that you need to train yourself to notice. And I'm guessing that a lot of great voice actors have trained themselves to notice this and then trained themselves to replicate certain things when they are performing. Almost certainly traditional actors too, not just voice actors, stage actors, movie actors, that sort of thing. I have no experience with that, so it's all coming from a place where I can just tell that I don't like this sounds off to me. The problem with that is that sometimes something will sound off when it isn't, when it's just an awkward kind of character. There's a character in Skyrim who is the researcher in Whiterun, who, when you first meet him, he talks like he's dead, and even though he's dead, he's simultaneously dying again for a second time. And this is how dead and stilted he is. And, you know, he's like, "Oh yes, dragons. The Jarl told me that you were coming to see me. It is a great research task that has been set before it." You know, and then as the game goes on and you interact with this character multiple times, I just got the impression that this isn't bad voice acting. This guy is just a fucking awkward character who is uncomfortable with his position and has some really bad social problems. And if that's the case, then suddenly that becomes a good thing, you know? So it's kind of hard to judge. That's how I like to look at that character, at least. And it sold me more on him. I can't remember what his name is, though. Everyone's played Skyrim. People must know what his name is. I can't remember it. But there is quite a lot of bad voice acting in that series. Oblivion's pretty bad too. I think what most people pick up on, though, is when dialogue sounds bad, even if it's being performed well. So this is relevant to Persona 5 and Xenoblade Chronicles 2 that we played recently on stream, which has some baffling dialogue and some baffling writing. Not all of it. Some of it's actually pretty good. But with voice acting that is delivering these lines well and is taking it seriously, and they had just poor material to work with. So yeah, I'm sorry that I can't give you a good answer to that because I just don't have enough expertise and enough information to draw from. But as with always when it comes to anything that a critic is judging, if they're not giving you reasons, there's a line. What is it? Anything that is presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So if anyone makes a claim and they don't support it, you can just dismiss it completely and not even worry about it. And that's part of what you can do with critics. If someone just says, "Yeah, the voice acting in this game is bad," and it's like, "Okay, well, why?" It's like, "Oh, I just didn't like it." Well, okay, well, that might be useful information for me. I might be able to look out for it when I play, but that's not really a good critique. That's not really a good review. That's not really good feedback. But yeah, that's how I feel about that. Do you have anything to add to that? Because you took some acting classes. Do you know anything more about acting? Have you ever listened to a game or like you like The Last of Us, right? Mm-hmm. So the story in The Last of Us, and that's very well acted. And I don't think there's a single poor moment in that game on voice acting side. Same with Uncharted, really. Maybe some of the earlier Uncharted's, I'm trying to think. So is there ever a game that you thought was kind of bad? I remember criticizing Simon at the beginning of Soma because he's talking into the phone and he just sounds really awkward and robotic. But as the game goes on, he got better.
Xenoblade was the worst.
Yeah?
Xenoblade I actually didn't listen to. I normally I listen to the streams when I have the kids. I can't watch them all the time. Did you mute them?
They're saying you muted them?
I turned them off. Sometimes I would sit there and I would turn the volume down, but when they would fight, that would just piss me off. Like that was just because I wasn't watching it most of the time, right? So it was just that in the background with no visual context. It was really
well. Okay, well that's a different way to. We're still on this question. So that's a different way of taking it, right?
They were overly enthusiastic, and their emotion and everything didn't quite match a lot of the things that they would say.
So that's not bad voice acting in terms of traditional acting. That's bad voice acting because it's repetitive and used really poorly, because it's constantly, "I like your attitude," and "you're done," and "pipsqueak," and repeating it all, like...
To me, it wasn't meant to be taken too seriously because I felt like they weren't taking it that seriously. And I find that I'm trying to think now of exact examples. There's been a few things that you've played that, maybe Persona 5 a little bit, where they try, because they're in high school, they try very hard to be youthful, but they're dealing with kind of not youthful situations. And I find that they don't quite match. Like they don't, that might be a problem with the writing though. That might not so much be a problem with the voice acting. But you have these high school kids in very adult situations dealing with what I caught earlier today and stuff. It was very psychological and stuff going on. And I don't want to say anything more because I don't want to have a spoiler. But that's pretty heavy for high school kids,
Yeah.
and they don't always seem to react the way I would expect them to react,
Not only
which
that,
throws me off a little bit.
They're not taking it seriously either. Ryuji is getting mad because things are taking too long, and you just want to shake him and say, hey, this is a serious thing, and you're not giving it the respect it deserves because you're a 17-year-old kid that has the maturity of a 9-year-old. You know, that's another way I think you can look at how voice acting is handled, but maybe that's getting more into writing than how it's performed. And I think the question specifically asked about voice acting, right?
Whereas Doki Doki, though, I felt they were also young, but they were taking it more seriously, and they were owning it a little bit more.
But there's no voice acting in that game.
Oh, that was just you, wasn't it? Sorry.
See,
I'm thinking of the script. I'm thinking of the way it was written.
I did such a good job.
But The Last of Us is probably the best thing I can think of.
Yeah,
The Last of Us made me emotional.
Yeah, Naughty Dog is really good. I can't think of a better presented story, and that's a big part of it. That does any better. I hear Witcher 3 does a really good job, but spoiler, I haven't played it, so you know. Anyway, let's get on to Solitary Gamer's second question.
During a podcast, Christian Devine, writer on Life is Strange, compared the current state of the game industry with the silent film era of the movie industry and its transition to talkies. What are your thoughts on this comparison? That's an interesting question.
I think that's fairly apt. I think that might be bang on. And I was thinking about this the other week or maybe the other month because I don't really have a good sense of how time is passing. About how I feel as though video games are going to be stuck in that time for much longer than movies were, even especially relatively to how technology is changing, and how long it's going to take, or how long it took for movies to catch up. I think, didn't we just recently learn, or I can't remember where I read it, maybe it was something to do with Persona, about how, wasn't it in Persona 5, there's something about how color film was always available, it was just too expensive. And they just did black and white because it was just way too expensive to shoot everything on color film. I remember reading something like that. I'm not sure if that was to do with Persona 5 or if it was just something I read on my own. I can't remember. But I think that video games are going to be held back because movies are so different than books, and movies are so different than music. It's so different than any other type of medium that was there at the time. And the act of filming it and setting it all up, the closest thing was probably stage plays. But quickly that became something very different. Whereas video games are constantly in the shadow and being compared to movies and film, or TV shows, whatever you want to call them. And I kind of feel as though there's going to be a lot of resistance to making real groundbreaking progress while they can still emulate a established medium so well that it's like, okay, well, we're passing, it's fine, you know, we're holding up with movies, so who cares, you know? And I think maybe that could be holding it back a little bit. And that's where I think you're seeing more creativity coming out of indie games that don't have any of this pressure to be cinematic and try to have more cinematic values and try to go to movies. I don't know this for sure. I'm just, as always with these Q&As, I'm just talking off the top of my head. I don't have the power of being able to look up things and research them and edit my thoughts down and make them really condensed. It's just a conversation topic, more like a podcast. But that's how I feel about that right now. I think the video games have a very long way to go. And unfortunately, it's going to take a lot of work that is going to be difficult work that is also going to be on top of everything that's already being done in video games. If we're going to be pushing the two sides that I think are underdeveloped right now, which is gameplay in almost every single big game that's released today, and narrative, which I think that anyone in chat would struggle to name more than 10 stories in video games that come anywhere close to a run-of-the-mill book. You know, like the 10, can you think of 10 best video game stories that are the same level as just something that is considered good in film or good in literature. Not great, just good. And I think you would struggle to get over 10 unless your tastes are really in tune with something like JRPGs where there's just so much of them. I think that would be difficult. And part of that is using the interactivity of the medium to its fullest advantage, having writers that are capable of using the medium as well, but not necessarily in unique ways, just in ways that are comfortable, and incorporating gameplay, again, not in a way that reinforces the narrative, but just doesn't get in the way of it. So the comparison I always make is that video games are too close to all action movies. And you can see action movies getting progressively kind of dumber in some ways, that they are just having fun. You know, someone like Pacific Rim, which is just, hey, which is a great movie. I love Pacific Rim, which is just a great movie, which is just, you know, hey, just here's the excuse, here's some context for all the fights, and just make sure that nothing gets in the way of the robots fighting the giant aliens. And it's just, everything is just stringing together all of these combat scenes that are usually very expensive to make and are the big draw of the movie, and have to be put together and planned probably way ahead of time, and everything else is kind of strung together, kind of like how Uncharted 3 suffered from doing the same thing. I think Naughty Dog does do their games like that as well. But the thing is that almost, and I do say almost, every game has fight scenes. It's called gameplay. It's called when control is wrested away from the story and the writer, and hey, the player can do anything they want. The player can choose to ignore everything. The player can choose to test the boundaries of what's happening. There was a good article, I think the devs of Valve, that said that so much work goes into testing the boundaries of games, in that players will just intentionally do the wrong thing. So, and the stereotypical one is that as soon as you give a player a gun, no matter who is in front of them at the time, they're going to try and shoot the person in front of them, and the game needs to react to that. So even if it's Fallout New Vegas, where at the very beginning of the game, the first person you meet is a doctor who has saved your life and brought you back from the dead, almost literally, is very nice to you, only wants the best thing for you, is not a threat to you at all. As soon as you get a gun, players are just going to whip it out and shoot that guy, and just to see what happens. That's the stereotypical one, but then it gets even kind of more subtle in that there is an example I remember given that if your player is in a room that is flooding full of water, and you know there's a very, very, very obvious escape route through a vent or something, or through a door, even though 99.9% of players are immediately going to go through that door, through that vent, what about the small percentage that is like, hey, what happens if I just hang around? And I'm that player. I'm that person. I'm the person that will be like, well, you're telling me to obviously do this. Well, what happens if I don't? I just did it in Subnautica. I can't spoil it, but it's going to be in the video. I broke the game because of something that I did, that I wasn't supposed to do, because I just wanted to see how the game would react to it, you know? Fallout, Bethesda games are really bad for that too, you know? Like, what happens if I do this out of order, you know? Have they accounted for that? And that takes up a shit ton of time and resources to account for what the player can do, and that's unfortunately a very big strength of the medium, and you need to account for that, and writers need to account for that, and they need to make their stories be able to accommodate that. And I don't think that there are many writers who are capable of doing that outside of very strict linear stories at the moment. Fortunately, there's a whole generation now of would-be writers that have grown up playing video games and understand them more than the previous generation, and the next generation will understand even more, and it'll get better and better and better. But I fear that the issue with being stuck in this silent era movies kind of thing, and we're moving on to the talkies, is that because games already look so slick and are so close to movies and can be these really powerful cinematic experiences, and you have people talking about how important immersion is, and it is important, but narrative and gameplay are at least equally so. I would say more important, but that's just me. And I feel like that those two have suffered greatly because of this push towards something that wants to emulate movies more, especially in the AAA scene. I think that in 50 years, if I'm still alive, I hope I am, I'll be 83 or about to turn 83. I think video games will be way better, and we'll look back at what we have now, and there'll be some that will be still played.
Look at, I think it's been about 100 years since we had talkies. I think, if I'm right, it was in the like 1920s or just before that we had talkies.
Mm-hmm.
So look at how far we've come from that in just 100 years, which is not that long. You think back to like my great grandparents were born in like 1915, so they were alive. They saw talkies. They saw the beginning of color and everything in movies. They saw all of that change, right? Like that's, now we're into video games. Now we're into the progression of video games. We've come so far in just 100 years. So what will happen in the next 50 years that you could see?
But don't you think that some of those old movies are still watchable and they're still there? Maybe not for ones
The talkies are a little
100
bit
years ago.
hard to watch.
When was Gone with the Wind out? When did that release?
1939.
Okay, so we're approaching 100 years on that,
And
right?
Wizard of Oz was the same. That was a big moment, the Wizard of Oz, when she opens the door and it's black and white, and she opens the door in Oz and it's all color.
When was Citizen Kane released? I can't remember.
I think a little bit after that. I think it was in the 40s, but I'm not sure. I only know Gone with the Wind, Wizard of Oz, because they're two of my favorites. But look how far, again, in about 20 years' time, look how far you went from talkies to color and Gone with the Wind and Wizard of Oz. So you're saying in the next 50 years, when you'll be turning 83, well, what will video games be doing in 50 years?
I think it's going to
amazing.
be interesting to see what old games survive 50 years from now and what people will still play. And I have a feeling that in a weird way there's going to be some old games that are already old now that will still be played, and there's going to be this whole generation or two of just dead, that's just cut away, that everyone's like, yeah, just avoid that era, games were shit in that time and they just didn't know better. That's how I view it.
But people do look back at the talkies and stuff with a certain amount of wonder.
Mm-hmm.
That was a big deal back then. So who knows, right? It might be
Well, they're
the origins of video games.
They're also a lot more simple. I think movies are more simple than games. That's not to say that they're worth less or that they're less complex in terms of analyzing them and understanding them and enjoying them. Actually, I would probably say the opposite. But in terms of creating them and being able to just be able to enjoy them at the basic level, video games are more complex. I think that's probably unarguable, actually. But
there's more going on, arguably, and it's not as simple as making the movie, right?
But pretty interesting question, Solitaire Gamer. Good to start us off. Okay, let's go with the next Patreon question, and then we'll take we'll take 2 or 3 from chat.
Harrison F says, "What's going on, my dudes?
Hey Harrison, how's it going?
My 3 questions are: do you read self-help books or watch self-help lectures or that sort of thing? If so, who are you into? Recommendations would be appreciated."
Oh, sorry. I just gave some pretty in-depth, long answers to Solitaire Gamer, and I can't give you anything for this. I've never read a self-help book. I've never watched a self-help lecture, anything like that. Sorry. So I can't really say much. What I can say is that I've probably gotten a lot out of watching interviews from mostly authors and reading interviews as well. So I find that, sorry for the clicking, I find that quite helpful, but not in a self-improvement sort of way, but in a not directly related to work either. It just gives me some perspective. I think I've said this on stream before in a Q&A, but it's going to sound like a joke, but it's not. One of the most important things that ever happened to me was finding out that James Joyce was a complete fucking pervert, and liked to fetishize the farts of his mistress. That's where it's going to sound like a joke. And that he was obsessed with his mistress, and, you know, all the things to do with her butt. And, you know, and not in the, you know, the kind of usual way, in the kind of gross way. And the reason why I'm saying it's not a joke is because he was so kind of, it was a level of debauchery and just primal, raw kind of need that it just made me think, you know, this guy is arguably one of the most important writers that ever lived. Practically gave life to the postmodern movement. Stream of consciousness, that sort of thing, that is so is so commonplace now that it's sort of like that trope. Seinfeld isn't funny. If you go back and watch Seinfeld now, a lot of people who watch Seinfeld for the first time today don't find it funny anymore, because everything is now has copied so much from Seinfeld that Seinfeld isn't funny as the original version, and they don't realize that Seinfeld was the first one to do it. So James Joyce did that, and it was really, really important to realize that he was still this person that could still act like a child, that could still have these really weird needs that could take over him, and that he should probably be kind of embarrassed about, even though he shouldn't be, because it's, you know, he consenting adult. He was, you know, he was privacy and comfort of his own home. Like, do whatever you want, dude. Like, have fun. But I don't know. That was very important to realize that not, if this person who is such a great figure, that I've read his work and studied his work, wasn't this infallible, powerful, you know, statue, you know, that is just like, I was born a great genius and I died a great genius, and there was no moment in my life that I ever, you know, drooled all over myself, shit my pants, or you know, almost choked on my own vomit. You know what I mean? That was really, 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 really important. And I know it may sound obvious. Of course, everyone's just human, but like that was, he's a big fucking deal, and that was really important to find out and discover. On the more tame side, a lot of interviews with John Irving, Chuck Palahniuk especially. I learned a lot from them. Probably I learned more from hearing them speak than I did reading their books, which isn't to put down their books, it's to emphasize the importance of what they're speaking about. And yeah, I don't know. I think anyone who you may idolize a little bit, and anybody who you look up to, that can be very powerful if you go out of your way to find a way to make them human in your eyes, and that you can bring them down close to your level and realize that we're all just kind of the same. And I don't know. I feel like some people sometimes put me on kind of a little bit of a pedestal. I don't want to be arrogant, but I've had emails and comments telling me, you know, oh, I'm such a huge fan of your work. I love everything that you do. Holy shit. And I reply, and they're like, oh my God, I can't believe you replied to me. And holy crap, this is one of the coolest things that ever happened to me. Thank you so much for replying to me. And I just, and it's really cool. But at the same time, I feel, you know, hey, I'm just a person, you know, take me down a peg in this conversation, you know, like take me down a bit, you know, like don't put me or anyone else up there, because it can be, I think, destructive. Would you agree with that?
I think that's the most helpful, is what you described. I read self-help books, lots of them. I read books on mindfulness. I did anxiety workbooks. I read about psychology and philosophy, which I've forgotten most of now, but I did go through a phase where it was just anything that I could get my hands on that might help. And the best things I found were what Joe said about somebody that you feel has their shit together and you think is doing it well. Even watch YouTube videos and watch if they've given interviews. I saw a good one that J.K. Rowling had done, even though I'm not a Harry Potter fan, but she had given a...
Who?
J.K. Rowling had given a talk at a university and had described how she'd gotten her idea for Harry Potter and was scribbling them on napkins on her lunch break, and how she had hit, I think the quote was something like that her foundation was built on the rock bottom that she was standing on, and she just went up from there. And that really humbled me, that here's someone who is so successful and so wealthy and so well known and has done so much with her life, and look where she was. And I was at the same point, right, that she was. So it really gave me hope, and it really inspired me that here's someone else whose life was shit too, and look what she's done with it. So I can do half of that, right? Like, if I might not be a J.K. Rowling, but I can do half of that if she can do all of that. So just find someone who inspires you and listen to what they have to say. If they've written a book, read their book. I've written books written by people that I found inspiring too, but I find YouTube is the best. And I've watched some TED Talks, but usually you'll find 1 out of 5 that are kind of okay. But
TED Talks used to be great, but they're really hit and miss, especially with the different platforms that they have. Sometimes they're a complete waste of time. And
I'm a fan of quotes too. I like Pinterest. You can find lots of inspirational quotes. I like to write them down, and then I save them, and then I'll go back and look at them when I'm having a really down moment. But yeah, self-help books, I haven't really found anything that worked for me.
Someone in chat asked, destructive for you or for us? For you. It's destructive for the person who is putting other people on this pedestal and is not I don't think with me. I'm talking with many other people that are way more successful and way more influential than I will ever be. That if it can be destructive to idolize people like that, and I think you should avoid doing it. And someone else asked in chat, did I enjoy Joyce's work, or did I just study it? I read it for a university class, and that's the only reason why I started reading it, but I did end up enjoying it. Especially the portrait of the artist as a young man. Yep. Okay, let's move on to next question.
I think someone already asked you about religion on a previous Q&A, but are you spiritual and do you believe in a higher being?
Oh, no.
Bringing out the big guns.
Oh, no. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. So I'm going to make myself sound crazy, but we briefly glanced through the questions, and I know someone asks about narcolepsy later on, so I'm going to talk a little bit about narcolepsy now, and I'll talk about it a little bit more later. And again, it's something I've said on stream before, so it's not exactly a secret, but I am going to sound a little nuts until I explain it. So when I was a kid, I used to see ghosts. Almost all the time, almost every night, I used to see ghosts. Only at night. I used to see ghosts. I used to wake up and there would be someone standing over my bed. I used to wake up and there would be a man dancing in the room. There'd be a woman standing in the corner. There would, just ghosts everywhere. All over the shop there would be ghosts. And this made me grow up to be a very... very, very inclined to latch on anything supernatural. That, I would want to read about, ghosts and vampires and all this other stuff and that sort of thing. And I would find it very, very interesting. And it wasn't until I was a lot older that I realized that the reason why I'm seeing these ghosts is because I have a sleep disorder that will make you dream while you're awake. And there is even a name for the kind of hallucinations that I was seeing. And that was a really big moment to realize that what I was seeing wasn't real, but that it was also real, if that makes sense. I was seeing it because my brain was causing me to see it. It wasn't that I was nuts and 100% imagining it. There was something there that I was really responding to. And it wasn't a, it was an insanity, but at the same time, it wasn't there because it was fake at the same time. I know that sounds like a contradiction, but that was important to realize. And the older I get, the more I think that that's a real shame, because especially now having kids, it would be wonderful if there were ghosts. If you ever are in a place and, you know, it's dark and it's spooky and you think that there's going to be a ghost that jumps out and grabs you and it happens, you should be like, oh, thank God, because that means there's an afterlife. And who cares if you just shat your pants when the ghost jumped out and got you, you know? You know, that's a small price to pay. You know, going to the bathroom and saying Bloody Mary 3 times while you're spinning around, and then having this banshee crawl out of the window and you know, scare you. Oh, mirror, sorry. Jump out of the window and scare you half to death. You know, you should be crying for joy, because it means that when you die, you get to see all your family again. You know, there's something there. It may not be clean. It may not be exactly what you want, but at least it's not you die and you close your eyes and it's endless oblivion forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, which is infinitely more terrifying than the banshee crawling through the window. You know, it's the mirror. I said it again. You know? So, yeah. Unfortunately, I'll probably base a book around this idea at some point. But even if I assume that, you know, hey, maybe one of the ghosts I saw was real. You know, maybe I do have this disorder, but hey, maybe one of those ghosts was actually real. And maybe I'm selling myself short, and maybe there was some supernatural thing that happened to me. And maybe there are some things that are out there explained. All of that was completely wiped away without a shadow of a doubt. Unless there is, you know, they defy the laws of physics and life as we know it, which means that, you know, the world is a much more stranger place than we have any right to even begin to understand. All that was wiped away when they invented the camera phone. And that will be the opening of a book one day, which will be that it'll be based in a fantasy world where there are ghosts and there are vampires and there are all these supernatural things, and it will open up with the invention of the camera phone, and there will be a secret society that has been trying to keep this invention out of the hands of the public for decades, and they're looking at the release of it and going, well, fuck, we're screwed, because once everyone starts carrying around cameras, oh, there's a ghost, I got it on film. Oh, there's a vampire, I got it on film. Everyone, pretty much, in our modern society, and there should be ghosts and all these things everywhere, carries around the ability to get proof of that instantly. Everyone has a phone, you know, with a camera on it pretty much now. Effectively everyone, at least. Yeah. But if we're talking about spirituality that is based outside of the world that we know, so let's say that there is stuff that is paranormal in terms of God and an afterlife that is completely separate from ours, and they never cross over, and it is a one-way transport. When you die, you go to this other place, and that's why there's no proof of it, because nothing ever comes back. That would be fantastic, but I look at the world and I don't see that there is a God that cares, and that there's too much in the world that happens that a God should have to intervene and would have to step in and say, hey, this is too much, I need to help out here, or anything like that. And that doesn't mean that God is malevolent. It just means that there is no benevolent God. There is no God that demands that we worship, and in return they do stuff for us. There's nothing like that, and therefore most religions are probably false. That's how I rationalize it.
Well, again, most religions have overlap, so you have the same core ideas.
And they're founded on the idea that God will do something for you if you do something for them, and all you need to do is give yourself over to the control and think they have a divine plan and all that other stuff. And that's how I look at it. But I used to be a lot more edgy about it when I was younger, and I would be a little obnoxious, but I was never on the milady atheist level that you see. But I find that things have cooled a bit in our society, especially with the places I've lived, that everyone seems to mostly be approaching this point where it's like, yeah, believe whatever you want, it's fine. You know, like just don't get in the way of someone else's happiness. And
Mostly.
yeah, mostly, not completely, but mostly. Yeah, that's how I feel. And I don't really think about it much anymore at all. Not really at all. Probably because my family was, some of them were religious, and it was in my face a bit. And Lily's family was religious, so it was in our face a bit there. And there was a lot of pressure for us to do things because of the religions that we shouldn't get into. But yeah, I don't really think about it much anymore. Do you?
Not really, no. I did maybe like 10 years ago. I thought about it quite a lot. But I don't know. I used to be religious because they were religious, and I hadn't read anything or hadn't had anything really explained to me. But I would go to church for Easter, and I would fast and not eat meat for 40 days, and I would say my prayers like a good little girl. And I didn't really put much thought into it, except that everyone else in the family was doing it, so therefore I should be doing it. And the more that I educated myself, the less that it made sense for me. But it wasn't until I had a death in the family that was so upsetting for me that I would never see that person again, that I wanted so desperately for there to be something after, that I kind of had to rethink the whole thing all over again. And that's probably the last time I've really thought about it, to be honest. I don't really think about it that much anymore. It was a while ago. It's been 10 years now, so it's probably the last time that I
remember.
But that was really hard for me because I wanted so badly to believe it, but everything I read just pushed me farther away from it. And I read about so many different religions, and it was just the same. There wasn't enough for me to agree with that I could say that, I might like this from that one, and oh, that sounds good in that one, but not enough for me to agree to go along with it, to commit to it. But it's been in our face quite a bit over the years. I still have religious family members and stuff, and they don't understand why I don't agree with what they believe. And my attitude is just, you believe whatever you want to believe, as long as you don't shove it down my throat, then that's fine. And in return, I won't shove my views down your throat.
I don't think we have to say anything more than that. Thank you, Moana, for resubscribing for 4 months with the message spooky. And thank you, Kurt, with AC. If AC stands for air conditioning, I'm very jealous because it's really hot in here because we have to keep the window closed so there's no traffic on the microphone. Thank you for subscribing, Kurt with AC. I hope you're nice and cool or nice and warm, depending on,
wherever you are.
Yeah. Air conditioning can be heat too, right? It's just conditioning the air. It's not air cooler, right?
I guess.
I would say
if
so.
you put it that way.
But yeah. But thank you, Kurt with AC, and thank you, Moana. I think last question from Harrison F, and then we'll take some questions from chat.
Have you played Team Fortress 2 and Overwatch? If so, could you do a quick comparison analysis? Thanks, love you.
Oh, I love you too, Harrison. I haven't played Team Fortress 2 or Overwatch enough to speak about them at length at all. We're talking less than 10 hours in both games. For Overwatch, it might even be less than 5. I barely played them. Not really my thing. I didn't take to Team Fortress 2 that much at all. I don't know why. It just didn't appeal to me. I tried a couple times, but I couldn't get into it. Overwatch seemed like something I could get into more than Team Fortress 2, but without getting into an even more controversial topic than we just spoke about, I don't believe that Blizzard is capable of balancing a game. After playing so much StarCraft 2 and World of Warcraft, both PvP and PvE in World of Warcraft, both of which need to be balanced and both of which are never balanced, Hearthstone as well, I do not think that Blizzard is capable of doing it. Maybe Overwatch is balanced and it's a great old time, and you can Fred Flintstone up and have a yabba dabba do time, but I decided that I wasn't even going to give them a chance after trying so many of their different games and just being really frustrated with how bad they are doing it. I will say, in Blizzard's credit, everything that I've heard about Overwatch sounds like they actually did maybe manage to pull it off, or at least they are quick about changing things, especially compared to the Hearthstone team. But they had already exhausted all of my chances, and I decided that I wasn't going to commit what would probably be a staggering amount of hours into their new game to stay current with it, when I figured that they wouldn't be able to keep it fun for me. So, yeah. Sorry, I can't say any more about that. Hope you like it, though. Any questions from chat? We'll take 2 or 3. So the way it works, in case this is your first time that you're for Patreon Q&A, is that anyone who asks them through Patreon gets a guaranteed answer. And we will try and field some questions from chat here and there, but it's just a grab bag. Lily will grab whatever one that she sees, and we try to give the patrons longer answers, and also, like I said, they're guaranteed to get them. But we like to do a couple questions from chat between every 2 or 3 people on Patreon.
This was asked already before, and I missed it. Has the chat, Patreon, Twitter ever asked you a question that had you learn something new about Lily, or vice versa?
So this is what, number 4 that we've done on stream? Is it 4 or 5? I can't remember.
I want to say 4.
4 or
I
5?
want to say December was the first one.
So we're approaching, I think we've passed 20 hours of sitting here doing this, right? So that's quite a bit to remember, especially spread over several months. I think so. I think I remember turning to you and saying, "Oh, I didn't know that," or something like that about.
I don't remember. Nothing comes to mind immediately.
And I'm pretty sure I've said at some point, and I haven't even told Lily this yet before, and then I went into something, but I don't think it was anything major, so that's why we're both kind of looking at each other, going, "Shit, was there?" So, yeah, I don't.
There's nothing specific that I'm thinking of that I didn't know.
Yeah,
we've had a lot of these late night conversations that have touched on a lot of these more personal things anyway. So
Lily and I talk all the time. We're 2 peas in a pod. We're good.
How do you feel when people say you've helped them through issues like depression or anxiety?
Very flattered. Lily is bipolar, or if we want to be specific, bipolar 2. Mm-hmm. And I mean the number 2, not bipolar as well. There's a difference between bipolar and bipolar 2, and I think they're even proposing
bipolar 1 and bipolar 2.
Aren't they proposing a bipolar 3 now or something like that?
I haven't heard
or bipolar 2.5 with Dante from Devil May Cry, and Knuckles, I think that
bipolar 1 is mania and bipolar 2 is hypomania.
So yeah,
more depression heavy.
So being able to provide help to people for that, especially on the anxiety sort of side, is quite flattering, and I'm glad that I can do that. I completely understand it too. The videos are very methodical. My voice is not. I would say that sometimes my voice can be engaging, but when I get into something, sometimes it can be something that you can just kind of sink into, especially after I've been talking for a while and my voice gets kind of drained out a little bit. You can sink into a little bit. So I understand that, and it's easy to just kind of stare at the screen, and there's a lot of switches between different examples, and it makes it something that you can really just relax and watch. That's not to say it's really interesting, but I understand it. So yeah, it's good that I can help people like that. Yeah, I like that. It's not intentional, absolutely not. But knowing that there may be someone out there who's had some trouble, like I've seen Lily have trouble, is quite a good feeling. It happens more than you might think. I get messages from people on Discord and Twitter and some emails, and I unfortunately can't answer all of them. Even Discord is getting too much now. I can't answer everything on Discord, but I try to when I see that it's that kind of comment, and I say, thank you so much for telling me and taking the time. I'm not someone who really suffers much from anxiety. I would say that I only recently started getting some amount of anxiety after the birth of the kids, because there's so much to worry about with being a father, and it's just nonstop worrying about your kids. I would say that it becomes something close to, how this functional alcoholism, it's kind of functional anxiety that you just learn to deal with it. And I think people underestimate how bad anxiety can be, unless they've experienced it themselves. And some people will think that, oh, well, anxiety is just you feel off or you feel bad. And what really made me click and understand it before I really experienced it myself was someone described it as you're walking down the street one day and you pat your pocket and you don't feel your wallet, your phone, or your keys. And that moment where you don't feel it and you suddenly go, that lurch in your chest where you go, oh my God, where are they? That's anxiety, and that feeling doesn't go away. when you're suffering from anxiety. It may not be that intense, but that's the level that it is. And reading that made me think, because like, everyone's had that moment where you feel for your pocket, and it turns out that you put it in a different pocket, and you're like, oh my god, where is it? And having to imagine that not going away, and there not being this immediate relief when you pack your other pocket and go, oh, I just put my phone in my hoodie pocket, it's not in my jean pocket. Sounds like hell. Like really, it sounds like hell that wouldn't go away. So to be able to provide any amount of relief to someone who's going through that is a very good thing as far as I'm concerned. Let's take one more question from chat, and then we'll go back to Patreon. And I probably should announce it, but I need to pee. Had too much water and 2 teas before the start of this. By the way, tomorrow is the day I start work on the new workplace, which is my first career. Wish me luck. Good luck with it, Matt Bake.
Good luck, Matt Bake.
I need to send you something, Matt Bake, for the emotes. It all cleared yesterday. I got the email. I'll be waiting for the email. So if I don't message you on Discord in the next 24 hours, message me and bug me about it, because I have a lot going on right now. There's a question up here, right? Have you read The Perennial Philosophy by, is it Aldous?
It's Aldous.
Aldous Huxley? No, I haven't. I haven't read anything by Huxley, unfortunately. Wish I had, but I haven't. Thoughts on Rainbow Six Siege? Haven't played it, so I can't tell you. Any multiplayer game like that is a huge commitment, and as much as I think Rainbow Siege looks awesome, and I would really like to play it, I haven't had time. Thoughts on Persona 5 being good versus Xenoblade 2 being good? There's a lot of people who think Xenoblade 2 is a great RPG. Thoughts on why? Very quickly, Persona 5 I think is genuinely a good game and has a lot going for it, and has writing that takes some of its subject matter seriously, and is definitely trying to be serious with some jokes and comedic moments put in. It also has some translation issues, but nothing on the level of Xenoblade Chronicles 2, whereas I think Xenoblade Chronicles 2 does have some merit in terms of that it's fun to collect the blades, and you could probably find a few people that really like the combat, and that you like this building of elements and chaining things together, especially later on in the game. It does get, okay, it gets close to fun for me, and I don't like those kind of games, so yeah, it's gonna get there. But for the most part, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is something that I enjoyed, if everyone is right, for the wrong reasons. Whereas I think I'm enjoying Persona 5 for the same reasons everyone else is enjoying it. So that's a bit different, I think. And let's go to Patreon.
Do you want to pee before we go into the next person?
Sure. So let's have some questions. Let's have some questions for Lily.
Lily stream for like a whole minute. I'm sure you won't be that long.
Lily streams.
Lily streams literally.
Lily dreams.
Joe streams. Huh. So how you guys doing? If I sing, you'll all leave. So no, we won't be doing that. It's not that I don't like Harry Potter. I'm actually planning to read Harry Potter. It's that I had it spoiled for me when I was in high school with some really obsessive people who were very embarrassing now when I think about it. They used to make Joe say Draco Malfoy and stuff like that in a British accent, and it just kind of got ruined for me. And I've read 2 of the books, and they were good, but I never got into it. But I have a lot of respect for the author. Lily streams are best streams. Thank you, Victus. I'm doing okay. Glad to see you all are too. No multiplayer. I'm not confident enough to play for you guys. You say you'll be nice, but there's only takes one of you that might not be, and I don't play enough to feel confident. I don't have a husbando in Persona 5. I feel like they're all too young, the ones that I've seen, and it's just not right. Some of the waifus are old enough, like Dr. Legs, that I can be okay with it. Kids are good. They're sleeping. They didn't give us too much trouble tonight, so that's good. Is Finn able to tell y'all what his nightmares are about? No, he doesn't talk enough yet. He can't really string words together yet, so he can't tell us, which is worse, because then we have no idea what's going on. Do we play multiplayer off stream? Usually, he barely plays anything off stream, to be honest. If it's not channel work, it's streaming, so. Minesweeper stream one? I don't know what that is. Try to read Harry Potter and Methods of Rationality. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Click out. Play out.
It's not that I'm bi. I just feel like you can respect the female. Like, I don't see... I think it's more socially acceptable for females than it is for males, but I can look at a girl and say she's hot, and I can tell you why I think she's hot. It doesn't mean that I want to do anything with her.
Talking about butts?
They're saying that I couldn't come up with a husbando, but I said I could come up with a waifu because the husbandos in Persona tend to be younger, and I don't feel comfortable. The ones that I've seen, they're more students. But like Dr. Legs is older, that I feel she's more on my level that I can... So they said, oh, I'm not a pedo, but am I bi? And I said, well, I'm not saying I'm bi. I'm just saying I can appreciate if she's got good legs.
You know the joke about girls being like spaghetti, right?
Mm.
They're only straight until they're wet. You never heard that one
No,
before?
I never heard that.
Really?
I've always found it easy to appreciate if she's pretty or not, that's all. I see you all the time if I think someone's pretty.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's take a question from Dan Z.
Hey, Joe and Lily, I only have one question, but it's quite a big one. Some of my favorite games of all have been released in the last few years, but many people still say that older games were much better. What is your opinion on the current state of the gaming industry overall and compared to late 90s, early 2000s?
Okay, so that's kind of related to the question that Solitary Gamer asked about the current state of the game industry compared to silent film era and the transition to talkies a little bit. Where are you going, Lily?
I'm gonna go pee now.
Really? Okay, watch out for the string there.
Oh, it's locked.
Yeah, it's locked. Sorry, I just want to make sure the door's closed before I talk, because we don't want to wake the kids up. They actually went to bed, well, a little later, but they went to bed well. So the issue I'm going to have answering this, Dan, is that I have trouble remembering when games were really released. To me, Chrono Trigger is an older game than 1995. And even as I'm saying that, I need to Google it to make sure. Yeah, March 11th, 1995. To me, that game was released closer to 1990, even though that clearly makes no sense. It's difficult for me to really comprehend when things came out. Half-Life 1, for example, was 1998. You know. Does that sound right to everyone? If you really follow video game dates, then it probably does. But to me, 1998, it seems a bit older than that even. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have trouble keeping track of all this unless I want to Google best games of 1997, 98, 99, 2000, and then the early 2000s, that sort of thing. I think in a lot of ways video games have gotten better as time has gone on, and it's a trap to romanticize older games as, back in the good old days when they knew what they were doing and everything was better, and if only we could go back to what they were. But what I can say for certain is that visuals and graphics were constantly becoming more and more impressive because we've hit this point of diminishing returns now, that you could skip a couple of graphic cards generations, and when you finally did upgrade your PC, you might look at the changes and be like, it looks good, but you know what, was it really worth it? The jump from PlayStation 3 to PlayStation 4 wasn't nearly as impressive as the previous jumps. I think most people would agree with that. But still, we're not at such a point of diminishing returns where it's completely, negligible. It's still there. It's still appreciable. I think what I can really talk about is how video games are being monetized now, and for sure, you look back at that era, and you see expansion packs that were worth way more value and respected customers way more. and there's the big debate recently that happened about how games are still priced the same as they were back then, but costs have gone up and they have to get the money from somewhere and yada yada yada. Well, costs are not the same in Canada where we are, but our minimum wage is also a lot higher, so that has to be a factor as well. But they're not the same everywhere. I agree with some of what Jim Sterling said in his video about loot boxes and the like. I haven't watched all of his videos on loot boxes because I think he's made 55 of them, but I think one of the first ones that he made when Battlefront was coming out, Battlefront 2, and he made the comment about how, well, I didn't ask Square Enix to have Final Fantasy 15 be full of photorealistic food and all this effort put into the cutting edge graphics of all the games that skyrockets prices up and all this other stuff. And I would agree definitely with that. And I think it's dishonest to say, well, video game production costs have gone up so much when it's mostly visuals and trying to fight back against this diminishing returns that is causing that, as far as I can see. I think that we're entering a time now where we're seeing some more creative uses of gameplay, and especially from indies, but also that AAAs are starting to pick it up as well, and we're starting to see not a complete total rediscovery or a renaissance or anything like that, but I do think that we're seeing some of those top tier games finally break away from just adding RPG elements to their games. So it's like, okay, well, what can we do to make our games stand out? Well, let's just have RPG elements, a leveling system, something that hooks players into a feedback loop of growing in power, and let's just throw some crafting in there too. And you get to the point where almost all these games have a crafting system, have RPG elements, have inventory management, and all this other shit. And it's not really a good place, and it makes a lot of AAA games feel similar. But I'm also someone that hasn't played every single AAA game that has come out in the past 10 or 15 years. I haven't played an Arkham game yet, so that's a big one for me. So I can't really comment on all of them, but that's the trends that I'm noticing and what I think from what I have experienced recently. I do miss proper expansion packs. I do miss big updates like that. I really worry for what Hearthstone is teaching developers and what Blizzard is doing in general. And can you blame them for being able to make so much money from customers that are not only oblivious to how they're getting ripped off, but seem to be actively happy that they're being able to pay this, you know? Blizzard is a company that has so much goodwill that they might not even notice that they're taking advantage of some of their fans. I'm not sure, but I'm trying to be optimistic instead of cynical. And having all their games be pushed toward this system that every moment of play can be monetized, and you can always have this temptation to pour even more money into the game, and even hiding behind cosmetics isn't a good excuse. And Blizzard is not the only one that is doing it, so I don't want to pick on them too much, but it's just those are the games that I've played the most. That makes me very concerned, and it's getting to the point where I almost don't care about big AAA games that are coming out on a personal level, and I'm more interested to see what the indie teams are doing and what the AA teams are doing, so somewhere in between. And a AAA game has to really go out of its way to prove itself that, hey, it may be trying something new, and we're not going to try and nickel and dime you before I look at it and go, all right, I'm really interested in checking this out. And so far, I don't think there's been any sort of game like that I've really gone for and even done a video on. I'm trying to think. This is the problem with having done so many videos now, that it's hard to remember all of them and everything that I've done over the past almost 3 years now, right?
Almost, yeah. In September?
Yeah.
September, 3 years?
Yeah. I mean, even the next video, is Subnautica really an indie game? Subnautica's not a AAA game, but I look at Subnautica and I look at how much exposure it's gotten and how professional everything was about it and how well it did and the scale of that game and that it's fully 3D and mostly realized. And I don't think that's an indie game, but I think some people automatically look at early access and say, oh, that's where indie games sit. But I don't think it's AAA. Is there single A instead of double A? You know? And I think the spectrum that I like to look at is the indie up to whatever Subnautica is. I think that's what I am interested in. Is Dark Souls really AAA? Someone in chat just said Dark Souls is AAA. Is that really AAA? Because I think I would put that as closer to double A, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, how finished the game is too. Yeah, early access is another big topic as well, and it's related to what you asked, or related to the question. I worry about early access too. I speak about early access a bit in the Subnautica video. And you have these games that hide behind this constant beta. And I think, didn't the developer of RimWorld say something? Maybe he just spoke and people took him out of context. But let's just imagine that he did do that just for the sake of being kind. But I'm sure there are other developers that do feel this way, that, you know, well, maybe the game will never come out of early access. You know, it's never going to get out of there. And we don't need to finish the game because people are willing to put up with the jank and an unpolished experience, and they're proving it with their wallets. And I don't think that's particularly true. I think that there is a promise that early access and testing implies that even though we're taking your money, it will one day be finished. And I think that you shouldn't necessarily look at people buying into that as a proof that they're okay with the system being abandoned or the game being abandoned within the system. But it's happened many times on games that I was really interested in playing too. There was that dinosaur game, The Stomping Grounds or something, and that looked really good. And I was really looking forward to playing that, and that got abandoned, and I'm really happy I didn't get that in early access. Project Zomboid has been stuck in early access hell for a very long time, and I think after years of promising new things that they only just recently added a beta of vehicles in that, I think. If you know Project Zomboid, you probably have heard about, you know, why are there no cars in the world, and it's so long later that they finally added them. Yeah. I don't know. This is the answer's spiraling out of control now. We have to consider a lot more other things. But I would say that there's two sides on either extreme. That there are some indie devs that are not doing very well and are taking advantage or are not cut out for developing a game that they put up in early access. And I'm not saying that all of them take the money and run, but maybe it's happening too often. They're not prepared. And then on the other end, there are AAA games that are trying to sell a full price product and a platform to monetize players constantly and relentlessly. And some of them do it with a smile and get celebrated for it. I can't believe the amount of money people blow on Hearthstone. It is scary. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I think maybe I wasn't firm enough in the Hearthstone video about that part of it, because I was still starting out and I was still a little nervous about, you know, speaking to people about, you know, how are you spending your money in this way? How is this okay? And I guess I didn't have enough confidence in the video back then. But yeah, it makes me really worried. I think that's all I can say. Sorry that I got a little rambly, but like I said, most of these things are just me speaking off the top of my head and trying to have some more of a conversation and discussion about it. I don't think that most of what I say in these Q&As is ever right, but hopefully it's something to think about. Okay, there are a few questions from Simon P. that we're going to go through next.
Have you ever heard of Kerbal Space Program? I definitely don't expect a review on it because, with your standards, the number of hours you'd have to put into it would be easily 4 digits.
Really? 4 digits? Wow.
But would you consider doing a stream or just looking into it? I think you might like it, and I firmly believe that it's not only one of the best games out there, but also that it's one of the most successful at being educational.
Well, to link this back to the question that Dan Z just asked, first of all, to answer you on a basic level, I haven't played it. I have heard of it, but I haven't played it. I've never gotten around to it. I think I have a friend that got into it though, and he really enjoyed it. I haven't played it, but I hear something about how the developers of that game were involved in some really questionable practices when it came to paying their staff and overworking their staff. Again, I don't know if that could be considered an indie game. It's not AAA, but I think it's somewhere in between. I think that's it was a fairly substantial company. Maybe I'm thinking something else, but I'm pretty sure it was Kerbal Space Program, because I remember being so surprised because the game is so beloved, that they were in some sort of murky territory when it came to ethics with paying some of their staff. Way worse than CD Projekt Red's rumors about how they're overworked. I remember reading something about they were outsourcing a lot of work and just flat out not paying people, something like that. But maybe I'm thinking of the wrong game. So just maybe I shouldn't even say anything without Googling it first. So just ignore me. It looks really interesting, and from what I've heard of it, it's insane, and you really have to commit to learning a lot about like rockets and space exploration and gravity and everything, and it seems like a really fun time, but I don't know if that's the kind of game that I could see myself getting into anytime soon when I have so little free time. And it definitely doesn't seem like the kind of game that I would want to play on stream, because I think chat would backseat the fuck out of me. And part of the fun of that would be figuring it out for myself. And I don't think people would have the patience to watch me stumble through it. So unfortunately, I don't think I would stream it until I was already comfortable with it, and it would take hours and hours and hours to get to that level. So I don't think that's going to happen. Unfortunately, I can't talk any more about it because I just don't know enough about the game. Except that I will say anyone watching this right now live, or anyone on YouTube watching this from a long time from now, if you haven't heard of Kerbal Space Program, I encourage you to go check it out, because it might really be a game that you fall in love with. The visuals and the cutesy nature of it really belies how complicated it can get from what I've read about it and from what my friend has told me about it. So it's a game that's easy to dismiss at a glance and just be like, yeah, who cares about this? There's no way this is going to be anything for me. And I encourage you to not do that and look into it just a little bit more and see. See if it's for you. It's on the level of Dwarf Fortress for how much depth you can get into it, how much you can sink into it, right? It's that kind of level of game. Would you ever do a Facecam stream? I have done a Facecam stream. Sorry, I shouldn't be answering questions from chat right now because we're on Patreon questions. But yeah, I did one for a time, and I was also on the Quatchional podcast with a Facecam.
Follow-up. What do you think about the role of games in education and government-funded AAA games to partially or even fully replace pre-university studies for things like engineering and history?
Very, very interesting. I'm a big supporter of that. I'm a big supporter of sort of something like what is it, algorithm learning or AI improvement? That's not what I want, but that's the comparison I'm going to make with classes. The thing about school in general, and this is coming from someone who did quite well in school and adapted well to school when I was younger, is that most of the time the teacher is just a glorified babysitter, and I've had teachers tell me that's what they're doing a lot of the time. And the idea that you can send your kid to school, or if you look back at school and think of the experience you have with a bad teacher can be very unsettling. So everyone is a kid, obviously, and everyone that's listening to this or will listen to this is overwhelmingly likely to have gone to some sort of school, and gone through that process. And when you're a kid, you are more or less completely helpless, and you are completely beholden to the adults in your life, and you have to just hope, and you might not even realize at the time that they're making good decisions for you, and they're doing what's best for you, and they're doing right by you. And when you are an adult, it may take you years before you look back and you realize that, one day you had a fight with a teacher, and one day you look back and you realize that there was this time when you thought that an adult treated you in a way that was unfair, and they swore up and down that you were just being a spiteful little shit and you're just a kid, shut the fuck up. And you look back and you realize that, you were right. Even though you were only 8 years old or 12 or 14 or whatever, it's probably going to be the minority of the time. But you'll look back and you'll realize, hey, you know what? I wasn't wrong, and you were a bad teacher, and you really let me down. And I think we put a lot of faith into teachers to teach our kids and ourselves things that maybe they have absolutely no right to teach because they don't properly understand it, or they're just a very, 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 very bad teacher. I think teachers have a very difficult job, and I think it is one of the most important jobs that there is. I don't think it is the most important job, but I think it is that important. And I think that teachers are woefully, woefully underpaid. However, I say that also following it up with most teachers that are currently teachers, in my experience, should be replaced by people who put more effort into earning what would be the new rate for teachers, if that makes sense. So the idea that you can have lessons online through things like Khan Academy and other services like that. I believe there's one that there's some that are paid now, right? And tutorship programs. Is tutorship a word? Is tutorship or tutoring programs online? And that you can have a group of some of the best teachers that there are come together and create the best version that there could possibly be of how to teach a 7-year-old basic mathematics. So they come together and they do this, and it is online, and it has interactive, menus and question systems, and a live support system that the kid could use from their home. And not only that, but it is a program that they can troubleshoot, and they can look at stats, and they can see with the answers, okay, this is where most students started to fail, so this means that there's a problem with this stage of the lesson plan, so we need to refine that part. We need to make sure that is something that we stop seeing that drop off. And once you get into that statistics side of it, I think it can become very refined, and it can become something that is way, way better and way more reliable than just hoping that the math teacher at the school that you send your kid is not going through a divorce, is not some awful criminal, or is, not depressed, is not miserable, or is just a horrible person who doesn't really want to be a teacher because he wanted to work at NASA, but he failed. So now he's a teacher, and he's going to fuck up how your kid learns long division for the rest of their fucking lives. So that's how I feel about that. For video games, it's more interesting because you can give people something a lot closer to hands-on practical experience before they're actually there. Lily went to school for a while for nursing, and
2 years.
There's a lot of practical hands-on learning there. And what was it that they taught you how to give injections? What did they use?
On a fruit, on an orange.
Yeah. So
the skin is supposed to be similar to the skin of an orange. Mm-hmm. That thickness or something.
Which I think is really, really interesting and cool. That type of hands-on experience is probably way more valuable, and I believe I've read something about that too, that you'll learn more just having to improvise in the first year of your job than you learned throughout the whole entire time that you were studying to get the job.
Not even that too. We learned so much that was theory based in class, but when you were put on the floor for clinical, it was like a whole other world.
Yeah.
Having to apply all of that from a textbook then. Like that was when you really learned, was when you were on the floor.
And I just think that being able to, cause it's not going to be the same. It's not VR stuff would have to become so much more powerful and so much more in depth, and maybe it will eventually. But for now, it's not there. But I think the idea of having that be there, that you can get just even a little taste of how this is going to be, would be invaluable and would be way better time spent than just more and more theory drilled over all these years that you're probably going to end up having to relearn it or lose some of it when you're in your first year of your job. However, that being said, I can only imagine how awful the first round of programs that teach you something close to hands-on things are going to be. And I can just imagine, going through an engineering course or something, or even something more I don't want to say down to earth because I don't want it to sound insulting, because I think blue collar work is very, 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 very important. And I think if I hadn't had the problems that I had growing up, I think I could have enjoyed that work quite a lot. But I can only imagine how cringy a program that teaches you how to be a carpenter would be, and you show up at the carpenter or the plumbing place or the electrician place, and it's your first day, and they say, "Hey, do you know how to do this?" And you smile and go, "Hey, I played that video game, and so I know how it all goes together." And the whole shop starts laughing at you, like, "You don't know shit, kid. Shut the fuck up and listen." So I think the first rounds are going to be completely fucking awful, and it's going to take a shit ton of work to get them to the point where they're going to be worthwhile. But I don't know much about them. I haven't really looked into them, so maybe they're there already. But I don't think even basic classes are quite there yet either. So I think that would be the foundation that's built, and then the more complicated. So the foundation that's put down, and then more complicated things like that would be built on top of that. I don't know. I think that would be. I think there's some real potential there, but I don't think it's going to be something that's worthwhile for decades at least. But more than ever so far, I am talking out of my ass.
I'm just thinking though about, we practiced on oranges before we practiced on actual patients, but when we learned how to do catheters, for example, we just watched someone do it, and then I didn't have a chance actually. I didn't finish nursing, so I actually dropped out before I had my chance to put in a catheter. But
do you regret it?
Not really, but I did watch as they did one, and I'm just thinking that VR would be very similar, right? You would be watching someone do it as well, and then you would be copying essentially, right? So if done well, it would be very similar to a lot of programs that are already existing.
If you had done it once, and then you're thinking back, memories.
Getting nostalgic.
That said, I don't know. Maybe there's some merit in, even if it isn't very realistic and true to what you'll be doing. Maybe there's something to be gained by just having an area that is trying to test you on things outside of a classroom kind of environment. Even though it's still a program, I think it could still be there. I don't know. I think that video games are very underutilized as a teaching system, and I think that if some truly gifted and invested game designers wanted to make something that was fun, really truly fun and educational at the same time, that they could do it. And in my experience, and I haven't looked into a lot of this, I think the most successful game for teaching something and also being quite enjoyable at the same time was The Typing of the Dead, which was House of the Dead, but instead of the light guns that you had at the arcade, when the zombies popped up on the screen, you had to shoot them before they got to you, and instead of shooting them, the zombie would have a word around its neck, and you had to type the word before it got to you. So cool. you would have to, it would start off with just letters, and so you have to think of the letters, and then they would throw axes at you, and the axe would be J. So you have to hit J before it gets to you. You have like 2 seconds to do it, and it would get faster, and then the words would get more complicated, and if you make a mistake, you can't do the like that. Not only is that game teaching you how to type, it is a genuinely enjoyable game. It's fun. It's you're doing two things at the same time. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's cool. Joe just talked about Global Space Cry around now absolutely refusing to mention educational games question because I haven't played it, so I don't know how truly educational it is. I've heard that it is good, but for that thing, but I haven't played it, so I can't talk about it. Sorry, but you very well may be right. Next question from Simon P.
Why don't you make more videos like the Cuphead one or the 3 games to refund No Man's Sky for? I feel like your audience really liked those, and as I understand, they took a lot less time than a review. Don't you think that making these shorter opinion pieces a regular thing would allow you to take on bigger projects without going black? That's a mistake, and I said it too. Without going... Oh, it is right?
That's
going
right, yeah.
black for... I thought it was going back.
I think it's supposed to be going dark, but they said black.
For half a year. If not, why do you think it's a bad idea?
Have I really gone dark for half a year before? I don't think it's ever been that long. What's the longest that we've ever gone without a video, and then it's come back with a really long one?
I don't think it's been that long.
Is it 2 months, 2.5 months, 3 months? I don't think it's been more than 3 months. Maybe he's talking about The Witcher, though.
What about the time with when Leo was born?
When Leo was born?
How long were you dark then?
That was Fallout 4 into Breath of the Wild. I don't think it was more than 3 months.
Which again, we had a newborn here. So
but I think he means more the potential of going that with long without content for doing something like The Witcher. Okay, so someone asks about Cuphead below, and I can't remember the context of that question, so I will apologize to you right now, Simon, and I apologize in advance to whoever the person is later on in the stream for potentially repeating some questions here. The Cuphead video was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed it, and I made that video in a day. That is a really good turnaround for something I made in a day. But you also understand that I had that script brewing in my head for the weeks leading up to the release after the controversy that surrounded Cuphead. And I really I had a strong point I wanted to make, and that was that reviewers need to know how to play games. Just like someone who reviews movies needs to be able to understand movies. You know, they need to be able to process things visually. They don't necessarily have to actually be I think someone who's blind could probably give you a good movie review, but I mean you have to actually have the ability to process what it means to have, follow a story in a movie like that. I know that sounds kind of silly, but I do believe that. The Cuphead video was not well received by quite a lot of people. And if I was to do that regularly, I think we would see some pushback for it. So as much fun as it was and as quick as it was, I'm not sure if that's the format I want to continue with going forward. Some people didn't understand it. There's a big failure about satire that satire done truly to the tenets of satire will speak to both sides equally. And people will take it as support no matter what. There will be people who watch that Cuphead video and will think Joe is on the side of Gamergate, and Joe is really anti-video game journalist, and Joe is a monster, and what the fuck, Joe? I expected better of you. But there will be people who watch that video and will look at it and go, oh, Joe is making fun of Gamergate, and this video is a parody of what someone would do if they were trying to criticize people who were criticizing the guy who was playing the Cuphead thing, even though it had very little to do with him by the end. That's how satire works. Unfortunately, right now, that's the big failure of satire. Mikey was telling me that a good sign of what someone's political slant is that you ask them the previous incarnation of Stephen Colbert when he was still on the Comedy Network, right? I think it was on the Comedy Network. I didn't really watch The Daily Show and his show because I just didn't have access to it. But there will be people who when you ask them, is he a Republican making fun of Democrats, or is he a Democrat making fun of Republicans? And depending on the person's political slant, you will get a different answer. That will Comedy Central, thank you. That will show what they think, because they think that they're on their side and are making fun of the team that they don't like. It's that sort of thing. So that's the answer to Cuphead specifically. As for funny content that isn't trying to make a point, that is just that doesn't have any bite to it, like the Cuphead video does, and is just trying to be entertaining and funny. I think other people do that way better than I could ever possibly do it, and I don't think that's my strength. And I'm not sure if I could do that regularly, and it would have to be a wake up you know, in a fever sweat in the middle of the night, and you know there's lightning flashing on the window outside, and I grab for the pen and go, I just had a great idea, and I have to scribble it down, and then I make the video. It would have to be that level of inspiration that strikes for me to be able to do a funny video. I do think the Cuphead video is very funny, and I'm very happy with how it turned out. I can watch it myself now and laugh, you know, but I'm lame and I'll laugh at my own jokes. But that was, I think, lucky that it turned out that well. But the other half that you asked is about the 3 games to refund for No Man's Sky. That video probably didn't take as little effort as you think it did. Playing multiple games and putting them all together, finding the footage for all of them. There was a fairly quick turnaround for that, but my standards were a lot lower back then. And I had a lot more time back then because we only had the one son, and he was a lot easier to look after. Having said that, I do think that you're right, and it would be good to have more content like that. My current way of trying to do things is that, starting with the Subnautica video, is that I am trying very hard to have these week-long bursts of productivity where I make a video in 1 week that is on the shorter side, for production length, not shorter side for end product necessarily, that I get it done and I release that one of those every single month, and the longer videos I work on, and they take as long as they need to. That's my new policy and my new outlook, to have enough time to do the longer videos while also having a regular release schedule that doesn't feel like it's just half-ass content. So far, that isn't working great, but it's working better than I thought it would. The main problem with that is it's very difficult for me to gauge how big a project is going to be at the beginning of it. And this works in multiple ways. Some of them are that sometimes I have way more to say than I think I did. I thought Subnautica was going to be a half-hour video, and it's close to an hour. I want to cut it down some more, but that's how it is. Usually it's double what I think, even if I account for the double rule. So if I think a video is going to be 15 minutes, in my head I'll go, okay, so it's going to be half an hour, and then it turns out to be an hour. That's how it works, which scares the shit out of me for the Witcher 3 videos, because I estimate that that's going to be about 3 to 4 hours, which means it's probably going to be fucking 10. There's no way it's going to be 10. There's no way it's going to be 10. Maybe it'll be 6. There's no way it's going to be 10. Anyway, enough about that. And the other half is that what happened with Darkest Dungeon. I thought Darkest Dungeon was going to be a game that I played for about maybe 2, 3, 4, absolute most 5 days, and I was going to be able to finish it, and I was going to make a video, and then I was going to be on my merry way onto the next project, having done that in a quick turnaround time. And I ended up having to play that game for so many goddamn fucking hours, and almost drove myself crazy playing it, because I didn't know what I was getting into. And that's the other problem, is that I don't know how long the games are. Now, this is where streaming really comes in handy, because I can make videos on games that I streamed that I wasn't planning to make videos on, and I can look back at games that I've streamed, and because I've already played them on stream, and I have that experience now, and I'm still providing content for people. It may not be the content that a lot of people really want, but it's still stream content, and I'm still getting experience, and for lack of a better word, researching for future videos, is that I know exactly how long a game is that I've already streamed, and I know how long it's going to take me to play it again, and I can plan accordingly, and can gauge if I can do a quick video on it. So case of that is that I've already played Subnautica again. From when I played it on stream. I've already played through the whole game a second time in my own time to make the video that I'm making on it now that's almost finished. And I'm hoping that I will, after the Subnautica video is done, that I can do the same thing with a quick turnaround time for Celeste, because I've already played it on stream, and I know exactly how long it is, and I know exactly what I'm getting into, and I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, you know what, I think I could go through that again, and I could do, even if the project ends up spiraling away from my control, and I have way more to say than I think, that I will still be able to get the game part done in a timely window, instead of being stuck like I was with Darkest Dungeon and No Man's Sky, playing this game for a lot longer than I thought I was going to have to, if that makes sense. Yeah, so to answer your question again, I'm trying to do something like that, and I hope that it works. And I think that'll go a long way for making the Witcher videos come out this year. which is a big goal of mine. And even if I have to go completely dark and not make anything for months to get the Witcher videos done, they're getting done this year because they have to be. It's gone on too long, and people ask every single day, and they need to get finished. So I'm trying this to see if it works, and I think it will. The Subnautica video did not take me as long as it usually did. The other alternative, or the other possibility that I wish I could more reliably do, are videos like Edith Finch and Soma. Edith Finch and Soma did not take very long at all, and they are two of the best videos that I've made, according to a lot of people who like watching my videos. Edith Finch especially, some people tell me that Edith Finch, the villain of Edith Finch, is my best video, period. Edith, I could have probably made, let's just say in some imaginary part in Steam, there were 20 What Remains of Edith Finches that I could play. I probably could have made a video on every single one of those games in the time that it took me to make the video on Super Mario Odyssey. That's how quick the turnaround time is on What Remains of Edith Finch and Soma. They are games that I could get through in one play session, even Soma, get through it, play it again, get my thoughts down, really sink in deep, talk about it, and, get it written, edited, recorded, and video produced, because they're very tight games and you know exactly where everything is in a very short amount of time. So I would like to do that more often. The problem is finding those games that are worth that time and worth that effort and worth delving that deeply into, that people also want to hear about and that I also want to play, because that's one of my metrics of deciding if I'm going to do a video on something, is that I have to be able to enjoy it in some way. So yeah, unfortunately they're not infinite Edith Finches. But yeah, maybe there's some hidden somewhere. I hope you guys like the Subnautica video. Okay, so Simon asked 3 questions, but there's a rule that you can ask as many really quick questions as you want, and he asks, I think, 2 or 3, so.
It's not quite a yes or no question, but it could be rephrased as such. Will you be reviewing the entire Witcher series, like with the Uncharted series, or only The Witcher 3?
I will be doing Witcher 1, 2, 3, the DLC for Witcher 3, and the books. I do not know yet if it's going to be one big video that is just suddenly put up on the channel that has all of them, or once I'm finished with it, if I will release them in stages. So there'll be 5 videos, one for Witcher 1, one for Witcher 2, one for Witcher 3, one for the DLC, and one for the books, and then maybe a 6th video capping all up. Or summarizing the whole thing. However, no matter what, even if whether I make a big video with all of them or if I make them separate, I will make all of them together at the time, because I want to reference points between each part of the video and have played all the games. So that's how I make it. So yeah, it'll be all of them.
Another yes or no: if someone were to send you a personalized version of the demo of their game, like what the dev of the Stanley Parable did, would you like that and play it on stream?
Probably no, because then I couldn't make a video on it, and I would feel that like I couldn't criticize it properly, or I would have a massive amount of bias. If they wanted to contact me ahead of time and we could discuss it, maybe, but then that sounds like it's an advertising deal, and I don't do advertising deals because I want to remain impartial and not have any question whatsoever that I might be bought off in any way. Yeah, I'm pretty much settling on a firm no. I wouldn't like that at all. As cool as it would be, and as flattering as it would be, and as unique as it would be, I don't think I could compromise the channel's position, just for what would be a cool experience for what would be about an hour or so. Yeah, I would have to say a firm no for that. Sorry. Wait, when did that happen with the personalized demo? I think Game Grumps had one for Stanley Parable, didn't they? Or the Steam Train, whatever the Game Grumps did. I remember reading about that. I'm pretty sure they did that. I don't know how many they did it for, but they definitely did it for Steam Train. I remember that. Let's take a couple questions from chat, and then we'll go back to Patreon.
Have you played Life is Strange? Got it with the last Humble Bundle and really enjoyed it. Would love to hear your thoughts on it.
I haven't. I would like to play it. That's probably a game that I would prefer not to play on stream. So next time we do the voting for what game we're going to play that subs and patrons can vote for, that might have to end up on the veto list, because I don't think I'd like to play that game on stream for the first time. I don't think that would be fair to it.
What's your favorite Persona 5 menu? I know it's the Dr. Legs Clinic shop screen, but I want to confirm it with my own ears.
It is the Dr. Legs Clinic shop screen, yep.
A little late now, but whatever. On the topic of school, a lot of experimental schools that are testing new forms of learning are popping up. There is one in my area that I am currently attending, and how it works is very interesting. If you would like, I can message you about it on Discord and explain it in more detail if you're interested.
Sure, I can't promise that I can give you an in-depth reply, but I can give you a message saying, hey, I read it, if you want. I would be interested in reading it. Yep. Life is Strange video. Yeah, that's a candidate for something that I could probably do a quick turnaround time on. I know there are choices in that game, aren't there? And but yeah, I think I could probably do something on that. But I don't know if I would enjoy it enough to be engaged to make a video on Life is Strange. I don't even know how I would enjoy it. Hopefully.
I'm not memeing a meme now.
I don't think so. I usually meme it when I say it. Thank you to Owensy for the new sub. Thank you to Ralph Clogs as well for the new sub. Clogs in the name. You like clogs?
I like clogs. I have clogs
and
now.
Thank you to Supreme Cool for the new sub as well. A lot of new subs. Thank you to the three of you. Thank you, Owensy, Ralph Clogs, and Supreme Cool. Here's a little cringe for you. Welcome to the Dragon's Den.
Clawfist.
Welcome to the late night cool club.
Ooh, I like that.
Ooh, yeah. Thank you very much. What are my plans after Witcher? Probably to take a break. I haven't taken a break since this channel started. Technically, I took kind of a minor one after Odyssey was done, but I was still streaming and I was still doing a lot of other work. I just took, I think, about a week, maybe two. I can't remember exactly how much time it was that I wasn't actively doing channel work for the first time. I wasn't working on the next video. But yeah, I was still doing other things. But yeah, but I'd probably take my first break after The Witcher's done. I think that would be. I think I would have earned it at that point. Here's your 10-hour video. Leave me alone.
Go away.
What about the Abduction playthrough? I haven't played Abduction. It looks pretty cool. I think I would like to play it. But I think that's a game that would take a lot longer than I would anticipate. And I would get stuck in it for a while. I think the Talos Principle would be something else like that too, but I would like to do a video on the Talos Principle. Games like Stanley Parable and Beginner's Guide, I don't know if I could do a good video on. I'm not sure about that. I really don't know. Beginner's Guide was quite profound. I think I preferred that overall to Stanley Parable, but they're very different games in a lot of ways. Stanley Parable strikes me as a really successful experiment rather than a proper narrative experience, whereas the Beginner's Guide is a narrative. It's a story, and yeah, I think I prefer the Beginner's Guide. So if I was going to make a video on one of them, I think it would be the Beginner's Guide, but I don't know if I could do it justice. I don't know if I would have enough to say, especially since a lot of people have made videos on it already. I think Errant Signal's video was pretty good on it. I should make a video on getting over it. How about that? But then I would have to get over it again.
Not with me around.
Do you know if you beat it 50 times, you get a golden cauldron? I'd have to do that to prove that I understood it. I have to beat it 50 times.
As long as I don't have to watch. I'm over it already. I'm way over it.
Okay, let's go back to Patreon because it is 1 in the morning and I think we're about a quarter of the way through, right? Okay.
Riley I says, hello Joe and Lily. Finally decided to join your Patreon after enjoying your content for quite a while.
Thank you.
First question is, with all the talk about games as live services and the Battlefront 2 controversy, what do you think the best way to monetize a game post-launch, and would you do it differently for single and multiplayer games?
I don't think single player games should be monetized at all, and I think that is a very big mistake, and if you are trying to monetize a single player game, then that is a bad sign that you are doing something wrong. You could monetize a single player game in terms of adding DLC costumes and cosmetic things like that, or extra content, but at that point I don't think that's monetization. I think that's just extra extra content. That's expansion pack stuff, and whether or not it's priced appropriately would be have to be taken on a case-by-case basis. I do think that sometimes you will have cosmetic DLC that is grossly overpriced. You know, a costume for a character that costs $5 or $10. You know, that's insanity as far as I'm concerned. But that's not monetization the way I view that term. So monetization in a single player game would be something like stat boosts, ways to skip parts of gameplay, ways to give yourself perks, cheats. Basically, you're paying for cheeks to unlock that would have been part of the game before that for a single player game. Now, there's nothing that's inherently wrong with that. It's sort of like the question, sort of like the saying that money isn't evil, a love of money is evil. Whether that's true or not, I'm just using that as a distinction to say that there's nothing inherently purely wrong with monetizing a single player game. The problem is that as soon as you do monetize a game in that way, someone on the development team or the marketing team or higher up in the company or low in the company, depending on how it is, it's going to depend on what how the culture is at the developers that are there. There is now an incentive to make your game in a way that encourages the player to want to take part in the monetization system. This game has a monetization system that suddenly you even if you think most players are going to ignore it and most players are going to say, yeah, I'm never going to pay for anything, there's still an incentive there that hey, maybe you should make something rarer than you would have otherwise, because it's going to make a couple more people buy it, and that's going to just be free money for us, basically. The card system in Rise of the Tomb Raider was like that, and it was pretty fucking bad. That spoiled a system that could have been a lot of fun, and those could be modifiers that you collected, and they could have... Are we dead? Sorry, something fell. And those could be modifiers that you collected and made the mini games in Rise of the Tomb Raider a lot more fun. And suddenly they are things that they want to encourage you to spend money on, because they want to try and see if they can sneak as much money out of people as they possibly can that maybe aren't paying attention or are maybe have more money than sense. And I think that once you get into that realm where you now have some sort of temptation to try to make more money through that part of the game's soul is lost, and it's really, really bad. Multiplayer is more interesting because cosmetics in multiplayer games are a lot more fun, and unlocks in multiplayer games are a lot more fun, and a lot of multiplayer games are free. And that's the knee-jerk reaction, I think. It's what I had when Lily was reading out your question, that if a game is free, then what's the harm? But just like early access, a game can use the fact that it's free as a shield. And you have the joke, I think it was South Park that really pushed it, that the idea of freemium instead of premium, that a game can be free, but it can be so freemium that you'll end up paying more money to play it properly than you would if they had charged a proper price up front for you to play it. And Hearthstone is absolutely in that category. 100%. The amount of money that you have to spend to stay current on Hearthstone is just insane, compared to what it would be if you could just get the cost of the cards, in a traditional expansion format and a traditional price. So yeah, I think that's definitely a factor, and it's not very good. So saying that a game is free or maybe cheaper than it would be otherwise, I don't think is a good way to go. So let's just say that your game should be a $60 game, but you're just going to make it really, really tedious and encourage people to buy some packs to get more progress faster. And because of that, and you've done the math and you know that there's going to be a lot of people that have more money than time, and they're going to spend money to make it up for the people who aren't going to do it, you can now charge your game $20. So charge your game for $20 instead of $60, and you'll somehow make more money, even though the upfront cost is lower than it would have otherwise. Is that good? Well, you're not forcing anyone to buy it, but I think you're still taking advantage of people that may not understand what they're getting into and may not understand what they're buying, and I don't think that's a good place. But I think it's complicated in multiplayer games when you're looking at ways that you can skip some of the tedium that is, I don't know. It's built in differently than it is for World of Warcraft and massive multiplayer games than it is for League of Legends, because World of Warcraft has a monthly fee and wants you to be playing as long as they can possibly keep you there, and it's always going to be this tug of war that the player knows between drawing things out but also providing you enough content quickly enough that you don't get bored and just fuck off. So it needs to be interesting enough, it needs to be engaging enough, and it needs to be addicting enough that you will not leave, but you also don't want to be bored by how drawn out it is. And being able to skip that kind of shows you that maybe your game is poorly designed, but it isn't. When you play World of Warcraft and you level up your first character, it's actually quite an enjoyable time. They walk that tightrope really, really well. So I don't know where it would stand there. That just seems like, yeah, you can just skip part of this if you've done it multiple times, and we just can't make it free for you, because then it wouldn't sit right with people who are joining the game, and we can't let you have a free character at max level like that because of how the economy works in that game and all this other stuff. But then you look at something like League of Legends, where your account is something that you build and has value, and suddenly that can be used as leverage for good behavior and behaving yourself in matches, because you can get banned because that game is free, and then you have to build yourself back up again and unlock more heroes and unlock more options and unlock more of your talent tree. But it's been a while since I played League of Legends, so I'm not sure if that's the case anymore. So I don't know. I'm not ready to dismiss the whole monetization idea completely. But maybe I should be, because it's the same thing that we just went through with single player games, that if there's ever an incentive to make something more tedious than the designers would want to make it, then that temptation is eventually, no matter what, it's going to be worn down, and it's going to be into the effect that now you have a worse game because of it, and some people might be taken advantage of. I know this is your area, Lily. What do you think?
I should know a while ago. Sorry.
Yeah, I figured.
My second question is, can we expect some Joseph Anderson merch in the future? Perhaps a Worth the Moon t-shirt.
Oh, so you want me to monetize my channel, is what you're saying? Yeah. little microtransactions, Microtransactions. I'll tell you what. What we're gonna do is we're gonna have a sash. A Joseph Anderson sash that has the insignia at the top, and if you watch the videos enough, if you watch all the videos and you can link it to your YouTube account, it's going to be very advanced. You'll get a badge that you can sew onto your sash.
Okay.
I've watched all the Joseph Anderson videos, but if you watch them all 10 times, you get a different sash. And if you've left a comment,
so you have to kind of
if you've left a comment on one of the videos, you get another sash. But if you want, you can just pay money for the badges. You could just skip the grind, and you could just send me, I think $10 per badge is a pretty fair price. Whatever badge you want, here you can skip that. We'll send it to you. Maybe there'll be, we'll send you a bag of random badges, and sometimes there'll be a rare one in it, but other times it'll just be normal ones, and and every one in every.
You want to collect all of them.
Yeah, you want to collect all of them. One in every 100 badges will have a confetti spray in them. So when you open it,
fun.
But it's rare. And the confetti spray lets you know that there's, a legendary badge in there somewhere that's it's got foil on it. It's shiny. It's shiny. It's actually not a bad idea.
Kind of like McDonald's toys. You want to collect all 10 or whatever.
I'm giving some evil person some ideas somewhere. I don't know if there will ever be Joseph Anderson merch. It's been kicked around a little bit because some people would like it, and it's a way to support the channel without having to subscribe monthly on Twitch or Patreon, and some people don't like doing that, and that's understandable. It's a one-time thing. Some people don't want to read the book. Some people might not like the book. Some people might not even know that the books exist, and they're not really pushed that much, and there's no physical version of them just yet. So that's the other way. So technically, the physical book might count as the same area as merch, and that might be enough of a gap filler that we won't need to have hats or t-shirts, or I don't think I would want clothes. I think it would be more like a mug or something, or a poster or something like that. I would I think that would what I would do. But if we do that, it is a fair ways out. A fair ways out. Worth a Moon t-shirt. Let's keep going with Patreon.
Dean M says, you've said before that you think most games are best experienced blind. So how do you recommend extracting enough info about whether it's worth taking the plunge in the first place, given the sheer number of games out there? Do you use reviews, word of mouth, or go by genre, series, expectations? What sources do you trust?
Ooh, good question. Yeah, this is a balancing act, and it's very difficult, and sometimes you will end up getting things spoiled for you. I will look at the beginnings of some trailers sometimes, but at that point, something should have already caught my eye. So I will look at the Steam store page quite a lot and just see what's new. Things like what Co-optional does at the end of their podcasts, where they'll look at what's new and they'll just give a little tease of what it's about, that sort of thing. Total Biscuits What the Fuck is a pretty good resource as well, and usually it doesn't spoil much. I think that the best way to go about it when it comes to something that you're not sure if you'll like or not is to give up the first hour or two of gameplay and just admit that that's going to be something that you're probably not going to go in blind with. But apart from that, my usual saying of go in blind is targeted at games that you already know you're going to buy and already know that movies you're going to watch. I think some of the worst things you could do, unless you really enjoy the hype build up, like let's say you love Star Wars or the Marvel movies or anything like that, and if you know you're gonna go watch it, why the fuck would you watch the trailer? And again, unless you enjoy the hype and discussing it, I just, you know you're gonna go see it. So why would you put yourself out there to ruin any surprises? You know.
I like the trailers.
You like
I
the
love
hype?
trailers.
I like trailers
the
too,
music and the quick shots, and it's very just gets me
but
pumped.
I like it for telling me, oh, this is something that shot my attention. I wouldn't have seen this otherwise, you know. But yeah, if you like that part of it, then yeah, I definitely understand. But as for resources I trust, there's no website that I can point to that I can tell you, hey, I really like this person's reviews and this site's reviews, and I think they do a really good job. Not because they don't exist, but because I don't have enough exposure to them. The channels that I follow on YouTube for video games very rarely do reviews. I think that ACG does the most consistent and reliable work when it comes to reviewing games in a much more straightforward product-based approach. That is really impressive how he gets so many of them done. But when it comes to reviews of games, that's not typically what I'm always looking for. I like something to be more of a conversation, more of a discussion that has more flow between topics and not a rigid, hey, let's talk about visual, let's talk about story, let's talk about gameplay, let's talk about sound. You know, that's how he does it. But in terms of consistency, I don't think there's anyone that does it better than him. So yeah, ACG, Angry Centaur Gaming, if you don't know him. But my most consistent source of seeing if a game is worth my time, if I don't really know much about it, is actually here on Twitch. I will just find someone who's playing it. and I will try and make sure that it's a new playthrough, especially if it's on release day, and I will just watch someone play the first 5-10 minutes, and usually that's enough for me to look at it and go, yeah, okay, I can see that this game might have some appeal for me. Or I'll look at it and go, yeah, there's no way this game isn't for me at all. It's turn-based, or I don't like the visual style, or anything else like that. And I think that's a good way of looking at it, because you know that you're not going to spoil too much. Like a trailer might show something way deep into the game. Yeah. I think the EMM had one more question.
Mm-hmm. What part of a game are the most important for you to keep from being spoiled on? A lot of people only consider story spoilers, but I take level design content spoilers much more seriously, as I get more out of gameplay surprises than story surprises.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. I think that people overvalue. No, they don't overvalue surprises in stories. They undervalue surprises in gameplay. I tend to enjoy games more for gameplay than story. So that's definitely going to be something that I value more. Just stuff like knowing how many bosses there are in a game can be a pretty big spoiler. Knowing what the bosses look like, knowing where they are, ruining the surprise of some of how you encounter them. A lot of Shadow of Colossus would have been ruined for me if I knew what I was getting in for when I went to each boss. You know, that's a big part of it. Oh, what's next? What's next? You know, like what the hell is the next thing going to look like? What's the next boss in Dark Souls going to look like? How gruesome are the final bosses in Bloodborne going to be like? You know, am I ever going to get ambushed and caught completely off guard by something? You know, those are important considerations. Is there a really cool game mechanic that really changes things up and is really neat? I don't want to spoil it, but a part of Titanfall 2, I didn't know that was in the game, and if I had known about it, I think my enjoyment would have been diminished, and I ended up loving that so much in Titanfall 2. Yeah, so there's a really good example of gameplay doing that. There's something I was going to say, but now I can't remember. I think it's something to do with Dark Souls, as always.
What else could it be?
You always got to talk about Dark Souls. Everything's linked to Dark Souls. Something to do with Firelink Shrine? Oh, the simple act of knowing where to go at the beginning in a game like that can really change the experience and your first impressions of it, and can change the tone of the first few hours of your game time. Again, I'm trying to avoid spoilers, even though most people probably played the game if you're here listening to me talk. But yeah, I think that it's important to understand that there are clearly parts of a lot of games where the developers expect you to not know what's going to happen next, and will play with your expectations, and will play with putting you in situations and then really surprising you or frightening you even. And I think that it is a shame if you ruin that for yourself by watching a trailer that the developers had no hand in creating, that spoiled something that they really wanted to keep to themselves, or you read a guide ahead of time, or you watch too much of someone stream it. I say that as a streamer, so maybe I shouldn't watch streamers as much as you want, but no, really, I think that there's really nothing to lose by giving the game a fair chance of playing it with as little information as possible the first time. And if you find out you're not enjoying it, or you find that you're not getting a benefit from being played blind, you can always go and find out the information afterwards. But until they invent a machine that can steal your memories, there's no going back and erasing information that you might have already found, right?
Yeah, once it's done, it's done.
Yeah, so I would lean on the side that's reversible instead of irreversible. And because we're kind of behind, let's keep going with Patreon.
Anthony I says favorite WoW expansion.
Favorite WoW expansion. Someone asked that before, so apologies for the repetition, but I think it might have been asked when the Q&A was in a written format and not on stream. So maybe it's good to have it said out loud. But now that I just said that, maybe it was asked two streams ago.
I feel like you said it not long ago.
Maybe. I've played every single WoW expansion somewhat extensively. I played a lot of Vanilla. I played about half of Burning Crusade. I played all of Wrath of the Lich King, half of Cataclysm. I came back for the final raid stuff and just did LFR. I didn't do anything else. I played all of Mists of Pandaria, half of Warlords of Draenor, and I only played Legion at launch just so I had the information about what the game was. So that's my World of Warcraft experience. I was a guildmaster and a raid leader for most of it. I did a lot of PvP, arena, raiding. I was a tank. I was a DPS. I played World of Warcraft a lot. At one point I had a max level of every single character, but I used soft exploits to get a lot of them up with the pet battling system and the invasions of Warlord of Draenor to get them up there. So I didn't play the game as much as most people do to get a max level of every single character up there. So I played World of Warcraft a lot. There are gigantic gaps of my game experience that were lost to World of Warcraft. So I'm just setting the stage of how much I've played goddamn World of Warcraft a lot. Lily hates that game because of how much I played it. The best expansion... the best time I had with World of Warcraft was vanilla, but that's not an expansion. And the reason why I had the best time with vanilla was not because it was the greatest bit that WoW had ever been, because the later expansions made the game better. It was because it was new and it was exciting and it was unknown and it was just fucking magical that you get lost in this gigantic world and that the world in the title was actually genuine. And there was just so much to see and do, and you could get lost, and it was so much there that it was really hard to comprehend in the early days of vanilla. And I'm sure people that played EverQuest a lot were able to handle it a lot better, but I had never played EverQuest. The only MMOs I played a lot before then was mostly Ultima Online. I did play some 3D MMOs here and there, but not a lot. So going to World of Warcraft was a really, really, really big deal. But as for expansions, on a personal level, probably Wrath of the Lich King. Wrath of the Lich King was a lot of fun, and that's when I got into raiding a lot. I raided in Vanilla and Burning Crusade, but I joined a guild that I eventually took over in Wrath of the Lich King, and I ended up leading the guild and leading the raids and really learning how raid encounters worked and how raiders will work together and form strats and the best way to approach those fights. And I think I still use some of that information when it comes to looking at games today. So it wasn't all a complete waste of time, Lily.
I didn't say anything.
But yeah, that was probably the most fun I had with it. And it was when the game really hit mainstream popularity, and they did a lot of really cool things with looking for dungeon system and more accessible heroic 5-mans that were still difficult, but not crazy like they were in Burning Crusade. But overall, if I was looking at things a little bit more objectively, even though I hate the theme, I think Mists of Pandaria was the best for me and my favorite, because the raid content and the 5-man content and everything apart from the PvP was just really well done. And I didn't like the theme. I didn't like the location of Pandaria. I didn't like the pandas. I didn't like any of that. But Timeless Isle and Isle of Thunder and all of the raids that were there from the beginning to the end were just really enjoyable. And there was a really great raid team that was there at the time with, and I think that was the second golden age of World of Warcraft, and I'll be very surprised if they ever have a third one. Legion seemed to be pretty decent after Warlords of Draenor was so disappointing, but I don't think it was on the same level as Wrath of the Lich King or Mists of Pandaria from what I saw. And I have very little interest in Battle for Azeroth, but I probably will play it a little bit when it comes out, just so I don't miss the new expansion experience.
I know you enjoy Mario, but what about his ex-rival Sonic?
I can't talk about Sonic that much because I haven't played many of his games. I played some of the ones on the Game Gear, and I think one of the Game Gear games was just a retooling or a port of one of the Genesis versions. So there was Sonic 1, 2, and 3, or one with Knuckles on the Game Gear. That's the only Sega system that I had growing up. I played a little bit on the Genesis, but nothing really to speak of because it was only at my cousin's house or my friend's house. Was never really into Sonic. I've never played a 3D Sonic game apart from maybe an hour with Sonic Adventures 1. Yeah, Sonic never grabbed me. So I can't talk about it. Sorry. I'm not going to criticize it because I don't know enough about it. But I always preferred Mario. I always thought that the speed that Sonic had ended up being a detriment because you would sometimes go so fast that you couldn't react to an obstacle in front of you in time. So even though Mario is slower, you could get into a really quick groove with Mario with like weaving between enemies and obstacles that you couldn't really reliably do in Sonic on your first time through. I'm sure if you were amazing at the game then and you've played a lot of other Sonic games, maybe you could do it on your first time, but that's how I felt about Sonic. And maybe that's wrong, but that's how that was my experience with Sonic growing up. But sorry, I can't speak any more about it than that, unfortunately. Sorry, Anthony.
Why not add some more BTTV emotes on Twitch? Emotes like Easy, Monka S, and Clap are very commonplace at this point, and they would greatly enhance the chat experience for your ever-growing audience.
Ooh, that's a loaded question. That's a loaded question. What's chat like right now? Ooh. Okay, so I don't know enough about I don't know much about BTTV. But when I started streaming, I started talking to Mikey, and Mikey is helping me manage the channel a bit. Haven't spoken to him in a while though because I've just been too busy caught up in other things. And we made the decision to just avoid BTTV for now and try to establish ourselves with our own emotes before we look too much into BTTV. I wasn't very comfortable with diving into a lot of add-ons and stuff that add to the channel. I was actually really what's the word? Wary. Very reluctant to even use Streamlabs because it links to your Twitch account, and I was like, I don't really know what this is. What if they could mess something up? Like, is this really legitimate? I had to ask other streamers. I spoke to Shammy about it too. Is Streamlabs legit? And he was like, yeah, it's fine. So I don't really know much about it. Should I turn it on? Maybe, I don't know. But for now, it's gonna stay off until I hear more about it, or me and Mikey have another proper discussion about it and really decide what we want to do. But there's a lot to do about marketing yourself more on Twitch than there is on YouTube, and I think once BTTV is turned on, that it would be unacceptable to turn it off, if that makes sense, Yeah. We're just going to wait and see for a little bit. Does it really bother that many people that we don't have Monka S? I see Monka S all the time. Is your Twitch audience growing that much, though? There's always a consistent 600, 700 views when you play games. It's usually not that high. If there's a new game that we're starting, it gets that high, or if it's an exciting game. But with Persona, it's been about 400 to 500, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
I haven't seen it much higher than that.
That's better than it was a month ago. It seems to be each month. It seems to be trending upwards with we're gaining about 100 regular viewers every month to 2 months, I think. Yeah. I think that's how we're going. I don't know where it'll cap out. I don't think I'm ever going to be a gigantic big time streamer, but we'll see where it caps out. Yeah, I think that's all I can say about it right now. Not if you make Joe S. Make a dragon version of the frog guy. Okay.
Do you want to go on?
Yeah, let's go on.
Nazajil says, short one, what's your favorite stream meme so far? Buy my fucking statue, you done, the whole cringe thing, the love-hate relationship with anime.
Well, if we're going by how often it's brought up, it's probably you done. I say you done a lot, and I was so happy when those enemies came back in Xenoblade Chronicles 2 when we got to that area. I don't know if I would say that's my favorite though. What if we're separating just how frequent it comes up, or the frequency at which it comes up. The cringe thing is a little overdone at this point, and I kind of want to move away from it. That's why I'm trying to do a little bit less. I don't know if I'm just getting tired of it, or if it just looped around. It started off funny and ironic, and then it became unironic, and then it became funny again. And right now I'm just in a point where it's kind of like, I could probably lose it, and it'll loop around again later and become funny a third time. I don't know how many layers of irony we'd be on at that point, but we're a danger of collapsing into ourselves. But I would say probably you done. I like that each game gets its memes. I like that that happens. It's fun. Sometimes I think they can be run into the ground a little bit by me. The expelled thing was really said too much in the first Persona stream, but sometimes it's hard to tell what when I'm going too far, especially since a lot of people in chat tend to encourage me a lot. You know, I know that I've struck gold when I see a bunch of Total Biscuit laughing showing up, and no matter how much I run a joke into the ground, if he's still showing up, I'm like, yeah, let's keep going. So yeah, I don't know, but I think sometimes I should be a little more I should have a little more tact with not running something to the ground so quickly. But I don't know if that's the case for Expelled, or if some people were just being a little too defensive about their favorite JRPG that they didn't want me to shit on. It happened earlier today. I said some quite tame criticism of the game as far as I was concerned, and people got really mad really fast. And yeah, I don't know. I think some people can't separate themselves from the game that they love a lot, and that can get frustrating sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. It makes me think that I can't say what I'm feeling sometimes, and I can't speak aloud. Maybe some people are expecting the same level of observation and consideration on streams that I give during videos, and if I was able to do that live on the fly, why would I ever make another video, right? Yeah. I would just, if I could do that live, then I would just stream and just upload the streams to the main channel and be like, faster. look how quick I turned this around, you know? So I think some people take when I'm just thinking out loud as these really structured thoughts that it's like, fucking red alert, time to go on the offensive, fuck you, Joe, you know, like and they go for it. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. To be honest, Joe, I think you take chat too seriously. I really don't think so. I think that I get a good read on some people when they're being legitimately. I think you're an idiot, Joe. I think I get a good read on that. I'm not saying that I've always been 100% on the money with it, but there have been times where, you know, I've engaged with someone who's like that, and it's becomes apparent that they weren't kidding. You know, like, this isn't a joke. They're legit mad that I said something, you know, like the you know, and I've seen comments on the internet in response to it too, so I know that it does happen. But I'm not saying I'm always right when it comes to that. So you do have a point. Anyway, that was meant to be a short question, so let's go on to the next one.
Sort of short one. How did you and Shammy know each other?
He tweeted at me saying something about it was shortly after the No Man's Sky video, and I can't remember if he had made his own No Man's Sky video or if he had already made it, and he tweeted at me. This is his first No Man's Sky video now, not the second or third one that he did, and he tweeted at me saying, hey, I made a video too and I had the same sort of experience as you did, or you know, can you check out my video? I just made it after I watched yours. I think he might have made his first. Thinking back, I'm trying to remember properly. I'm pretty sure he made his first. So it was I just watched your video. I did one too or something like that. And I don't think I watched it, but I was interested enough to watch it, or I bookmarked it and wanted to watch it later. And then there was a time, and I completely forgot about it because I'm an asshole. And then there was a time, a couple of weeks or months later, that someone linked a different video of his, and I was watching it and not really knowing that I had interacted with him already, and then out of nowhere he just brought me up in the video saying that he really likes my videos and everything, and I was like, what the fuck is this all about? And I remember at the time I think I was below 100k subs, so I was still you know, not little baby YouTuber, but big baby YouTuber. So that was kind of like, oh, holy shit, I wasn't expecting to, you know, be brought up in this fucking video that I'm watching. And then I remembered that I had bookmarked that video. I was like, oh, it's that guy. So I watched it, and I loved the video, and then I watched a bunch more videos, and then I followed him on Twitter, and I think maybe we exchanged some private messages, direct messages or private messages on Twitter. I can't remember. But it wasn't really until we got on Discord that I spoke to him. directly with some regularity. And then we got on voice chat once fairly early on, and we've done voice chat a couple times since then. We even did a stream together at one point that I don't think is saved. The first stream I ever did wasn't actually Cuphead. It was with Shammy. We both did a stream together. I was playing Hollow Knight, and I didn't save it because it was literally my first stream ever, and I didn't know what I was doing. And me and him were having a conversation while I was on stream. So yeah, that's how me and Shammy started speaking. I love Shammy, and I don't really get to talk to him as much as I used to anymore because we're both so busy. And Discord is something that when I log on to Discord, there's just this fucking line of icons with the numbers next to them because there's all these direct messages, and I just look at it. And usually I log on Discord for a break after I've just done some work with video work, or I've just logged in a big massive game session for an upcoming video, or I just finished a stream, and I just look at it all and I go, I'm sure it's great, and I'm gonna really enjoy responding to all these messages, but holy shit, I'm wiped, I don't want to do it. And then it just keeps piling up and up and up and up and up and up, you know what I mean? So that means that I'm not on Discord, and I'm not open to conversations as much as I used to be. So I'm not online a lot, and that's probably why I'm not really talking to Shammy that much at the moment. But shout out to my boy. That's what the kids say now, right?
It's okay. He can talk to me. I talk to everybody there. I'm there to represent. Lily represents.
Lily streams.
There's probably a funnier one, but I'm too tired. I can't think of it.
No, Shammy's really good.
Have you watched Matthew Matosis' video, The Lost Souls Art of Demon Souls? If you have, I'm interested in hearing about your opinion about it, since I remember you said that Demon Souls is your least favorite of Souls games.
Yep, I've watched it. How do I say this tactfully? That's already ruined it, hasn't it? Probably the video of his that I've disagreed with the most, and has a lot of things that I felt were reaching in a way that he doesn't usually have to do. Matthew Matosis is one of the best channels on YouTube, and I've been watching him for quite a long time. I haven't really watched a lot of his recent videos because one, I don't have the time really, and secondly, because I haven't played the games that he's played, that he's doing the videos on, and I like to have played the games before I watch his videos on them. But in the case of that one, I did watch it because, of course, I've played Dark Souls and Demon Souls. I felt that he oversimplified the combat in the series because he refuses to admit that you can play it without locking on. Which is kind of weird because he's willing to go the extra mechanical mile on something like Devil May Cry and especially Fury to you know, like you can make it work. It may be a little awkward to hold the controller in that way, or it may not be the most comfortable way to have the inputs on with the gamepad, but you can still make it work, and it's a lot more enjoyable if you go that way. So I don't know. I felt that he was really trying to justify how he can't play Dark Souls without locking onto every single enemy. And I feel pretty confident in that it's accepted at this point that you're not supposed to. Maybe not for the early games, but when it comes to Dark Souls 3 and especially Bloodborne, that's not really what you're supposed to do, especially with the multiple dodges there. Neo really proves that as well. Neo also kind of supports this point too, that the Dark Souls combat is not that super in depth. But to say that it is unremarkable is ignoring a lot that the game in the series does well, in my opinion. A lot of the points that he praised Demon Souls for, I feel that the other games do as well, and he's undervaluing it, and maybe overvaluing the originality that Demon Souls has, which is arguable in itself considering King's Field did some things ahead of time as well, but I haven't played them, so I don't know exactly how that would work. I would like to, though. I'd like to do some videos on the King's Field games at some point. But as usual, he backed up what he said. with visuals. He put the work in. His presentation is very good. He didn't have any stupid jokes. He was respectful. And yeah, it's just because I disagree with him doesn't mean I think it's a bad video. But he didn't convince me of anything. Let's put it that way.
As a writer, what aspect of storytelling do you think video games are still lacking or could be improved on? What's your favorite example of video game storytelling?
Video games are lacking in every aspect of storytelling. You would be hard pressed to name. I said it earlier. You'd be hard pressed to name more than 10 stories in video games that you would think are on the same level as something that's considered good in film and literature. Maybe that's not completely true now. Maybe you could get a little higher up. Since there have been a lot more games released every single year lately. I'm not sure. I think I would be hard pressed to name to get up to 10, and I would have to include things that maybe shouldn't be considered games. But that would be a whole other conversation. But you can break that down into other things. How many good characters in video games could you really name? How many good villains could you really name on the same level as what you have in other mediums at the moment? How many good shocking plot developments could you have? How many good use of themes? How many good messages and meanings that you can find in games? Like you'd really be scraping to find many examples, despite how many games are being produced and bought right now. Yeah, I think that you would find that video games are lacking in almost every single area. What's most painful is that they're lacking also in what makes them unique. So not just interactivity, but also making you the character instead of you just watching the character. So that sounds like interactivity again, but when most people think of interactivity, they just think of choices. And when they think of choices, they think of Mass Effect. Here's a dialogue option. Here's something that you can move the story, and the story branches off in a different way. That's one side of interactivity. The other side is that in Subnautica, I say this in the script, is that it's very different from watching someone who's just stranded on an alien world and wonder how they're going to make it, and I know they're not going to starve because there's an hour left of the movie, so I know that they're going to make it somehow, and being the person that needs to make sure you don't starve, and that if you make a mistake you might die, and that there's a lot more danger there. Not many games take advantage of that, although I do think there are more that are trying to be more creative and more and spend more time exploring the interactive space. I think it comes back to what I said to an answer to another question earlier, that writing for games, when you have to account for these big, massive portions where the game becomes completely unscripted and it's just all about killing things or running around and jumping on things or exploring things for a long, long time. And you need to have a writer who has enough game experience to be able to incorporate those parts of the game into the story, into the characters, have characters that match that, have characters that can grow and become more developed within those kind of environments, or else you end up with a game that has no real gameplay and is more about an interactive story within a character that you can kind of control, but really you don't have really that many choices, or they'll just be branching choices like a visual novel within a very restricted space, and at that point you have to look at it and go, well, is What Remains of Edith Finch really a game? And my answer to that is it doesn't really matter because it's still in the same space. But if you want to look at, triumphant video game stories, maybe it's cheating to have that one on the list. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't have to overcome this problem that that games with actual gameplay need to get over. But I still don't think it's worth a big argument over the distinction, and I think people get way too caught up on semantics when it comes to that discussion, and then it invariably becomes political because everything's political, and then it gets really, really bad. These kind of discussions become battlegrounds for different groups, I think, and it's a shame that I even right now on the stream I have to qualify everything I say to make sure that I'm not saying the wrong thing and get caught up in it or take a side or anything like that. I'm very aware of that, unfortunately, and I wish that I wasn't. Like, I wish I could just say, you know, I don't think this is really in the same area as most games, and not have to worry that I'm gonna get insulted. and the conversation is going to become unproductive. My favorite example of video game storytelling, I can't say because it's going to spoil things. But it is when video games use that interactivity in really profound ways. So despite what I just said, there are parts of that in What Remains of Edith Finch, if you want to say that's in the same area. Soma is probably in the same boat and is very close to What Remains of Edith Finch. Is definitely closer to What Remains of Edith Finch than it is Devil May Cry, even though there is more traditional game in Soma. But again, I can't say that without spoiling it. And I really don't want to spoil it because it is such a powerful moment. There have been some good story moments in stuff like Chrono Trigger. It's, again, I can't spoil, to do with time travel and interactivity when it comes to time travel, and when the game reacts to decisions that you make that you didn't even realize were decisions. I really like when games do that. I know that Witcher does that, and I saw a little bit of that in Witcher 1, and I'm eager to see how it continues in Witcher 3, if it does continue. And I would say that a big source of untapped potential that I would really like to see more of is stuff like Undertale, where the whole game can branch and change depending on early decisions. And I think that there is a much better version of something like Undertale that could be made that could span a lot more. They could have a lot bigger scope than what Undertale does, instead of reusing a lot of the stuff that Undertale does on its multiple playthroughs. But Undertale likely does that for a specific reason with its characters, and there's something to be said about committing to that, and that's probably a big discussion point that I don't think I can get into right now. But yeah, there's probably a reason Undertale does what it does, and it should be praised for it. So don't think that I'm criticizing Undertale for lacking scope, because it is a more focused game in a lot of ways that I think is really successful at what it tries to do. Okay, so that was Nazardil, right? Mm-hmm. So we are... How many people do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 people left. That's a lot of people. So we haven't taken some questions from chat for a little while, so let's take a couple questions, and then we have to get right back into the Patreon questions.
Is next? Yeah, there.
Yeah, because we have a lot to go through still. So let's take some questions from chat, because it's been a little while. Sorry about that.
Ralph Clogs has used 200 bits. Are you going to play Ghost Trick one day? I really like the story in that game.
Oh, I would love to play Ghost Trick. I don't know how I would record it if I was going to make a video on it, because I don't know how you do that for handhelds, maybe with an emulator or something, but that's getting way ahead of myself if I ever want to use footage. Sorry, I'm always in work mode when it comes to things like that, so I'm always thinking, okay, well, if I'm going to play a game, how can I preserve some of it if I ever want to use it as an example in a video? But that shouldn't be a consideration. I should just play Ghost Trick, because Ghost Trick sounds awesome. Yeah, that's where you are a spirit that's trying to prevent, or some force that's trying to prevent people from dying in an environment, right? Sort of like a reverse what's that movie where they have creative ways of dying and they're trying not to die? Deathly Premonition or something. What's it called? What's the movie where they get off a plane and then the plane crashes, but they were meant to die on the plane, so now death is trying to come for them?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Do you know? You don't know that?
No.
You don't know? Someone in chat knows it. Final Destination. There we go.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen Final Destination? Kind of like a reverse Final Destination. Isn't that what Ghost Trick is kind of like? Or that's how I understand it. Yeah, it looked really cool.
Can we see a cringe cafe mug?
Sure, that could be
like
good some
specific
merch.
ones? So you could have like a mortifying mocha one,
Ooh.
and a languishing latte one, and a condescending cafe au lait one.
But would they be rare?
Maybe.
How rare are they going to be?
I don't know.
They have to be rare.
I would like the idea of them all having like a different look and like for a different drink.
Are you going to play a versus game against Lee at some point? Are you kidding me? I would destroy her. Don't insult me.
We played cards the other night, How many times do
That's just luck.
How many? Yeah. Well, this is my point though. How many hands did we play? Like
About
8?
More than 8.
10?
About 15.
15 hands of cards, and I won once. And I was like, I'm playing until I win. And we played like 15 hands of cards. So if that is just luck, as he says, on like a card game, then what the fuck is he going to do to me on a video game?
I will give Lily this. More than once, she legitimately beat me in Mario Kart. But that game is chaos with all the AI throwing blue shells when you're in first place and shit. So you did like.
Yeah, but maybe that was luck too.
Legitimately beat me in Mario Kart when we were playing that for a little bit. Don't stream it because Murder's not allowed on Twitch. We're not allowed to play Monopoly. It's banned.
I'm hoping I can play now. I didn't hit you or anything for beating, like 14 times.
I still have that dog-shaped scar and
I haven't played Monopoly in so many years.
Still have the X-ray of the dog in my colon. And the doctor looking at me had it up there, and I fell on it.
It's the dog too. I always play the dog. I would watch you play some nice co-op puzzle game with her, like Chariot or Love in a Dangerous Space-Time.
No. No puzzle game with Lily. No.
I'm not good at puzzle games.
No, they're not. No. That's not happening. First divorce live on stream. No.
Yeah, I'm not a patient person.
Have you seen that?
Angry.
Seen that Friends episode where they're trying to get the couch down the stairs?
I was thinking more of Monica with Pictionary, and when they play Pictionary, she throws things.
Maybe we could do Stardew Valley co-op. Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I said earlier when you weren't here that I don't play enough. If I play it all the time and I was more comfortable playing anyway, but I'm going to forget like how to move backward and forward, and someone's going to be shitty about it. I'm going to be fighting a slime or something, and like I'll pick the wrong weapon or something.
Yeah,
but
that happens.
Because I don't play that much that I'm not comfortable with.
That happens to me.
Yeah.
That happened today.
Okay, well, bring it on then. What am I afraid of?
Why isn't Joe changing his characters for this boss? Why is he still using An, Makoto, Ryuji? Why doesn't he switch out to the other character? What is he doing? How can he not know that Ryuji is trying to tell him that he's going to take longer to use
but they're not in the room for me to do bad things with the dog to them. So,
to fire the arrow a second time because he said that his hands were a little bit raw. How can he be so stupid to not realize that that's going to take a little bit longer when to fire the fucking thing now? Yeah, that happened today. Like it's there's no avoiding it.
Like, if I get mad, it's just going to be directed at you because they're not here. So it's lucky for them. It's easy for them to say, "Oh, why don't you play?"
But you can do ASMR chat with me.
Oh, but they prefer you to that again. You win again.
They love ASMR chat. I think there are a few people in chat on stream, regulars on stream, that would really seriously be happy if I started a third ASMR channel where I play games in ASMR voice the whole time.
So you just talk like that the whole time?
Yeah, just the whole time. Yeah, just we're just playing the game, kind of like how Bob Ross paints. It'd be Joe ASMR plays, and it would just be today we're gonna play some Dark Souls, and we're gonna get that longsword up to level 5, and we're gonna take down this boss, and don't worry everybody, I turned the music off, and we're gonna have a real relaxing Dark Souls stream today. And we're gonna get your tingles on,
We're gonna switch the blue block for the other blue block, and then we're gonna get that other blue block, and then they're gonna disappear. Tetris, baby. Tetris.
Yep. Is that a new Patreon bonus? I'm telling you, people will be really happy about it. I know you're memeing. I'm not memeing. I'm not memeing. I'm not. I'm being serious. People would love it. An ASMR video where Joe tells us about his favorite anime waifus. And up next is Yusuke, who's very special to me. I like to imagine him painting as I play Persona 5.
Could we play dress up with Persona 5?
No, then it's there is sexy ASMR.
Because then you could like swap. Well, if you're talking about waifus, then what else are you gonna really talk about?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. There's sexy everything.
You could put like Dr. Legs in black boots. Dr. Legs in black boots.
Like dress up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. That'd be interesting.
Like they're Barbie dolls, you know.
Yeah. Maybe with actual figurines, people would love that, you know. And it's not about the voice too. It's about the sound effects. So it's about rain on the window or tapping.
So it's like those CDs that you get when you can't sleep.
Yeah, but they like the crinkles too. So as you're putting the boots on Dr. Legs, because they're leather, right? You could crack and crinkle the leather a little bit, you know, up against the microphone and be like, yeah, we're putting these boots on, you know, like it's.
You could make her walk slowly across the desk. So slowly across the desk. So it's just the little click clack of her heels striking the wood.
See, there you got it. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, that's for you. Yeah, that's.
I learned fast.
That's basically it. But certain people have different triggers with ASMR. Why are we talking about ASMR so much?
You started it.
ASMR so much. Some people.
I'm trying to keep up.
Some people need the visual part of it too. So you have ASMR
Do we have to
videos
use a webcam?
where, well, you don't have to. You can just have sound. But some people have ASMR visuals where they will have a camera on a microphone and they will get really close up to the camera, and it's supposed to be about, you know, they'll do a makeup tutorial, and it's about the close personal attention. Like they're there and they're you know, it's all about lulling you into a relaxed state and everything.
With makeup?
Makeup is the common one because it's mostly pretty girls that do ASMR and they have the makeup.
So it's just an excuse to make it up close to the camera.
Kinda, yeah, but it's just that they have that available already and they know stuff about makeup. That's being a little mean, but really, there's a lot, you know.
Huh.
I've
seen makeup tutorials, but they've never been that.
These are low tech things, you know. When you're starting an ASMR channel, you don't have a budget, so they use what they have already. So it's just a good fit, you know.
Interesting.
Okay, Koi.
Hi Joe, hi Lily. How are you guys feeling?
Pretty tired, but I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm about the same. Joe, you use the phrase "the lion's share" quite a bit in videos and even while speaking on stream.
Do I really say on stream?
Is this just an expression you like, or is there some hidden significance to it? I think it's great and I like it, but I have to know. Sorry if making you aware of it ruined it. And if you cut down on the usage of the phrase recently, I haven't been able to watch your streams and I don't know if it was an Odyssey or Hollow Knight, so it could be less now.
Okay, well, the lion's share of the time that I use it, it's just because I like the phrase. But other times I'm thinking of the Lion King. And when Scar says it.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he says, I think he says something about on the lines of, when it comes to brains, I got the lion's share, but when it comes to brute strength, my brother got it all, or something like that.
I don't know it well enough to.
He says that, and I've always liked that line.
That's your favorite one.
Yeah, I like Lion King. No, it's not intentional. It's just one of the many phrases that I have, that I say probably too much. If you watch a lot of my videos, I have certain mannerisms and certain turns and certain ways of saying things that I say often. I try to cut down on them, but it's you know, the video scripts all added up right now are probably, oh wow, they're at least approaching 500,000 words. Maybe they're even already approaching 1 million words. I don't know. I haven't done a word count in a while, but they're approaching at least 500,000 words. So that's a lot of ways of saying things and phrases to keep track of, to make sure you're not repeating them all the time. But I do try to put some effort into not saying the exact same thing in every single video, but it's hard.
Koi Vision is here in chat. I'm assuming that's the same Koi. Lily, has Joe read your new book yet?
Uh-oh.
How's the new direction of trying to be more literary on your current project?
I haven't read the new book yet. I haven't had time. But in my defense, I haven't had time to do much of anything else either. But yeah, I keep meaning to, and I just haven't had time. I really want to, though.
The joke is I'm going to finish the next one before he reads the one he already is sitting on, so he'll have his pick of which one he wants to read next.
Sounds good to me.
I'm trying to, it's a kind of a different genre of book that I'm working on right now. It's not a murder mystery. So it's normally there's more of a format almost with my books, and I feel that makes them less literary because I'm alternating between detectives and other characters, and it's her turn to speak, it's his turn to speak, or this time I'm just kind of going with it more. The scenes aren't the same length. They're there's no order to them. It's just a lot more fluid. So I'm trying. I feel I'm getting better with each book. So hopefully I'll do it okay. It's less genre fiction, I think. So hopefully it turns out okay. I'm about halfway done.
I think it will.
Joe, sorry if you've answered before when you talk about it, but at what age did you learn you have narcolepsy? And if it developed later in life, what were the initial symptoms?
Okay, so this is the question that I mentioned earlier that I knew someone else asked about narcolepsy again later on in the Q&A. So apologies for repeating a little bit from earlier. I don't mind it though. I just for people who are watching or for the people who asked the questions that I have to say some of the information again. It might have been asked again later on. I'm not sure, but I know it was asked at least twice. I was diagnosed with narcolepsy. Lily, you have to help me out here. How old was I?
10 years ago.
Was it 10 years ago?
Yeah.
It wasn't a little bit longer than that?
It was about 2008. Because I remember what apartment we were living in at the time.
Okay.
So I'm basing it on that.
Okay. But I always had it. As far as I understand it, narcolepsy is just something that you are born with and you have it forever. You are always narcoleptic if you have narcolepsy. There was a recent breakthrough and a lot of research about sleep that was brought to light that may explain more about narcolepsy that I haven't read yet. I haven't had time. Maybe you can develop it. There's a lot to do with narcolepsy being an autoimmune disease, and that causes a lot of problems. So in theory, it should probably be possible to develop narcolepsy with some weird chain of events. But typically, as far as I understand it, you're born narcoleptic. So yeah, I've known since early 20s, definitely. I'm not sure if it was exactly 10 years ago, but that sounds about right to me. And I had no idea until then. So high school was really fun, being constantly tired and not sleeping well. Narcolepsy for me was more about nightmares and dreams and exhaustion caused by poor sleep and not from dropping down asleep. Narcoleptics are typically defined by one symptom that may surprise you if you know a little bit about narcolepsy, and it is not sudden falling asleep or collapsing in place. It is actually entering REM sleep instantly upon falling asleep, or maybe even entering REM sleep before you fall asleep. So REM sleep is rapid eye movement, which is when you are typically dreaming. Most people go through, I believe it's 4 stages of sleep when they try to fall asleep, and it takes them quite a while to enter REM sleep. The brain goes through kind of stages, kind of like a computer, where it's like, okay, we're falling asleep one night, now we're going to a deeper sleep, now an even deeper sleep, and you can move between different stages of arousal between those stages, but typically it is you're going down and eventually entering REM sleep, whereas with a narcoleptic, you're in REM sleep instantly. You don't go through the normal stages, and you might flip between them all, or even wake up and still be in REM sleep, and that's where you get hallucinations because your brain is still thinking it's dreaming, and that's why you're seeing things, and that's when the unpleasantness happens. Sleep attacks are typically not something that will make you fall over. Sleep attacks are typically the falling over part isn't actually a sleep attack. That is cataplexy. Cataplexy is one of the symptoms of narcolepsy that I thankfully do not have very much. Cataplexy, I'm sorry, we're going to open some drinks.
Both of us can do it at the same time. don't know how you talk all day long. I feel my voice is going.
Cataplexy is muscle weakness that comes suddenly and without warning, usually. Cataplexy is when some of you who aren't narcoleptic, or cataplexy is not unique to narcolepsy, might have experienced this. If you've ever laughed really, really hard, and it's not because of a lack of oxygen, but it's because it's an intense emotion that you laugh so hard that you can't stand up anymore, or you can't really, you're so weak in your arms that you couldn't even open, like you couldn't even unzip your coat, or you couldn't open a bag of chips or anything. That's what cataplexy is. You feel it's an intense amount of sudden weakness that you can't really control your muscles fully. It's also linked to sleep paralysis, which is when you wake up. If you didn't know this, when you go to sleep, your body paralyzes itself so you don't act out in your sleep and cause self-injuries. When you're acting out your dreams, you are paralyzed for the most part. It's not a perfect paralysis. Some people still do move in their sleep or roll over or anything like that. But you're typically paralyzed in your sleep so you do not hurt yourself while you're acting out your dreams. And sometimes you can wake up as a narcoleptic still paralyzed. Sometimes some people who aren't narcoleptic will experience some sleep paralysis in their life if something goes very wrong and they're woken up in the middle of a sleep cycle. And it's pretty scary, sleep paralysis. It's pretty awful, and I'm happy that I don't get it very often, but I used to get a lot more. And I've spoken about this in some previous Q&As about how it's sort of like setting up a bunch of defense triggers. I know how that sounds, but I've learned when I'm asleep to realize I'm asleep, because I hate sleep paralysis so much that I know that when I wake up, I need to be aware and break through the sleep cycle that I'm in, so I wake up actually fully conscious, and that I never enter a state where I am fully within sleep paralysis, so I don't wake up unable to move, because I hate it so much. So I will be able to recognize when a dream is becoming a nightmare, for instance, and usually when a dream becomes a nightmare, I wake up so suddenly but still within the dream. That's usually when I'm paralyzed. So for a long time, it was strange, and it sounds really silly, but it would be something like, in the dream, if a door suddenly just kind of opened, not even violently or slowly, just if a door opens and I'm in the middle of a dream, then that typically meant that something awful was about to come in and scare the shit out of me, and it'd be some sort of nightmare. It wouldn't typically be a monster. It would just be someone that I would look and just have an intense fear of, or it would be like a ball kind of just rolling down a hallway, stuff like that within the dream. And it would just trigger me to just wake up immediately. And that those kind of defense reactions have gotten to the point now where I typically don't sleep for very long in long bursts. When I am in bed, I can be in bed for say 8 hours, but in terms of the amount of time that I was asleep for a steady amount, a solid rate, won't be more than about 10-15 minutes. I will be waking up every 10-15 minutes, just a little bit, to make sure that I'm not caught in a nightmare or caught in sleep paralysis. It's not perfect though. Sometimes it still does happen, but thankfully I haven't been caught in sleep paralysis for quite a while. Usually it happens when I try to nap. So I try not to nap in the living room usually. If I'm in bed and I'm familiar with my surroundings, I'm usually okay. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but that's just how narcolepsy is. It's kind of weird. I was confirmed to have narcolepsy by going to multiple sleep studies at a sleep clinic. The way that they do it is, first of all, they have an inkling that you have a sleep disorder because you go to the doctor and say, I'm sleeping so poorly, I'm always tired. And then they will send you and they will do an overnight study where they will monitor you while you sleep and see how many times you enter REM sleep, how you progress through the different stages of sleep, how many times you wake up in the middle of the night, how much sleep you actually get. Typically, they will be really condescending and just tell you that you just have poor sleep hygiene and say that, your room is probably too hot. You need to be in a cool room so you can have a blanket over you and feel secure and all this other shit. And and then I went there, and they confirmed that I was entering REM sleep a little too quickly. So they said, hey, we need you to come back in for a daytime sleep trial, and we are going to keep you all day, and every hour and a half we're going to have you nap for 20 minutes, and we're going to monitor you and see how quickly you fall into REM sleep. So that's what they did, and it instantly was confirmed for narcolepsy that, okay, you have this. Unfortunately, I don't know if this is because it's not that well understood, or if the Canadian healthcare system is a bit subpar. I don't think so, because usually it's been pretty good up here. Maybe it was just the doctor that I had, but Lily was actually with me when it was confirmed that I had narcolepsy, and there was 2 appointments. And the first time the doctor says to me, we're gonna try and see if you're narcoleptic, and he looks at me really gravely and goes, and trust me, you don't want to be narcoleptic, but we still have to check. And I kind of looked at him and went, oh no, I bet I'm narcoleptic. and then
that was a really weird. Like, you can control it. You've already done the test.
Yeah.
So it's not like you faked it.
And then
no, you better not. You better hope you're not.
And then I went back to him after it was confirmed, and he looks at me and goes, "Yep, you're narcoleptic," and gives me no other information whatsoever. Like, literally nothing. Not what it means. Not what you should do. Not nothing. He's just go back to your family doctor and go on. It was they put me on a drug that typically treats attention deficit disorder, and they said, but we'll also schedule you to go get an MRI to make sure that this problem isn't caused by a brain tumor. So then I had one of first of I think 3 or 4 MRIs. No, the first one was a CAT scan. And then I went for 2 MRIs after my mom had the aneurysm. Remember that? Yeah.
Well, that was
so
different. That wasn't because of the sleeping.
Yeah, that wasn't because of the sleeping. That was because that. But they also that they would check at the same time. And I went on the attention deficit disorder medication, which the way I'm talking right now, you might think I'm still on it.
My favorite one was when they gave you the stuff that basically upper during the morning and the downer at night.
Yeah.
And you would come home and crash after work.
Yeah.
I'd be making dinner and he'd be asleep.
So I'm unmedicated at the moment, and I've been unmedicated for a long time because it wasn't working. And I didn't go back to that doctor, so I just kind of dealt with it. But knowing that I was narcoleptic helped a lot to realize that it wasn't my fault. And, my family called me lazy a lot when I was a teenager. I always did well at school, but when it came to the weekend, this was apparently unacceptable to my family. I would typically sleep most of the weekend away. And they chalked this up to just being a teenager that was irresponsible, and they would say, you're so fucking lazy during the weekend. Why do you sleep so much? Because I was catching up from lacking so much sleep during the week when I was in school. And that's not their fault. I don't think that they should have known better. Definitely not their fault. But it was nice to have some vindication that there is this legitimate thing. And it is a problem, and it is out of my control. So that was good to know, and I think I've got a decent handle on it now. But it's still something that's difficult to deal with. But yeah, that answer went on for a while, huh?
I don't know though. I kind of feel like I know it's if teenagers are supposed to sleep late and stay up late, and there's this stereotype associated with it, but I kind of feel like maybe they should have looked into it a little bit. Like, you didn't look into it at all until you were an adult and you were living on your own.
Yeah.
Like, it was never a question of maybe there was something physically causing, like, what if you had been sick or something and nobody had known, because...
Yeah, most of the time when there was something... I remember when I was a teenager, this was really weird, and I forget it happens sometimes. A nerve in my face died. And I noticed it because when I was smiling, I would smile like this, like Two-Face, and I would only smile on the right side of my face, and I was having trouble keeping my left eye all the way closed. And when that happened, they were really quick to get me to the hospital and be like, hey, he
well, they could see it though.
He's gonna start drooling all over the carpets. Fix it, So they put me on steroids, and it fixed in like a day. So I don't know if it was actually a nerve. I can't remember, but yeah, that was
everyone
weird.
was very condescending about it, and it's just kind of like
narcolepsy.
the sleeping because they didn't know.
Yeah.
Before, well, they were condescending.
Well, they were
after,
condescending
too.
afterwards
But
too.
they were
Yeah.
condescending before, and I'm just thinking that if it was Finn or Leo, and they were struggling with sleep that much and having nightmares and sleepwalking, and like I would want to know if they were just lazy, you know, or if there was something going on that. What if it was a brain tumor? You know,
That's why I'm so concerned when Finn has so many nightmares. But kids have nightmares and night terrors, so it's too early to tell. But he does seem to have more than average than what I've learned about. How did a nerve die? I don't know. They never told me. They didn't know. They just knew how to fix it. They just said, here, take this, and if it gets better, it gets better. So I don't know how it died. Or it just there was something wrong with it, or it got weakened or something. I don't know. I have no idea. It just did. And it was like really, I couldn't move the left side of my face. So I don't know what happened with that. It was very strange. I can flare my nostrils. Most people can flare their nostrils, but I can also move my ears a little bit. And I can't make them flap like I'm fucking Dumbo, but I can kind of move my ears back and forth a little bit in their spot, like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know how to explain it, but I couldn't move my left ear either. I could only move my right ear when I had this problem. It was weird, but it only lasted for a couple days. It was a very quick turnaround. Sounds like Bell's palsy. Okay, let's Google this and be afraid. Bell's palsy. Paralysis of the facial nerve causing muscular weakness on one side of the face. Yeah, that does sound like it.
but lasts. Oh.
It was a very
short, though?
Yeah, it was a very quick turnaround. Quick to MD. Guys, it turns out that I have cancer. So you know.
Don't joke.
No, that's the joke of WebMD, is that no matter what you do when you go WebMD, at the end of the you type in your symptoms and it's like, yeah, my foot's a little cold, I have the sniffles, and it's like, yeah, you have cancer. But
you say that now, then someone's gonna clip it and it's gonna be out of context.
No. Now they are, because you said it. Lily's fault. Lily's fault.
I've learned a lot lately, okay, about
yeah, that's true. Beginner's mistake. I'm sorry.
About clipping and on Discord when they constantly take things I say out of context, and you wouldn't believe the things that are on Discord.
Next person on Patreon, Simeon R.
Hello, Joe and Lily. I hope you guys are doing super well.
You too, Simeon. Hope so.
Joe, how many hours do you roughly spend a week on streaming video work, playing games for work? Do you manage to completely relax or shut off on the off days?
Oh boy. Okay. All right. Well, how do I answer this question without feeling like I'm okay? At least 70 hours a week. Yeah, at least 10 hours a day. And I don't shut off on off days. I can't. I just can't do it. My off days right now are usually when I don't stream, or just spent catching up on video work, and everything else that I need to do in those off days. The problem is, because I work from home, it can be difficult to distinguish the line between stuff I do around here, so I can spend more time working on channel stuff. It's because I'm always here, so they get blurred together. So when I'm looking after Finn while I'm also doing some writing, what does that count as? You know, if I do an hour of writing with Finn on my lap, what does that count as? If I spend 10 minutes out of that hour, you know, hey Finn, how's it going? You know, like look at what Daddy's doing. You know, does that count as 50 minutes instead of an hour? Like you know what I mean? Like I don't. That's where things get, you know, hard to measure, you know. Yeah, or answering, you know, like how much is, you know, looking for, oh, what should I stream next, how do I prepare for this, you know, watching a couple clips back from Twitch, you know, to see, okay, well, how did that joke land, should I do more things like that in the future, how is the mic quality, you know, and then once you start getting down to that kind of level, it's like, okay, well, Did I use the bathroom in that hour? Was I in the bathroom for a couple minutes? Did I have to go get a drink? Well, did that take 5 minutes? Well, then I only work 55 minutes out of that 60 minutes. You know what I mean? So it's different. It's difficult to properly gauge, but I would say, yeah, roughly at least 70 hours. On average, I probably stream 5 hours a day. It depends on what game I'm currently playing, but on average, I stream about 5 hours a day, and on average, I probably do at least another 5 hours of video work and channel work after that. But usually not directly after. Usually after stream, I go see Lily and the kids. I eat something. I typically don't have time for breakfast before stream, so I go have breakfast, and then I'll do some video work for an hour or so, and then I will look after the kids for a bit. I'll see them before they go to bed, and then I will do some stuff that I need to do around here, and then after they go to bed, I will do some more channel work until I go to sleep. That's not healthy. I know it's not healthy, but that's how I work right now, and I don't know. I'm not really comfortable saying any more than that. Sorry, because I don't want to seem like I'm bragging how much I work or fishing for sympathy or anything like that, because it's my choice and I don't have to do that. I could work less if I wanted to. I'd probably lose some money for it, but I don't think the channel would dissolve. But that's the choice that I'm making at the moment. But I'm not going to be making it forever. Probably after we move, I'm going to have to make some changes because it's not sustainable at all. And as time goes on, more of that time that I can devote to work is getting taken over by the kids, and rightfully so. But getting a house is so important, right? Getting that milestone is really important. So, yeah. But yeah, I'm not really comfortable saying any more than that. Sorry, Simeon.
Both. Did you always want kids? Looking back on your life so far, what would you say is the best time to have kids?
Do you want to answer first?
I wanted kids when I was younger, and then I went through a kind of phase in my mid-20s where I wasn't sure if I should have kids. Partly because of the commitment and the responsibility, partly because I was so depressed all the time and I wasn't sure if I would be able to handle it and be a good mother. And also we were in a very bad financial situation for a long time, moving out so young and being so unprepared and everything, that it just seemed kind of irresponsible to bring kids into it. So there was kind of around 24 to 26 there. I really wasn't sure.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
If it was the best idea. And I kind of made my peace with that actually until late 20s, and then we had the conversation of we're going to be 30 soon, what are we going to do, and we just decided to go for it. But yeah, what's the best age to have kids? I think when you feel like you're okay with your life changing, because your life will inevitably change, your priorities will change, you won't have the time that you had before. So whether that means that you've done things and seen things and accomplished things or not, ideally one that you're in a decent relationship, a stable relationship, but that doesn't mean for everybody that that's a criteria. See, someone says the best age is 25. I wasn't ready at 25. I wasn't ready to be a mother at 25. I would say for me it was closer to 30, but I always thought I would be a young mother, so it was kind of a surprise for me that I'm not.
Yeah, but were you ready at 29, or did you just go for it?
I went for it, but I was okay to go for it. I didn't feel like I would be missing out on anything at that point, or I didn't feel that I would be doing the child a disservice, whereas I don't feel at 25, people at work used to say to me all the time, oh, you've been together with him for so long, when are you going to have kids? When are you going to have kids? When is this happening? What are you waiting for? And I would just kept saying, I'm not ready. And they kept saying, you're never going to be ready. You might as well just do it. And I kept saying, well, and then once I had them, I went to them at work and said, yeah, you were right. Maybe I should have had them younger, but I didn't feel ready at the time. I didn't feel ready really until they were here. So that really kind of applies. It's a very personal decision. I think that there is no real right age. It's just, where are you in your life that you're ready to take on another person's well-being? And not put yourself first anymore and be okay with that.
I would agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, it's difficult to know when you're going to be ready. I don't know. I don't like to say broad sweeping generalizations of when it comes to important things, because everyone's going to be different, and I'm sure there is someone out there who was able to logically look at it and decide that they were ready and were absolutely right. But I think the science, I think being intensely nervous of fucking it up is ironically a sign that you might be ready to do it.
Mm-hmm.
If you are becoming a parent and you're not terrified, you're not thinking about it hard enough. Because I think you need the fear to scare you into doing a good enough job and sacrificing as much time as the kids need when they're finally here, or else you're not gonna be an attentive enough of a parent. And it goes away eventually, and it kind of settles into like that background anxiety that I spoke about earlier. If you're going, yeah, I'm ready, I'm totally ready, I'm gonna be the best, I'm gonna be the best parent, you know, piece of cake. No, you might find some things easy, and in some ways, becoming a parent and looking after a child is easier than most people say. You know, you have horror stories of losing so much sleep, and you know, getting completely buried in dirty diapers and stuff like that, and stuff like that, you know, and along those lines, and the stereotypical stories, and not all of them are true, and you will find some things easier and some things more difficult. But I think you need the fear. I think you need to be really worried for the first kid, and after that, you know, I think you're okay after the first one.
Yeah, but the first one keeps getting older, and it keeps the game keeps changing.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really hard when they were a newborn, but and then we had the sleep regression at 4 months, and then it was really and then sleep training. It was really, and now Finn's running everywhere like crazy and getting into everything, and now it's really hard. And you know, so it makes Leo look easy now, the way Finn's running around. But I never would have said that when Finn was Leo's age. So it's constantly, even though you've gotten through with the first one, now there's two of them, and there's double the diapers, and there's double the crying,
Double the fun.
Yeah, it is fun, but
no, I'm serious.
It is fun, but it's double the work. It's not. Maybe if we had them spaced out more, that one was able to help look after the other one, you know. But then, you know, we wanted to have them close together for bonding purposes and everything. But they're more work like that, is what I'm getting. It's not like Finn's not potty trained yet, so Finn still needs a lot of help, and he's not independent that much, and you know, so it's not like having two is easier than having one. It's not. It's just double the work. But no, I don't think there's a right age, and I'll agree with you about the fear thing. But it changes your whole perspective on things. I actually think sometimes, well, should I be doing something for me to better myself, like exercise? I should be exercising so that I'm healthy and I'll live long, you know, and I'll be a more active parent and everything, literally. Like, I'll be able to run after him and play with him and, you know, do all of these things. And I'll actually convince myself that it's not just for me that I should be doing this. I should be doing it because it would make me a better mother. If I'm better at this, then I'm a better mother.
That makes perfect sense to me.
If I'm more educated or something, if I know more things, then I can teach him these things. So then I'm a better. I spin everything around now as to how it benefits him, right? Whereas if you had asked me 5-7 years ago, it was all about me still. So that's what I mean by your priorities changing, and your whole mindset kind of shifts a little bit. It's just different. So whenever you feel like you're at that point where you're okay with that happening, then go for it.
And you realize the whole world is based on lies. Because you realize that your parents didn't know what they were doing either.
That's true too.
And then you realize that everyone has no idea what they're doing, and the whole world is based on lies. And you're like, oh shit. It makes crossing the street really scary. To answer the other part of your question, did I always want kids? No. When I was younger, it was just assumed, you know how your parents just say one day you'll grow up and you'll have kids. And you just assume, okay, yeah, my parents tell me that this is what everyone does, so I'm gonna definitely have kids at some point. And then I got a little older, and I was like, maybe I don't want to have them. And I got a little older again. I was like, yeah, you know what, I think I do. So it went back and forth on it.
We talked about it for a few years before we actually decided to have them anyway. It was a constant back and forth. Late 20s. I think we'd been together. I think it was our 10th anniversary, basically, when we decided, okay, well, if not now, then when, right? Joe, guesswork and testing hypotheses are not the same thing. Do you think Celeste would have been better without any mysteries, riddles, or puzzle elements?
Oh, is that what we're going to do, Simeon? We're going to fight? Is that what we're going to do? Okay.
You buttered us up with a nice question. Went for the throat with the last one.
Someone else asked about guesswork later on. You're right that guesswork and testing hypotheses are not the same thing, but or hypothesis.
Did I say it wrong? I might have said it wrong.
I think it might be spelt wrong. Hypotheses? No, maybe it is spelled right. It doesn't look right. You know how sometimes when you look at a word long enough, it starts to lose all meaning. But if you get an idea in your head and you want to explore it, and you arrive to that idea as a potential solution as guesswork, then that's still guesswork. It comes back to how the puzzle or riddle or anything like that presents itself. And if it's the kind of thing where it's asking you to just, guess what I'm thinking, or if there's actually a proper answer that you can properly think through without having to make really big logical leaps and just have to wonder if this is the right thing that it wants from you. Someone linked me a video that Day9 did about riddles and why he doesn't like them. And there's another one that I would like to add to that. And the riddle that he talks about, which is the same level that Celeste's stuff is for me, he was talking about how there's a girl that every day she wakes up and gets herself ready for school, and she lives on the 13th floor, and she rides the elevator down and walks herself to school, and she gets there and she spends the whole day there, and when she gets back, every single day, no matter what, she always rides the elevator up to the 5th floor and then walks the stairs the rest of the way up to the 13th floor. And the question is, why does she do that? So, you might think that it is because the elevator is broken when it goes on the way up. Or you might think that she just wants to have some exercise and she likes climbing the stairs, but she doesn't want to climb the whole way. She gets tired for whatever reason. Or for some reason she's afraid of staying in the elevator going up really high all at once or whatever, and that sort of thing. So there are multiple answers that make sense. Maybe this is the way that she always did it. She made a mistake when she first came home one day and she got on the 5th floor. Now she does every single time. Maybe there's a friend that lives on the 5th floor that she likes to walk by every time. Maybe she's looking after someone's dog that lives on the 5th floor and she walks by to make sure the dog's okay on the way back up, that sort of thing. The actual answer is that she's a schoolgirl and she's too short and she can't hit the 13th button, so she can only reach as high as the 5th floor, so she's a little girl. The problem with that riddle is that many of the answers that came before it are legitimate answers. They're correct, they make sense, they answer the question, but the person who's posing the riddle to you will still cross their arms and go, nah, that's not the right answer. No, fuck you. No, you haven't gotten it yet. However, you have something else like this one, which is the one I spoke to you about the other night, which is there's a farmer and he's at a river and he has a boat, and he has a fox, a rabbit, and
a chicken.
Was it a chicken?
It was a chicken.
He has a fox, a chicken, and a bag of grain, and he's trying to get across the river in his boat and get all three things to the other side. The problem is his boat is kind of shit and it can only carry one thing at a time, and the other problem is that if he leaves them all together, the fox is going to eat the chicken and the chicken's going to eat the grain. So you have to figure out how he's going to get all three things to the other side of the river without leaving the fox and the chicken together, because otherwise the fox is going to eat the chicken, or leaving the chicken and the grain together, because otherwise the chicken is going to eat the grain. So how do you do that? And you can say, well, he can just go get a bigger boat, or he can build a bridge, or he can just go along the street until he gets to a bridge or anything like that. But
Swim.
this is different than with the girl, because this is a puzzle that has a solution that the person who's presenting it to you can say, no, the challenge here is he has to use the boat, and there is a way to solve it, and you can think this through, and that's what you're supposed to do. If you're curious about the answer, I can tell you the answer, but you should probably try and think it through yourself, or you can look it up if you want. Celeste's stuff is the elevator side, and you could say that every single time that you propose a solution, that you're testing a hypothesis. That, well, I thought the solution, maybe this is the correct one. But you're still guessing to get there, and there is a right answer that is kind of completely arbitrary. Whereas the other one, there is a solution that you can work through, and for a lack of a better word, or maybe it is the right word, there are mechanics that you can learn and understand. That only one item can go on the boat, and that you can take something back with you from the other side once you get to the other side. Or the farmer can go across with nothing in the boat if he needs to. It wasn't even clear in the Celeste puzzle that it was a puzzle, which speaks to me quite heavily that it is on the side of the girl riding up the elevator, and that you need to have a big logical leap to get there, and that there are multiple different solutions with the information that's presented to you that could have been just as valid and just as right, and that the game could have communicated it better with you. I don't know. I think that the game is better having them, and I think I enjoyed them mostly, and I think that if I had ended up having to Google the answers, then I still would have been like, okay, well, I understand that some people could have still enjoyed these and gotten something out of them, and it was a little frustrating, but it didn't bring the game down that much. Case in point, another part of the game that I won't spoil, that you basically have to know some Mario 3 knowledge to get through it, or else you're just not solving this part unless you've played Mario 3 or know this particular trick about Mario 3. You're just not doing it. Yeah, but I think the game is stronger having them, but not immensely so. But it was kind of cool that they had something so different than the traditional platforming challenges and stuff that they had otherwise in the game. Yeah, so it was, yeah. I think overall it's a positive in conclusion. Okay, next person.
Nukadrick?
I think it's Nuked Rick, maybe.
That makes more sense, but...
Or Nukadrick?
I like Nukadrick.
Well, we said all the different ways, so...
Hello, Mr. Anderson. I hope you're doing fine.
I'm doing pretty good. How about you? Well, you can't answer me. I hope you're doing okay.
How come you don't have videos on the Talos Principle or Portal 2? These seem like the kind of games you'd review.
I think Portal's been overdone, and... it's not a massive consideration of mine, but if a game has already received a big bit of critical analysis, then sometimes it doesn't seem all that worth it for me to explore it some more, because I'm going to be retreading over the same ground, so I need to have something that's really new and interesting and original to say, and if that's not the case, then I probably will try to avoid it unless people really, really want me to talk about it. And I'm specifically talking about... Portal here. Portal 1 and 2 have gotten quite a bit of attention. As for the Talos Principle, I would like to do a video on that. I played a little bit, and it seems like the kind of game that I would enjoy. It was a lot more source engine-y than I was expecting, but yeah, I think I'll do a video on the Talos Principle eventually. Yeah, sorry if that's not a good answer. That's kind of short and to the point. Yeah.
If you don't have it, you don't have it.
Yeah, I don't have it. Sorry.
Fine and babbling about nothing.
Yeah. Maybe one day I'll do the portals if I feel like there's enough to say, but I don't think so.
What do you think the MMORPG genre needs to regain the popularity it once had?
Oh, I don't know. I think that maybe it's just a different time now, and it's not possible. There are too many games that are vying for your attention that can be things that you sink some time into that have really deep and long progression systems. So that's the best thing about MMOs, I think, is that you have this persistent level of progression and development on a character that you're constantly getting stronger, and you're constantly seeing on this journey that you know you're taking with them. As trite as that kind of sounds about the journey part, but you know what I mean. It's something that. It's kind of like a game and a hobby in one. You're taking this character, you're making it better. You're involved with them a lot. You're acquiring new powers, new gear. You know, it's something that you really sink into. And the gameplay is typically not great in any MMO. I don't think I've ever played an MMO that had straight up great gameplay, apart from raiding in World of Warcraft. But even then, there's a big social element to it, and the gameplay itself isn't something to write home about. And I played quite a lot of MMOs. So yeah, there's that side of it. And now you have so many games that can give you that same persistent feeling of progression and social element while you're playing with other people that also have good gameplay. So as much as you may not like all the games, because all games aren't for everyone, you have a lot more shooters that have persistent systems. You know, you have MOBAs. People keep bringing up Rainbow Six Siege. I think Warframe is a big one for people too, right? Isn't it? You can argue that maybe those are MMOs, and in a stretch version of the word or the term, but you might be right. But when I think MMORPG, I'm thinking of stuff like World of Warcraft and Ultima Online, City of Heroes, that sort of thing. I'm not so much thinking of the sandbox MMOs like EVE Online. But even then, I would say that the problem now is that people are less willing to devote the absurd amount of time it takes into something like that when it is brand new, has a high chance of failing, and there's already something out there that is probably much easier to get into and something that's already very familiar that they can play instead. And I don't know, but I think I think that sounds about right to me, but I'm not 100% sure. But that would be my guess. So for MMOs to come back, maybe they would have to be massively revolutionary. So no pun intended there. So something on the scale of EVE Online multiplied by 20. You know, like a truly persistent, changeable world that that justifies the time in a really big way, that also has a good gameplay and is really enjoyable. You know, it would have to be this massive undertaking that I don't think anyone is willing to risk on it just yet. I don't know. But are they really doing that poorly? Because maybe some people are still ensnared. The new Final Fantasy MMO is doing quite well, and World of Warcraft isn't dying. But I definitely think that there have been fewer MMOs being made and released trying to become the next golden goose. So maybe that's where the question is coming from. I would definitely agree with you there.
Have you considered doing another video on No Man's Sky after the big number of updates and content it received?
Considered it, but no. It would be a big hit on the channel. I'm pretty sure it would do really, really well. I don't think it would do as well as the first video, but I'm fairly certain it would be like, oh my god, I can't believe he played it again. I can't believe he did another video. But then I'd have to play it again, and I don't know. Shammy's already done it as well, and his video was very good on it. And I think that there would be a big detriment for me playing it again, because it would cheapen the ending of the first video where I said I turned the game off and I'll never play it again. And I think that's a strong ending, and I think that's all I need to say about that game. That fucking horrible game. Yeah, I don't know. I think that if I ever do a video on No Man's Sky again, then you should be worried about me, because it means that things are really bad that I have to do that. But I think that there are better in case of emergency break glass options. So typically, if I really needed to, you know, quote unquote cash out, and I really needed to make a video that would make bank without completely selling myself out and making advertisements, I would do Fallout 3 and Skyrim. The Bethesda games have always done great on the channel, so yeah, I would do those if I was in, you know, dire straits and needed a big hit, you know, just go with that. But I don't think that's going to be a problem, and I do want to do Fallout 3 and Skyrim eventually, and I think I'll be able to do them on my own terms, and it won't be out of desperation. But yeah, I have no plans, and I hope that I never have to do it, because I really don't want to play that game again. No matter how much it's updated, no matter how much it's improved, that game did its damage to me, and I never want to go back. Okay, so how many people do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a lot of people. Okay, let's keep going on Patreon, because it is almost 3 in the morning. If you've been here from the beginning and you're holding out hope that you can stay to the end, and you're already kind of tired, I'm gonna guess that we're gonna be here for at least another hour and a half answering these questions, right? At least. So we might have to stop taking questions from chat for a little while.
Can you go back just for a minute? Because I think we had 2 people subscribed though a while ago. And
Oh, did we? Okay.
We haven't said thank you. Blobfish 2000.
Thank you, Blobfish 2000.
Finally get to stay up for one of these.
Ooh, thank you. Resub for 4 months. Thank you, Blobfish. Hopefully you're enjoying it. They're little low-key streams, right? But, you know,
Yeah,
they're different. I like doing them.
They're a different kind of stream. And Ozar99 has also subscribed. First tier.
Thank you, Ozar99. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Dragon's Den. Clawfist.
Oh, do you want me to say it?
No, it's okay.
Okay, now you can go back. I noticed we missed the one 40 minutes ago.
Okay, Errol M.
Hey, Joe and Lily, life going well? I forgot to confirm that yes, you're speaking my name correctly.
Good.
Here are the next questions. What do you think of point-and-click games?
I've never really played them that much. So by point-and-click games, you mean Secret Monkey Island, Broken Sword, that sort of thing, right? I played some called, I don't know how popular they were, so maybe someone in chat knows them, maybe they don't. They were called Goblins. There was Goblins 1, Goblins 2, Goblins 3, and they're pretty old for the Atari STE. I played those, and those were the only point-and-click games that I played when I was a kid. And they were they were appealing because they were, for the time, they were very well animated, because there was no real gameplay. It was just about pointing things and interacting with them and causing things to happen. I enjoyed them, but they were kind of obtuse and a little confusing, and I think that's kind of the point. You're supposed to just kind of just combine things and see what happens, and then stumble your way to victory, kind of thing. Not to trigger chat again, but there was a lot of guesswork. But way more clearly guesswork than Celeste, really. But I never really got into Broken Sword or Secret of Monkey Island. I wish I had. So I can't really say stuff about them. Sorry. I think that they're gonna probably live and die on how fair it is to solve the puzzles and how interesting the stories are. I know that Secret Monkey Island is meant to be very, very, very funny. And that's part of the charm. But yeah, I never got into them. Sorry, so I can't speak much about them. Regrets. F.
What do you think about the ESRB PEGI ratings?
Peggy 18.
That's a mouthful right there. Would you upload them in your home or be fine with your 14-year-old son playing a mature game?
It would depend on the 14-year-old. Yeah. So this comes back to a lot of things about parenting, that those ratings are guidelines. They're not strict rules. So you can easily understand that if you look at something, then, you know, there are very mature 14-year-olds, there are very immature 22-year-olds, you know? And I think that I'm going to be very careful what they're exposed to. And I think that it's not just going to be about violence and sexuality. I think that I think you can be exposed to some ideas really early on that can kind of fuck you up. I don't know. I don't think that that this would be one of them, but say something like in Soma. I think if you're young, I don't think you would really understand Soma, but if you could, and you were somehow young enough to still be really impressionable, but also mature enough to understand it, that's kind of like a contradiction. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that this hypothetical exists. I think that that something like that could probably do some damage, and I'm only bringing up Soma because we were talking about it earlier. So yeah, movies that and games that are violent and try to be scary aren't necessarily the ones that I'm the most worried about. I wonder if something like a movie where there's a twist at the end that reveals that the character is schizophrenic and all of his family and friends are just figments of his imagination, you know? And I could imagine a 12-year-old watching that, and even though there's no violence and it might even be rated low, and there's no, you know, overt sexuality or anything like that, and there's nothing really scary, there's no monsters, I can imagine, you know, an impressionable kid at the right time of his life watching that and being like, oh my god, what if that's me? What if that's me right now? What if I don't even know? He didn't know in the movie. You know, I think that that's something to consider as well. I don't know if that's me being too paranoid or something. I don't know. When I was a kid, my dad let me watch some horror movies, and they scare me quite a bit, but they weren't even scary. It was just, I think it was just something about the fact that he was like, we're gonna watch a scary movie tonight, and it's gonna be really scary.
My dad used to do
you know?
jump scares. Oh my god. He really wanted you to be scared. He really wanted you to be. He'd reach over in the middle of the movie, he'd turn all the lights off, and then he'd reach over and go, are you scared? And grab you, you know? And I remember this one time, we were watching some really bad 80s, I don't know if it was Jason or what it was we were watching. And she goes into the shower and everything, and you know he's waiting outside for her. Mm-hmm. And she's in the bathroom, and she's got the water running. And she's in the bathroom in front of the mirror and everything. And you know there's someone there, and you know, hear them, and you see them, and the music's coming. And I had to pee. So I went into the bathroom, and I turned on the bathroom light, and I sit down on the toilet, and the light went out. The light burned out right at that moment. No. And I started screaming, and he never let me forget this. This was like, I didn't even need him to grab me and go, are you scared? You know, that was horrifying.
That's pretty funny, though.
So again, you know, that scared the shit out of me. But, you know, there are other things that could have been more damaging.
Did I tell you what my dad did when because he was just completely irresponsible. He bought a gigantic big screen TV one year that was bigger than anyone else's TV that we knew. Nowadays it wouldn't be that big, but you know, he wanted the big TV, so he went and got the big TV. So we would have screenings of movies at our house sometimes with you know, like with 20 people of the family, you know, all crammed in like sardines into the front room. And so it was you know, the Anderson screening of Titanic, and my dad, you know, playing the big host, has the lights off and, you know, the speaker system on, and everyone's enjoying the movie. And it got to the part where, spoilers, the ship starts to sink, okay, and it's cold, and this motherfucker goes into the fridge and brings out ice cubes and starts putting them down the shirts of everyone in the dark in the room.
Very sensitive of him.
Added to the effect. What was the question?
About censorship and about ratings and stuff.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's a case-by-case basis. It really depends on the kid.
Yeah.
And about how well you're able to communicate with that kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there are games that are less violent that I wouldn't let them play, but I would let them play something like maybe a Call of Duty before a Grand Theft Auto, maybe, you know, something like that. I don't know. I think I would have to play them myself before I decided. I'm not going to let them do whatever they want. But at a certain age, I think at 14, I think I'm okay with almost anything that video games have. I'm trying to think of if there's a game. I remember myself at 14, and I'm trying to think if at 14 So again, it would depend on the maturity of the kid, and I would have to compare them to my experience. I don't think there's anything right now that at 14 I would be like, you know what, maybe you shouldn't be playing that. So I think 14's the cutoff. But then again, maybe there are worse games out now that I'm forgetting. I don't know. Good question though.
What's better, everyone hearing your thoughts or you hearing everyone's thoughts?
Can you turn it off? If you can turn it off, then hearing everyone's thoughts is better, because if everyone can hear your thoughts, then you don't have a secret. I mean, if you can turn it on and off, then you could broadcast your will against people, but they don't have to listen to you, so that's really not gonna, you could just be really annoying, you know? Just everyone can hear your thoughts every day at 4 a.m. You sing I know a song that'll get on your nerves, and no one knows it's you. But you hearing everyone's thoughts could be, really like a really big superpower if you could turn it on and off. If you can't turn it off, then, you're putting a bullet in the brain pan, like that's you're done. Like I don't think I could live hearing everyone's thoughts. Could you?
No.
It would be constant.
But I would be really self-conscious.
It would be
hearing my thoughts.
It would be a big buzzing. So yeah, so it's dependent on if you can turn it on or off. Turn it on or not. So
I read it wrong the first time I read it. I didn't realize that's what the question actually was.
Maybe I read it wrong.
I was thinking of it more like, is it better to speak a lot and communicate your thoughts, or is it better to listen? That's how I read it the first time.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if
that's... So you're not taking it literally?
Yeah, I didn't realize they're supposed to take it literally.
Okay. Well,
if I'd have been thinking that, then you would have heard that, and then
I'm taking it literally. If we're not taking it literally, then I still think that it's better to hear everyone's, to listen more than to speak, and then you can form your opinions to be more reasonable, I think. Thank you for the relatively easy questions, Earl M.
Andrew K says, "Hi Joe, I'll dive right in. Video game streaming critiquing is a good job to have, but almost all jobs lose their luster after a while. Do you ever get bored or annoyed with doing this work all the time? Has it poisoned your gaming experiences compared to before you started?"
Sure. There are days when I wake up and I don't want to stream. But it's not a oh my god, I have to fucking stream. It's more of I would really prefer to get another couple hours of sleep right now. It's more on the side outside of the streams. There are a lot of times where I'm editing videos together and I'm staring at the timeline that's blank, and I know that I have 100 hours left to do on this project, and I just take a minute to just stare at it and just do this. Just go like, fuck, it can be very, very frustrating sometimes to spend a solid hour finding the perfect clip and arranging it and putting the effects in the video and losing yourself to it and not even knowing that the time went by, but you still you're working on something close to a deadline, and then when you look back at what you did in that hour and it's only about 5-10 seconds of finished footage, if it was really intensive. Sometimes you do an hour and you can get a couple minutes done depending on how it is, but sometimes there's a lot of intense stuff that you're doing with the footage that you're finding, or you can't find the right clip that you had somewhere. Yeah, that can be really frustrating, but the good part about doing the critique videos is that I get to watch it back as I'm making it, and sometimes that can take up a bit of time because I like to watch it back a lot to make sure that it's flowing well and everything is set up right. But that's when the project is really coming together. I try is not always successful, but I try not to do big projects back to back. Now, obviously, I wasn't successful with that when it came to Breath of the Wild and Fallout 4 1 year later. But I try to mix it up so I'm not going from these epic 2-hour long video into 2-hour long video, because it's too much. There's a recovery time involved after you make something that big, and also there's sort of a weird bonus effect that after you are finished with a video that's that long, if the next video is only 20 minutes, it's like, yeah, this is nothing. You know what I mean? It still takes, more than 20 hours to put it together at the video editing stage, but it's like, okay, well, I'm I'm almost done already. Really, I've done 5 minutes and I'm already a quarter of the way done. Holy crap, this is going so well. The flip side of that is when after you do some quick projects, you go back to the long videos and you get to the 20-minute mark in the 2 hour long video and you're like, well, shit, I'd be done. But I'm not even a quarter of the way done. Oh no, so it works both ways. So I like to mix them up a bit. But yeah, it's still a job. It's, I don't skip and sing to my desk every single day, but I don't think I really get bored apart from audio editing. I hate audio editing. It's really tedious. I've spoken about that before. Annoyed. I don't really think I get annoyed. I'm not sure. Maybe sometimes on stream I get a little annoyed. I don't know. But I spoke about it earlier about sometimes I feel like I get taken out of context or people treat what I'm saying as words set in stone and not just thinking out loud. That can be a little annoying, or maybe it's disheartening is the better term. But sometimes I do regret starting streaming before we moved. I thought that our current situation would work better than it is. And in our defense, it's not really that things are bad in the setup that we did, but that the kids started getting to be a lot more of a handful. And that makes it difficult to juggle the time around for streaming. So if I was to just go back in time, I would likely not start streaming with the set schedule until we moved. I would still stream, but probably erratically. But now that I've started streaming with the schedule, I think that I've committed now, and I have to stick with it because we built up momentum now, and I don't think we can go back unless we want to lose all the momentum that we've had. Hope that makes sense. I feel very lucky to have the job that I do.
You've stated previously that there are way too many games for you to justify playing given your production schedule. So why not create first impressions videos? Obviously streaming kind of does this already, but not everyone has hours to watch your streams. You went down this route a bit with F3 versus NV.
Fallout 3 versus New Vegas.
Thank you. Opening comparison, and no one seemed to mind.
Well, conversely, it's hard to tell if anyone cared either because that video didn't do particularly well. And even I forgot that video existed until you just said it just now. But that video was actually pretty good, and I enjoyed putting that together. It didn't take me too long either. You're right, and there are some steps that we're thinking of taking to fill that gap. Right now, I'm in talks with somebody to produce highlights of streams that can work as first impressions and also just entertaining moments, if there are any during some streams, that can serve as, here are my thoughts on this game that I played for a while on stream. But I'm also toying around with the idea of putting some first impression videos on the second channel, and trying to make that a not equal but a viable source of videos that aren't just the streams. But maybe it'd be better if they went on the main channel. So let me ask you, chat, if I next week, right? And this is a serious proposal. I'm not sure if I'll do it or not, but it's a serious proposal. If next week I busted out a first impressions of the first 20 or so hours of Metal Gear Survive, do you think that would be a good fit for the main channel, or should it go on the second channel? And would that be something that you would like? Maybe I should ask in Discord. I don't know, but no. Let's just keep it here for now. I was thinking of doing that because I think I could do a quick video on that. I wouldn't have to play the game twice. I could have a really quick turnaround, and I could do something like that with the new stuff that came out.
Majority saying main.
Yeah, majority saying main. I think only one person's saying second channel. Second channel would have way less viewership, but I can build that up. Main channel, but expect some pushback. Yeah, that's the problem. You have to be very careful with what you upload on your main channel. If enough people stop caring when they get a notification from you, that's when YouTube stops notifying people. That's why whenever you hear people say, yo, I didn't get a sub notification for this, even though I'm subscribed to you. Well, the reason for that is because for whatever reason, enough of your videos had low enough engagement that they just stop telling people because they'd rather push somebody else instead. People associate the second channel with stream dumps. I don't ever check it. Yeah, that's true too. Yep. Yep. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. For the stream highlights, they're definitely going on the second channel at first. And if we can make them, someone else is going to make them. It's not going to be me. I'm going to hire someone to make the stream highlights. That's not going to be my work. I don't have time. So someone else is going to make them, and they are going to go on the second channel. And if we can get them polished up to be really good and really worth time and people really like them a lot, then we'll consider putting one a month on the main channel. But they're going to have to be motherfucking pristine to go on the main channel. Like holy shit, it's working well. And I don't mean the person that we hire. I mean the format has to work, because I don't know if it will work or not. Yeah, so we'll see. And for the record, I kind of like Metal Gear Survive. I don't think it's a good Metal Gear Solid game, but I think it's a good Metal Gear spin-off, you know? I think if there was a Metal Gear Racing and it was go-karts, I think that would be fun. It's right there in the title, you know what to expect. It says Metal Gear Survive. But maybe it played it too close as trying to masquerade as a Metal Gear game, because the opening is really long and is tied in with the story. But the important thing to know about that is that I like survival games. So, you know, it's a genre I like. So no wonder I'm taking to it more than most people. But I don't think it's gotten a fair shake. But yeah, we'll see. It's definitely not a great game. Dunky would like to speak to me. Next question from Andrew K.
We're number 3, right?
Yeah.
For critics especially, do you think that the concept of gameplay has become synonymous with combat gameplay? As an illustrative example, you yourself have complained about Fallout New Vegas' gameplay. You've also praised the RPG mechanics and choice and consequences. Aren't things like leveling systems and divergent choice pathways an integral part of the gameplay in some genres of games? Should we conceptualize them separately when things like Fallout 4 FPS gunplay necessarily reduce the role of RPG stats? It's like another language to me.
Good job. You got through it. It's an interesting way of looking at it. I think that you're right, and I think that most people have just begun to assume that gameplay does have to have some combat element to it. I think that it's not just critics. I think it's most gamers, and I think it's most game designers as well. It's just something that has become synonymous with each other, that most gameplay has some sort of combat. You can say, you know, a gameplay in Odyssey is that you are mostly running and jumping around, but most people are also going to picture, you know, you're jumping on a Goomba, or, you know, a Koopa, or there's some enemies there that are going to be, you know, in your way, that is some semblance of combat. You can't go that far in Odyssey without finding some sort of enemy and what passes the combat within the platforming and running and jumping in that game. I think the way that I say it is just to differentiate the main course of gameplay with the rest of the stuff in the game that is important but doesn't take up that much time. I think that's how I would look back at it, but maybe that's a flaw. Maybe I should just be calling it combat, and having gameplay act as an umbrella that all of that sits under. And I think maybe I did do that in some future videos after that, but I'm not sure. I definitely think that you could make a case for conversation and dialogue systems to be separate from gameplay, and that they are not the same, and that they deserve a different kind of label, even though they can be influenced by combat and other types of gameplay, like leveling systems, like you said. So maybe gameplay is just sort of a dead general broad term that things sit under now. I kind of feel like RPG is a dead term too, though, so that makes it a little more difficult. So I would probably say leveling and progression systems are their own thing now, and you just can't call them RPG mechanics, even though I still do kind of call them RPG mechanics. So I probably should change that when I speak about them in the future. Hmm. It's a good question. Sorry, I'm thinking. What I'm trying to grasp is there any game that has gameplay wherein the vast majority of it isn't combat? Because I'm trying to think of, I'm sitting here trying to think of a counter example to combat gameplay, which is what you said. So I'm trying to think if there's any game, and I can't think of one. Maybe something like Odyssey, but when I think back to the platforming, I'm seeing a lot of obstacles and enemies in the way, and that's the same as combat to me, or it's close enough to it. Inside. I haven't played Journey. Celeste is platforming, yeah. But Celeste has very little combat. Very, very, very little combat. If you want to use the same term of platforming enemies that Odyssey has. Yeah, but that would have platforming gameplay. Yeah, that's a good choice. Super Meat Boy as well. Enemies in that game are things you avoid instead of actively fighting. N++ as well. So a lot of platformers, especially 2D platformers. So gameplay there, I would say the main chunk of gameplay would be, yeah, platforming and running and jumping. Yeah, so yeah, I think... Yeah, and in something like Stardew Valley, I would say that the gameplay is the farming and the collecting, or in I played a little bit of My Time at Portia, and I think that would be the gameplay there would be the construction of things at your workshop. So it's not combat. There is combat in the game, but you would be putting things together and acquiring resources. In Metal Gear Survive, to bring that one back up, I think that it would be more about scavenging than combat. But they're about equal. So in my head, yeah, gameplay would be both of them. Yeah, so I think definitely for me, gameplay has become, if I say the gameplay in a game is X or whatever, that to me that is dealing with the main meat of whatever the game has. So in Subnautica, the gameplay would be the exploration and acquiring of new tools and scanning research nodes and stuff like that, because there's not really that much combat in Subnautica. So yeah, that's definitely where I stand on it. I'm not sure about other critics and other developers and stuff. So yeah, I'm not sure if that's right or not with me. Maybe I should change that. Maybe I should stop looking at it like that and treating gameplay as this catch-all term of whatever the majority of the game is doing. I mean, it still fits. It's not like it's a really weak way of looking at something, but it could be better. It could be more direct, and it could be more specific. Yeah, good question. Thank you for asking it.
Finn is asleep at the gate.
When did he get up?
I don't know. I didn't hear him.
Okay. I think Andrew had one last question.
Finally, a short question with no elaboration required. Did you build your new PC yourself? Thanks again, Joe, and I hope you're not up too late answering these.
Well, it's 3:15 in the morning, and yeah, we are, but that's okay. Yeah, I did build the PC myself. I've built the last 4 or 5 PCs that I've had. Yeah. I enjoy doing it. There's always a huge element of fear, especially with this one because it was the most expensive PC that I've ever built, because a lot of money from Patreon actually went toward being able to build something that's really good for rendering videos. And the videos that I render now would take days to render at the resolution and frame rate that I render them at now. It would take days on the old computer, so it's really good. Yeah. It's always scary when you put it together. You turn it on and you think, please work, please work, please work, please work. Okay, hold on. I should probably ascend right now in the game, but we're not playing the game, are we? We're just here for the questions. Thank you, the Donut Pirate, for subscribing.
I like your name.
That's a great name, the Donut Pirate. Is he someone who pirates donuts? As in he learns about what donuts a shop is making and he bakes his own. So he's piracy for pirates. Piracy for donuts. Is he a cartoon pirate that's shaped like a donut? Does he have a donut themed ship, or does he steal donuts from donut ships?
I think it's the last one.
The last one?
And I hope for his sake it is the last one, because that would be the most delicious of all the options.
Yeah. But thank you, Donut Pirate. Thank you. Okay, let's continue with the questions. Good luck with that one.
Is it any red or any rude?
I think it's that, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Sorry for saying it wrong. Any rude or any red S. I know you may not really want to talk about earnings and money, or maybe not even allowed to, but I was curious. Do you make more from the Patreon or from Twitch? Is it better we support you on Patreon or subscribe to your Twitch? I'm a subscriber now because I was gifted a sub, but I don't think I want to be a patron and a subscriber because that's a big monthly chunk. I'll always support you on Patreon though.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for asking. That's very considerate. I'm not allowed to tell you. There are some things I'm allowed to tell you. There are some things I'm not allowed to tell you. I can't tell you the split that Twitch gives me. I'm not allowed to tell you. I'm not allowed to tell you details about the contract. And I think I am allowed to tell you how much YouTube gives me, but I'm not sure, and I'd rather not risk it, sorry. So instead of dodging the question completely, and I also can't tell you where it's better to support me, because I can't tell you what the split is, I can tell you that Patreon's split is public, and that you should do whatever you get more out of. If you get more out of the emotes on Twitch, then go for it. If you get more out of the rewards on Patreon, then go for that. And if things change and you can't continue, throwing some money my way, then please don't hesitate to ever drop it. We're doing quite well, better than we ever thought we could, and I understand that things change, definitely. And it's YouTube videos. If people should only really support the making of more if they are comfortable themselves and and really, really like the content, or be a very small amount of money, like a dollar sent our way every single month isn't that much. I think it's a lot if you have many creators that you want to support in that way. But a lot of people pledging, the price of a cup of coffee goes a long way for a lot of creators. So instead of dodging the question completely, I will instead give you a rough sort of answer, and you can infer whatever you want to from that. Okay. Twitch makes the least amount of money out of all three. So the three sources of income that we have from the channel are Patreon, YouTube ads, and Twitch. I don't run ads on Twitch, so I only get income from Twitch from bits and subscribers. There are ads that run on the VODs that I can't control, but I don't run ads on the channel itself when we're here. Like, I haven't run an ad tonight. I don't do that. I think it interrupts the stream. I don't want to do it, and I don't think I ever will. I don't see a foreseeable future when I would do that. So Twitch's makes the least amount, which should make sense because this is what I've been doing it for the least amount of time. It's where I'm least established. So I will say in this way. In a typical month, YouTube ads bring in half as much as Patreon does. And in a typical month, Twitch brings in half as much as the YouTube ads do. And that's all I can say. Okay?
And it's Annie Rude. It's
Annie Rude?
Annie for Prez. It's Annie Rude.
Sorry that we said it wrong.
Sorry I said it wrong, Annie.
Yeah, Twitch is not really for the money. Twitch is for the diversity of income, but also because it creates content so there's not a big content drought, so I don't go completely dark, and also it's an opportunity to play games that I otherwise would have missed, you know? And I'm happy with the current situation on Twitch.
I heard you're ditching the Nier video. Is that true?
No, it's not true. I'm not going to ditch the Nier video. It was just a way of scaring the weebs for punishing me for not playing the other Nier games. That they should think twice. That they almost lost their precious Automata video because they were mean to me. No, I'll do the Nier video. Don't worry. But don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Keep them in the dark. Keep them scared. Okay? Keep them scared. Yeah, the Nier video is still coming. I don't know when it's going to be though. But yeah.
Through your recent streams, you see how long and convoluted Persona 5's tutorial system is, spanning 15 hours. I understand why the tutorial is that long, since the game itself is nebulous with so many systems that interlinked, but even with such a long tutorial, there seem to be concepts I can't grasp, and sometimes you seem to miss some stuff too, and you find the need to go back to the tutorial section to confirm things. My question is, do you have any thoughts on how this tutorial system could be better rather than such long on-rails combat encounters ending in paragraphs of text?
Yeah, Good question, and it's something that's annoying me about the game as well. It's definitely a weak part of the game. It's not 15 hours, is it? I've played the game. Is your name literally Dr. Legs?
I like this.
You seen this? This guy.
It's like he knew I would be here.
This guy's name is Dr. Legs, and he's subscribed. Dr. Legs is subscribed. I think I remember saying the subscription too. Dr. Legs is subscribed. How did I forget Dr. Legs? God damn it.
I respect your name.
Anyway, I'm 70 hours in and I'm still getting tutorials. So yeah, I don't think I'm still in the tutorial phase, but I'm still getting tutorials 70 hours in, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna keep getting them for the next 70 hours. You know, and then after the next 70 hours are over, we'll finally be halfway done, and then in the last 70 hours, we'll probably get some more. Persona's 5 combat system and Persona 5's gameplay on the social sim side allow very little freedom and creativity. And I think that's the symptom that's there. So especially if you're playing on hard, and hard is really the only place it matters, because if you're on normal, I don't think you're ever in a really big threat of dying, but at the same time, you don't really need to understand how technical attacks work and how, you know, the little intricacies of when a battle will end in a chain ambush shift to another mob that's right next to you, and that if you talk them down then it won't chain, you know, like little things like that. You know, I'm assuming that it's much easier on normal because people keep saying, you know, oh, hard is it just fucks you sometimes, just go back down to normal. So it's kind of a catch-22, is that, you know, you can go back to normal to have more creativity and more freedom to learn the mechanics yourself in a better environment, but you don't need to learn the mechanics in the better environment because you can just blast everything down. I think that's what I have. That's where I think of that for the issue. So it's almost as if hard mode is too hard, but if it was any less hard, it wouldn't matter. It's the same problem in reverse. So I guess maybe there should be mixes of more challenges in some of the monsters that require you to do different things, or maybe they can have hints that throw out to you during combat about, you know, hey, a reminder that you can do this. You know, Morgana is constantly shouting out, hey Joker, good, looking cool Joker, looking cool Joker, like, oh Panther, you're gorgeous, and if there was, why don't you try doing this, why don't you try doing that, or just little hints about, if a character is sleeping. Maybe the game does do that and I just haven't noticed, but I think that the deeper problem is that the turn-based RPG system isn't really that conducive to making you able to discover things and learn them on your own. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a good way of doing it, but I feel that the social side is the same thing. You're always strapped for time. It's never really made clear to you always that you're gonna lose a time slot if you do certain things. Usually it's good about warning you, but not always. But then it also loops around later that we're 70 hours in, and every single time you go and speak to a confidant, Morgana needs to confirm it before it happens. So you want to spend some time with him, yeah? Well, let's confirm right now and I'll go take a round of the league. It's the same thing every single time, and it gets really tiring, to put it lightly. And it's easy to skip through, but then you don't want to skip too quickly because maybe you'll skip through a bit of dialogue. I don't know. It's just the game has this overall really kind of clunky and chunky at the same time when it comes to all throwing menus in your face and like you said, going back and having to check because you might not remember this little bit of a detail that is important for combat about what triggers a technical move, or what does the drain, the repel and the drain mean on the weakness list, and there are things like that aren't really properly explained, but at the same time it'll spend time explaining the same thing ad nauseum to you. Or in the case of the story, where there are times when the writing is so good, and then there are other times when the writing is so bad and interrupting you so much during palaces that I'm thinking as I'm playing it. I don't voice these out loud because I know that I'll get eviscerated for it, but even though I really, really like the game, is that I wonder if there were parts of the translation where they didn't bother translating it, and instead they just tried to fill in the lines within the context of what they thought was going on. You know what I mean? Like they just I refuse to believe that we need to have Ryuji, An, Morgana, Yusuke, and Makoto all basically saying the same line in a different way. That, hey, there's a pedestal here and maybe we should go get that gem that we saw earlier and put it into the fucking pedestal. You know what I mean? Like, I think I can figure it out, like, or the puzzle with the B01010 and looking at the buttons that you push. And, it's like, I make the joke about Scooby Gang and Scooby Doo, but it's like, yeah, everything that we do has a fucking meeting. It's like, let's talk about this mystery. How are we gonna solve this? Holy shit, like, Reggie, what are we gonna do? And it's just it goes on, and I just every single time we're in a palace, I feel like the combat is a lot better than I thought it was gonna be. But whenever we're navigating the level and doing things out there, just everyone just please shut the fuck up and just let me play. When we were in Kanashiro's bank, and every single goddamn time we got to one of those ATM machines with the puzzles, it was, hey, look, it's another one of these ATM machines. Oh, look, you think it's going to be the code as last time? What do you think it's going to be, Joker? Oh, do you want to do it right now, Joker? Okay, let's do it right now, Joker. And then it kicks you back out, and then you have to interact with the ATM machine again, and then you see it, and then there's another confirmation. Hey, do you want to try entering the code right now, Joker? It's like, whoa, can we cut this down, please? What the fuck was that all about? Like. And I don't. The game is so well put together in other areas that I don't get it. I don't understand that. It is like Windows. It is like it's like it's so obnoxious. You watch more anime and read more manga, you know this is a Japanese cultural thing. They all like to repeat stuff endlessly. Do they really? That doesn't seem good. That doesn't seem good at all. It happens in the story too, and it's weird because some parts of the story are really, really great, and they have a lot of, compelling moments, and then you have I was expelled. I was expelled. And Sojiro, why did I take in this kid? Oh, I'm such an idiot for taking this kid. Why did I take this in this kid that was expelled in a criminal record? It's just like expedition dump after expedition dump, you know? It's like, do you know when you watch a movie or a TV show or read a book, and sometimes in games too, and they will, in the first scene, there's always, especially in some poor writing, I've done this sometimes too when I'm not at my best, you know, that there'll be this really awkward, and Lily will know immediately what I'm talking about. There'll be this really awkward moment where the characters will say each other's names to each other for no fucking reason, just so the reader will know what they are, you know? Hey, Steve McQueen,
I try not to do that
Elder
anymore.
King of the Dragon Sheep. Yes, my Lord Farquaad of the Rain River Wilds. You know, like it's like, whoa, are these guys just meeting? Oh no, they've been friends for 50 years. Well, why the fuck are they doing that for? Well, it's because you, the reader, don't know them yet, so they're announcing their names just so you know it in the most awkward fucking way possible. And that's because the writer is realizing that, hey, it needs to give you a point of reference and it needs to give you this information, and they don't know how to give it in an organic way, so they're just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna dump it. And that's what Persona 5 does constantly, and it doesn't need to. And what's really troubling and makes me wonder about the localization and the translation is that it does it after it's already done it. So I don't get it, you know. I don't get it. The flashback was pretty bad about that too. You know, it's probably going to be one of the most memorable moments of streaming for the rest of my life. When, you know, I said it, you know, oh, they said useless again. Oh, writing, it's calling back to what happened the night before. And then I hit X and, like, seriously, I ripped my headset off and threw it on the desk and got up and walked across the room. Because I was just, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that they had this moment and they trusted you to realize the connection, that useless. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah. And it just happened, and they ruin it. And it's like, holy shit. You know, it's what the fuck. I literally don't know of any anime I've watched that repeats itself as much as Persona has. I highly doubt it's a cultural thing. Well, that's where I can't be involved in the discussion because I haven't watched any anime. So, yeah, I guess maybe I should. Couldn't believe what, Joe? We could use a flashback. It was much less obvious to me when I was playing with Japanese voice work. The actual voice work was extremely vague, and the text made it much more clear what they were talking about. Wait, if you play with Japanese on, the text is different? That can't be right. Is it? Really? Oh, you can understand Japanese. Okay, that makes more sense. I guess I'm just gonna have to learn Japanese.
For anime that you don't watch?
For Persona 5 and Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Thank you for the bits, Jesus Hentai Christ. That's an interesting name. Jesus Hentai Christ.
Covering all the bases.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you're living the dream with those three. Thank you very much. Thank you for the waifus.
Did Annie have any more?
I think there was one more. Yeah, I'm just thinking if there's anything left I want to talk about with that. Yeah. I have to think that I shouldn't condemn the tutorials for combat and everything for a turn-based system, because that's not my area and I don't like them very much, so I'm probably showing my bias there, so I shouldn't say that. But that's what my gut is telling me, that's the area that it is, that there's not much flexibility and freedom in that, and that's why. But that's probably not the case. I don't know. And overall, I do like the combat system that they've made, because it's very quick and it's very snappy and responsive. But yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. So there was two more questions. Two more short questions. There we go. I said it right.
Quick short one. Are you up for making more funny, stupid videos like your Cuphead one? Your sense of humor is pretty good.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if I agree. I have my moments during streams. Well, the highlight videos might show some of the times that I'm funny, but I think I would like to do some more funny videos, but they would have to be an event. They would have to be very inspired. I would have to be really comfortable with what I'm saying, and it would probably be something, maybe I would release it around Christmas or for April Fool's Day, something like that. I don't know if I'm going to have time to make something for this April Fool's Day. I keep thinking that I want to get something done, but then I'm always caught up in some other project. But yeah, I have some ideas. I thought about overanalyzing something that really shouldn't be overanalyzed. So just pick some weird game on Steam and just treat it proper like I would any other game. And the joke would be that, you know, this Barbie Horse Adventures got, you know, got a critique. You know what I mean? But there are other ideas as well. I thought about doing a Dark Trolls walkthrough where I go through the whole game kind of like sarcastically like Cuphead. And I give you wrong information. I tell you I'm doing it wrong, but for whatever reason, I just keep lucking my way through it and succeeding. So it's working for me, but it won't work for you if you try. You know what I mean? And I could change part of the game.
So you're trolling them.
Yeah, so I'm trolling. So it's Dark Trolls. Yeah, I thought about doing that, but then I actually ended up writing some parts of that script a while back, and it turned out there was going to be this big huge project going through most of the game, and I thought, nah, I'm not gonna I don't have time for that, you know, I need to do that later. But yeah, yeah, I think there might be some funny videos in the future. The Cuphead already happened, so we live in a post Cuphead world, so we might get some more later.
Another short one. I couldn't find your Titanfall stream on your VOD channel. Did you forget to upload it or something? Thanks for the amazing content, streams, and videos. Sorry if you see multiples of these comments. Patreon's comment system sucks. I posted the comment, but when I checked back later, I didn't see it. Also, peacocks attacked my brother too. They're very proud animals, so if you show your back to them and you're small enough, they get mad and attack you. So never doing that.
Why bring up peacocks for? That's kind of weird and random. What the hell?
I have no idea why.
Because I'm trying to make him like.
Was something said about peacocks? Because if not, I just thought that was a cute anecdote.
I brought it up a couple streams ago, but I thought it would be funny to be like, why are you bringing up peacock? No, yeah, we were talking about peacocks. There are peacocks at the castle we used to live by in Cardiff, and they were in the grounds, and they were really vicious. Yeah, yeah. Patreon's comment system does suck. Yeah, it's really bad. Someone actually messaged me and said it got deleted. Do you have it? And I said no. You have to resend it because it wasn't there. So for anyone who's listening to this, I don't know if many patrons actually do listen to the whole Q&A. Maybe. I'm sure there are some people that do, but I don't know if many do. If you've ever left a set of questions and they don't get answered, it's because Patreon ate them. Just send them again. If there's a duplicate, I can get rid of them. It's fine. Don't worry about it. When you're typing in your questions, just make sure you're putting in a notepad file first, and then just copy and paste it from the notepad into the comment box, and so you don't delete it. So you don't lose it when you hit enter. And if for whatever reason it shows up as multiples, I can fix it. So don't worry. Yeah, it happens almost every single Q&A that someone is that someone's comments get eaten. As for the Titanfall 2 streams, it's not on the VOD channel because it got split because Finn unplugged the internet in the middle of it, and I stopped the recording because I wasn't sure if I needed to restart OBS when it happened, and because I stopped the recording when I started the recording again, it's now split into 2 files, and I didn't want to upload them split, so I split like that. So I need to render them both together to make it one file to upload into YouTube in Adobe Premiere, and I just haven't had a good chunk of days together to do that yet because the streams take a really long time to render together for some reason. Adobe Premiere is acting kind of shitty lately, so maybe an update broke something and it might be fixed by now. But I saw Racevic was having the same problem on Twitter a couple weeks ago, that once it got to the second pass, it did the last chunk of rendering at a much slower rate than the first pass. And that was happening with me too, and it was making streams take so much longer to render when I was putting them up with Neo, especially because I had to put some of those together to take out some chunks of it because they were too high of a file size for YouTube. So I have to re-render them at a lower file size. Yeah, so I'll do it eventually. Probably when Persona 5 is done, but so they're all up together. Same with Doom. But yeah, they'll be up there eventually. Sorry that's taken so long, actually. This should have been done before. To quickly go back to the tutorial question, because I probably missed it because Twitch suddenly crapped out. What is your suggestion for improving the tutorial system? It was quite long and in depth about that. That it needs more freedom within the game. That and it was a catch-22 because if you have more freedom, more flexibility during the combat parts to figure things out for yourself instead of having to rely on all these tutorials constantly coming up in your face, the game would be so easy that you probably wouldn't need them anymore. And when it's hard, you don't really have the flexibility to experiment, but that's when you do need to know all this stuff, so you end up wanting to use the tutorials. The game doesn't really let you figure things out for yourself. And when it does, it's kind of obscure, sort of like the attacks chaining, the monsters chaining together if you don't talk them down. That it doesn't really make clear sense, even if it is consistent. You know what I mean? It was quite in depth, and I can't remember all of what I said. But there'll be timestamps if you want to listen to it again when it goes up on YouTube. I'll timestamp your questions. Let's keep going with Patreon.
Matt O says, "Hi from Australia. I'll hopefully be asleep when you're streaming this. Haha. I don't really have a question. I just wanted to say that I'm really enjoying the streams. I usually watch the VODs while studying, and the current Persona stream has really cheered me up while going through a hard time. There aren't many content creators that can make me physically laugh out loud. I appreciate the consistent content on Twitch, and I hope you're enjoying making it, even if it can be pretty exhausting. Anyway, hope the Q&A this month is going well and you're both having a good night. Victus."
Thanks, Victus. Thanks, Matt. Hope you're doing better. Hard time. Here's to you. We're lifting up our cans.
We lift our Coke cans to you.
Here you go.
Isn't he in stream right now?
Is he?
I thought I saw Victus not long ago. Maybe he's not sleeping.
Not asleep? Oh, he's here. Get to sleep, Victus. Get to sleep. Thank you for the kind words.
Hope you're doing better.
Also, at the risk of kind of alienating other people, but it's late. Thank you for not asking a question.
Yeah, it's 3:45 in the morning now. I'm sure the boys will be up at 8. So
we're almost.
Much love from Toronto.
We're almost done, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people left. Okay, and the next one's kind of short. All right.
Taylor H says, "How does downloading affect your analytics? I download most of your videos through the YouTube mobile app, YouTube Red. Does that count as a view for you? Thanks." You
dirty pirate stealing my money. Wow. Downloading instead of giving me my hard-earned views and ad revenue. Wow.
Tisk.
Wow. How the balls to just admit it too, right? Wow. In all seriousness, I have no idea. Just continue doing it. Yep. I don't if the YouTube mobile app lets you and YouTube Red, I think YouTube Red actually has a separate ad revenue system, doesn't it? Yeah. I have no idea. If it is in the back end, I have no idea where it would be. I've never seen it. I've never found it. Maybe if I went digging around to get the analysis tab, then I would. Analytics tab, I would find it. But yeah. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I don't see how it could possibly affect anything poorly. Yeah, just don't worry about it.
Good morning from Greece. We don't usually get from Greece.
No, we don't. Not usually.
Yes, Tutsikanis.
Ooh.
Kalimera. Irvin?
I think so.
Hope this isn't posted too late. From watching your streams and reviews, it seems that you tend to have a policy of playing most or all of the games directly related to a game you're critiquing. Example, feeling like you should play the other Persona games before writing a critique of Persona 5. However, games have also been becoming larger in scope and therefore take far longer to finish compared to other types of media. For some series, the time investment to play all the games has long reached the point of ridiculousness. While thinking about this, I wanted to ask, at what point would you consider it an unrealistic requirement to play all the prior games in a series before releasing a critique, perhaps in terms of hours or how far back in a series you go?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I don't think it's always necessary, and I think there have been times where I've done something that proved that it wasn't necessary. I don't think that my videos on Fallout 4 would have been made that much better, or any better at all, really, by playing Fallout 1 and 2. Maybe I could have made some references and made some points to strengthen some arguments, but I don't think it would be that much better. I don't think it's that important. Obviously, I haven't played them, so I'm speaking out of ignorance here, but the new Fallout games are so different from the first two that I think that there's a massive degree of separation there. And that's kind of gets to the crux of the question, really. If there was a big shift in the series somewhere along the line, then I think you don't have to go further back than that, especially if there's been multiple shifts as well. So something like Final Fantasy series would be beyond ridiculous and completely unrealistic and completely unwarranted too, to go back and play every single Final Fantasy game and all the spin-offs and, you know, all the different versions of what that game is, and the sequels to Final Fantasy 7, you know, Dirge of Cerberus, and then Final Fantasy X and X2, and where they aren't they, don't the characters suddenly become a dance group or something and go around singing songs at festivals, and part of the game is about getting the right outfits for them or something, and you know, and then Final Fantasy 13-2, and then 13-3 Lightning Returns or whatever, you know, and Knuckles, you know. I think that there is definitely a cutoff that you can look at, and you can say, okay, no more. I don't need to go back further than that. But there are also games that stay quite tight to the original idea and the original concept. And I think that for something like Mario, that I would prefer to have the knowledge to go back. Zelda as well. And I'm happy that I've already played a lot of those games, but there's always going to be some amount of merit in a newcomer looking at something without the bias of the previous games. So they'll be able to see things that someone with bias and experience might not. So they have a fresh pair of eyes that don't come with any assumptions or anything like that. Someone might enjoy Breath of the Wild far more than I did, or they might somehow enjoy it less. I don't know. So we'll see. I'm sure there's a review out there somewhere. I would really prefer if it was a big long critique video of someone who's new to the series, but I don't think that exists, sadly, for Breath of the Wild. But if anyone knows it, I would watch it. That would be pretty good. There's something else I was gonna say. Right. But the other side of that is something like Persona, where for me, the way I do my videos, as much as there may be merit in being a newcomer and being able to give that fresh perspective, I don't think I would be comfortable doing it for every series. And Persona 5, for whatever reason, has struck me as the kind of game that I don't think I could do it. I think I would want to know more about the progression of this series before I spoke about it. Whereas in Nier Automata, I feel like I have a good grasp of Nier Automata, and while I do understand that there are some characters and references and things of that nature that I'm not fully appreciating, I think that I'm appreciating far enough of it. That's not right, is it?
No.
That's not good English. That's not good England. Enough of it. Just say enough of it. That I can write about it, and I can structure my thoughts. So I think that the decision is going to come down to just a feeling. I'm sure if I sat here and wrote about it and thought about it for a long time, I might be able to find a common thread between something like Persona 5 and and other games of that nature where I would feel compelled to go back and play the previous games in the series than I would with something like Fallout. Yeah. But right now, I don't know how to properly determine that. We're going to edit that out.
How big of a requirement is this for you to write a proper critique? Or how much of a series genre do you feel like you need to play before you feel qualified or prepared to write one?
Oh, so this is a continuation of the past question. Okay, I wish I had read ahead and figured that out. I could have answered them together. Again, it's going to depend on the game in the series, and it's also going to be something that, unfortunately, is not going to be readily apparent until I'm in the writing process or maybe even finish the whole project. I'm sure that there is a series out there somewhere that if I played the latest one and then I thought, okay, you know what, I need to go back and play the rest of them, that I might sit down after playing all the rest of the games and look at the screen and go, well, shit, that was a waste of time because I got nothing out of that. You know, I'm pretty sure that could happen. And that's the risk of that you take when you're being thorough. But that's kind of how I've set myself. I want to be thorough and I want to have most of the full picture when it comes to most things. Like I just said, I don't know exactly why I will draw the line sometimes and not do it, but I would guess that not aside from just having a feeling and thinking after being done with the game that I feel like I can fully understand it, I would guess that aside from that, it would also be time constraints, that if I do look back and think, okay, well, if I play another game in the series to find out I might be in for a penny in for a pound and I'm going to be playing all these games for 3 months and then before I even start writing, you know? Whereas for something like The Witcher, and it's more personal, that I want to play Witcher 1, 2, read the books, play Witcher 3, all the DLC, because I think that Witcher 3 is going to be a game that I really, 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 really enjoy. I think I'm going to have a lot to say critically about it, but I think I'm going to really enjoy it because I enjoyed what I played of Witcher 1, and I pretty much beat Witcher 1 already, and I enjoyed what I played of Witcher 2 a while back when it came out, and I really want to play Witcher 3 when it came out as well, and I'm sad that I haven't got a chance to play it yet. So it's more of a, I want to do right by the series, and I want to play them anyway, so why not roll it into one, if that makes sense? But I think that save games that have a very tight continuity when it comes to story, so think of something like Metal Gear Solid, I think that you can pretty much isolate any game in a series and you could probably do a decent job with it, especially if you are someone that focuses on gameplay. I think you can definitely make that work. And that's the strength of not being someone that just looks at story, right? Because you can have that flexibility to look at how gameplay works in a vacuum. And sure, there may be some really great comparisons that you can make to previous games, but they're not strictly necessary. It's just a good tool that you can fall back on. I think that's it.
What's the most amount of time you've spent playing a series' previous games just for one critique? Example, you didn't make separate videos on those other games.
Odyssey, absolutely, because I had to go back and play pretty much every single 3D Mario and some of the 2D Marios as well. Yeah, Odyssey, no question. Yeah, going back and playing all those games. That's the most amount of time, just for one video. For other games, I went back and played most of the other Dark Souls games whenever I've made a Dark Souls video. Dark Souls 3, I think I went back and played Dark Souls 1 and 2 again. When I made Dark Souls 2, I played Dark Souls 1 again. That sort of thing. I go back and I just refresh myself with the previous games. I'm pretty comfortable with them. Well, I was pretty comfortable with them. I haven't played Dark Souls in a long time now, so I'm probably pretty rusty, especially in the first and second games. 3, I think I would still have down, but I went back and I played them. I think I played Bloodborne again at one point too, because I just wanted to make sure that I had my head on right when it came to all the different intricacies and how the series was progressing. So that took up a decent chunk of time. As for others, I didn't play the Uncharted games again. In fact, I only played them once. And that's one of the few videos where I only played the games through once. I didn't felt any need to play them again. I did play Uncharted 4 twice, and I just got done playing the Uncharted games before I played Uncharted 4. Maybe I played Uncharted 3 again after I played Uncharted 4. I can't remember for the video. Maybe I played Uncharted 3 again. Sorry to think out loud like that. Zelda, I didn't go back and play any other games. I didn't feel the need to do it. And I think that was the right decision. And I already played them and I had most of them in my memory. I think that's it. It's kind of a loose connection, but for Prey, I went and played System Shock 2 and some of BioShock. They're not in the same series, but I felt that was important. When I played Rise of the Tomb Raider and did the video on that, I played the first Tomb Raider again. It was 2013, even though I just done a video on it, because I don't know why. I just felt the need to. And that's it. Yeah. That was a pretty long-winded answer. Hopefully that's okay. Why does chat look weird?
Are you at the bottom or not?
I'm at the bottom.
Right.
Was that the end of the questions for Irvin? Yeah, it was. Okay. Hold on. Where is my chat? Oh no, it's all gone. Who are you gonna hire for editing? I PM'd you, but it looks like you forgot about me. I've been in talks with somebody for about I think 2 weeks. If you're who I think you are, I was already in talks with someone before you messaged me. And I haven't forgot about you. I haven't checked my Discord messages in a while. I have a lot of them. They build up, and I'm usually really busy with other things, so I can't always check them properly. There is no real reliable way to talk to me, unfortunately. Unless you somehow had my cell phone number.
Even then.
It's not just about the channel. It's about being still a somewhat new father. It's just chaos. Have I seen Dunkirk? No, I haven't. I haven't seen Dunkirk. Every time Joe calls out your name, I chuckle. What? What did I do?
I missed it. I have no idea.
All right, let's keep going with Patreon. I think we'll take a couple questions at the end after we're done with Patreon because it is getting late. Well, it is late. It's getting even later.
Titus F. Hi, Joseph and Lily. I'm a new Patreon. In fact, you're the first person I've decided to support on Patreon, mainly because I really enjoy your content.
Thank you so much.
Edith Finch and Somavids in particular.
Yeah, people really like those ones.
And of all the creators I follow, I feel like I can trust you. You're honest and upfront about things, and I feel you go above and beyond to do things the way you think they should be done and not in the way that might make the most money. So thank you for that. Now to the questions.
Thank you. I do try with that. Thank you.
I've been doing YouTube a little over a year, and the past few months have been the first months where the channel has made any notable amount of money. I preface that because it has me wondering if I'd enjoy doing YouTube content creation full-time, mainly because I'd be home most of the time. Being a full-time content creator, do you ever feel trapped in your house, and if so, how do you manage that?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. But that's not because... That's not really because of the job. That's mostly because of our quote-unquote house, which is a tiny apartment
with no balcony.
With no balcony, on the top floor. With you know, so it's a little journey to get outside. We're quite cramped in here. I joke that the apartment isn't that tiny. It's it's probably one of the larger ones that we've lived in. And by I mean my family before me and Lily became a family too. We lived in some apartments. We had my family. My parents owned a house on a couple of separate occasions. We moved a lot, but we did live in a couple of apartments when we were in Canada before. And this apartment is fairly nice compared to those. I do have to admit that. But it's not great. It's small for the four of us plus the dogs. I feel mostly cramped because of that and trapped. But yeah, it's not so much about the job. If you're concerned about that, that's probably a good sign that you will feel trapped. If you're already thinking that before you're even in that situation, that's a really good sign that you should prepare for that and find some way to have some source of relief so that doesn't get to you a lot. So I would suggest, if you are in a house and the house has enough space, that you have a completely separate work area. If you can devote a whole room to it, that would be ideal. And only go into that room for work as much as possible. Obviously, there's going to be times where you have to slip in to do whatever you need to do. But try to make this the work room and you only go in there for work. I think that would be a good suggestion. And when we move, that's what I plan on doing. I think having some separation is good there too. If you do become successful enough, renting out some office space, or a separate work area somewhere else is not completely out of the question. If we were better situated in a place that we were going to stay long term, and if we didn't have the kids, I might consider doing that for myself, but it's not really an option for us right now, and it won't be for a while. Yeah, and congratulations on your YouTube channel growing. Do you think of anything else to add to that?
I'm just thinking about what I read about, I think it was a blogger or something, people who work from home, and they said that you should try and treat your day more as if you were getting up and going to work.
Mm-hmm.
So you should get up and get dressed, shower, whatever you're going to do, get dressed, and kind of have some structure if you can through your day. So it's not just like it's just another day at home where you're just lounging about in your sweatpants and you're not, you might feel more productive and more normalcy, if you treat it like you were going to work. Always break up the day too. You could go for a walk or something. You could take your laptop or whatever and go to the donut shop and have a change of scenery. Or
just watch out for the donut pirate.
Definitely.
Yeah, watch out for the donut pirate. Maybe every morning you actually just go outside and walk around the house once and then go back inside. So it's like you kind of walk to work,
I wouldn't go that far.
Get some fresh air. What do you mean?
Sounds like insanity. One of the first videos of yours I ran across was The Lion, the Witcher, and the Patreon. I know before that video you were both just making ends meet. Before the growth after that video, how did you keep your household afloat, being a small YouTuber and writing books?
It was pretty tough. Lily and I are used to getting along with very little money. I don't want to go too much into details, and I also don't want to sound like we're giving a sob story or whatever, but we've never had any financial support from any of our family. Not that you should expect it, but it is more common nowadays. And beyond that, there was, I wouldn't be so dramatic to call it sabotage, but there let's just say sometimes it was the opposite of support that was provided. And let's just leave it at that. There was a while where we got into, not a lot, but some amount of debt in order to keep ourselves going. So we didn't need to completely collapse or fail. But we managed to keep things going, taking whatever jobs you could. Some contract writing work. Sometimes the books would sell, sometimes they wouldn't. There was bumps where things were doing better than others. And once the YouTube channel got established after No Man's Sky, we weren't getting that far ahead, but it was enough to keep us going fairly comfortably. You know, we weren't. We weren't, you know, oh, we're going to be moving soon, and you know what, we can do whatever we want, you know, like nothing close to that. We're not even there at the moment. I don't think that is going to happen. You know, there are limits to what can happen with this sort of thing. But we were not in any danger of starving or anything like that. It may seem irresponsible for us to have had kids when we did. We were doing a little bit better when we decided to do that, and Canada also has quite a generous, is it Social Security?
It's a child benefit.
Child benefit. It's not Social Security. Child benefit. We were never on anything like workers' compensation or welfare or anything like that. That we managed to keep ourselves away from that by a fair margin throughout our whole adult lives. But the child benefit that Canada provides for low-income families is quite good. So that was a decent amount of help too. Yeah, so just taking as much work as we possibly could when we could.
Being flexible about that work in terms of shifts and everything like that.
Yeah.
But,
and can you think of anything else?
Trying to think.
I mean, I sold a kidney, but you probably don't want to do that.
We were very frugal for a while. Especially with food and stuff like that.
Yeah, we're still pretty frugal. I don't think that. Yeah. It's still it sounds stupid, and if you've been here for multiple streams, you probably are sick of hearing about it. But yeah, it doesn't seem real still. The amount of money coming in with Patreon and the success of the channel, absolutely not. It seems completely unreal, and we're still not used to it.
Biggest change for me has been going to the grocery store, and not having to worry that the cart's not going to go through.
Yeah.
That for me is, I don't have to worry about the credit card being at limit. I don't have to worry that there's not enough money in my bank account, that the debit's not going to go through. You know, that's to me. I used to worry all the time about, you get to cash and I'd have a bit of anxiety about, you know, did I pay it? You know, is everything okay? You know,
don't you still get that no matter what, even just a little bit?
I have now. If the credit card doesn't go through, I can pay with the debit, and if the debit doesn't go through, if the machine's down, I'm screwed. But like, you know, because I don't have cash. But
if the machine's down, you just say the joke that everyone hates. Well, it must be free.
Never heard that one before.
And they just punch you, and you deserve it.
But yeah, that's for me. That's been the biggest change is not having to worry so much about if we can afford the food.
No, I did not sell a kidney.
For this question, feel free to read this off stream, although you're welcome to answer on stream if you like. I changed the way I create content after watching your videos. I do tech reviews, and since watching your videos, I changed to using a written and edited script instead of doing everything off the cuff, and since then my channel has grown 5 times over the past 4 months, from 500 subs to now 2,700, with more subs every day.
Cool, congratulations.
So thank you. Since making this change, I've modified my process of turning written scripts into full videos several times, and I think I've nearly perfected my method, resulting in my videos taking less time to make and being higher quality. Also, the editing process has been less mind-numbing. I really like your videos, and my only small complaint is I wish you made more. I think some of the ideas and processes I've come across could benefit the speed in which you record and edit your videos without sacrificing quality. So my question is, would you like to hear some of these ideas, processes, and if so, how could I best get them to you? I totally understand if you're comfortable with your current process, and if I don't receive a response, I'll assume you're satisfied with your current process. I would just be honored to help if I can. Best of luck in the future. I'm excited to see your next big project. I'm putting this at the bottom because you definitely don't need to plug this on the stream, but if you wanted to see my channel for considering the last question, it's... I don't know if I should say it.
You can say it, it's fine. I'm okay with that.
YouTube.com, the search for Austin. Oh, I've seen you in Discord. Okay. I saw you. He's green now. He's a content.
Oh, is he? Okay. I'm comfortable with my current process. I'm always open for feedback and suggestions. However, as we've gone over a couple times during the stream, I don't know if I would even have time to read it and consider it properly and respond to you. And I'm going to guess from when I've been asked to give some feedback for other people that it would take you some time to explain it all and type it all out. So for now, let's say no, because I don't want you to waste your time when I can't guarantee that I can get a response. But that might change after we move. I think that my process is fairly efficient. It could probably be better. I self-learned or self-taught, whatever you would call it, from the beginning to now. But yeah, again, sorry to repeat myself for people who've been for the whole stream. The biggest problem right now isn't the video making itself. I love them, but it's the kids. It's
We're in the middle of terrible twos now.
It's people are gonna say it's the streaming, and the streaming does take up some amount of time that could go to video work, definitely. But I said this in a recent Patreon post, and I've had to say it in Discord a bit, but I would be playing games anyway. You know, that's part of the job. I need to play a lot of games, and that's part of the job that I've been neglecting a little bit. Not completely, but I have been neglecting a little bit. It is not good that there are so many games that came out in 2017 that I skipped over. Same for 2016. It's not good that there have been a lot of popular games that I've never played and I have no point of reference for. The Batman games is an example that I keep going to because people are usually really, really shocked that I haven't played the Batman games, the Arkham ones. It's the issue is our living conditions and the kids more than anything else, and hopefully that's going to change in the next few months. If anyone's curious, and I can say this on the Patreon stream because I wouldn't bother with this in a normal stream, and I'm guessing that patrons usually are the ones that watch the stream more than others. The reason why it took so long, it's taking so long to properly move, is since it was a stretch goal on Patreon. The first part is that we never expected to hit that pledge goal a month after we put it up, because we weren't expecting The Lion and the Witcher and the Patreon to do so well so quickly. We thought it would be a slow ramp up to it. You know, it would be, okay, we're getting close to that pledge goal, and that would coincide with our lease running out here, you know, because you have to have a lease for, you know, like where are you going to move? And also the big thing for getting a mortgage, and we can afford a mortgage outside of Toronto because the work's online, we could live anywhere. You need to have income displayed on your latest income tax report, which comes in April and May up here. So you know, there's those three things that have taken so long to coincide with each other. I know this isn't what you're asking, by the way. Sorry, I just kind of using that as a springboard to explain a couple things. I hope you're okay with that. Yeah. So we're hoping that we're gonna really see some quick progress in that in the next 2 months. But I don't know how familiar people are with getting your income tax, what are they called? Sheets? What are they called from the States? I can't remember. Up here, there's like T1 and stuff, right? But what is it from the States? They have the whole different form system, right? Maybe it's.
I don't know if I ever knew.
Maybe it's the same. Maybe it's the same system. We haven't received them yet. You know, it takes a while. There are deadlines that companies have, and they'll send them out, and then you have to do it. So it's not something you can do. You know,
usually mid-April they come in.
Right on the button. At least I don't think there's a way. Maybe there is, and I'm just not familiar with it. But I'm definitely far from an expert when it comes to tax and stuff like that. So yeah.
But basically, we have to go back to the bank and show proof of income, and fingers crossed. Or we have to go into a bigger rental.
Are you settled on hiring that person, or can you still change your mind? If you don't want answer to that, just tell to fuck off so I can stop posting this question. I've had chat minimized for the past 20 minutes while reading these questions. Sorry. Chat's been down. I haven't seen it. We're not settled on anything yet, but we're definitely going to be going with that person as a first trial. Yeah, because that's who we spoke to first. Yep. I haven't seen your messages yet, but if you still want to be considered for that, we can speak about it. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. What did we miss?
I thought I saw something. Oh, Camille was about you.
About the kidney?
Yeah, I saw something when you were scrolling.
You say this isn't a weeb channel, but your best streams have literally been weeb shit. Do you think so? W2, that's it. Yeah, I remember W2. Yeah, I remember that. 1098, that sounds a little familiar as well. Yeah. Because we got some last time. Yeah. Questions for Lily. Are you a gamer yourself, and did you ever imagine marrying someone who plays games for a living? Serious question, but also Kappa.
I'm not a gamer, not by any standard. I play games when I'm in the mood, and I'll play for a week or two, and then I won't touch it for months. So I'm definitely not a gamer. Even though I kind of wish I was a gamer sometimes, because I think that would be kind of cool. But I don't have enough drive.
No, you're a girl.
Yeah, I kind of think there would be something kind of cool about being a gamer girl, but I don't have enough drive to actually make it happen. So it's just like alternate universe Lily. I didn't think anything would really come of this, to be honest. So no, I didn't expect to marry someone who plays games for a living. He always played them, but they were always just a hobby. And I didn't think when he said, I'm going to write a script and make a video, I didn't think anything would really come of it. I thought it would just be another extension to the hobby. Surprise.
Is Nutella a kind of jam? It's a spread. It's not a jam.
It's a spread.
It's a spread. Reciteer,
it's kind of
Nier,
like peanut butter. It's the same kind of...
Xenoblade Chronicles 2, all the best shit. Was Nier a good stream? I can't remember if Nier was a good stream. That was one of the first games we did stream. Yeah. Is Undertale weeb shit? Oh no. You don't have to re-render videos in Adobe Premiere to combine them. You can remux them using FMmpeg, which is faster than re-encoding. I think I tried to do something like that and I couldn't get it to work. You are almost certainly correct. But yeah, I couldn't get it to work. And honestly, the way my computer renders things, if Adobe Premiere wasn't fucking up, it wouldn't take that long. It's the problem that Adobe Premiere is running into this issue, is what's slowing it down. But yeah, that could be a good solution. Shit, I thought it could create some discussion. He's trying to reenact the hot dog versus sandwich debate. Yeah. Don't think we don't know. Okay, there are 2 people left for Patreon, and we'll take a couple more questions from chat, and then we're done.
We're out.
And then Lily streams to Lily dreams.
I hope so. More like Lily wakes up way too early and is really grumpy in the morning.
So I think these next 2 people got their questions in because we had to postpone the stream because of doctor's appointments. So really, we should say no, but it was kind of shitty that we had to postpone it. So we'll allow it. We'll allow it.
Matthias N says, "Hi Joe, I hope this isn't too late. I had a lot of excellent P5 streams to watch this week. I have some questions about puzzle games for you."
No, I changed my mind. It's too late.
First, some quick yes/no ones. Would you say you like puzzle and or adventure games?
Puzzle games, yes. Adventure games, depends on your definition of adventure. If you mean something like Longest Journey, I'm gonna say I'm gonna go with I don't know. I'd have to play some recent ones.
You've mentioned liking Day 9 on stream. Have you ever seen his show, Mostly Walking, about adventure games?
I have, but I've never seriously sat down and watched one. I can't really watch anything by Day 9 or any other streamer anymore, really, because I just don't have the time, unfortunately. But I love Day 9.
Even though some puzzle games are my favorite video games ever, I found others to be extremely frustrating. Watching your content, I assume you feel similarly. Personally, I've started grouping puzzle games in 3 categories. 1. Games with clear rules known by the player, Solitaire, Sudoku, Minesweeper. 2. Games focused around figuring out the rules, Antechamber, and most adventure games. 3. Games about the interaction of rules, Sausage Roll, Zachtronics Games, Factorio. Pretty much all of my favorite puzzle games, fall into the third category, while the second one is my least favorite. My questions: does this distinction feel helpful to you as well? Any thoughts? The last two categories both require some guesswork. I found some interactions in Sausage Roll to be more guesses than anything else as well, but still enjoyed it immensely. Someone else already asked a general guesswork question, so maybe you covered this. Do you think there is something inherently different between the trial and error required in the games in Category 2 and 3? Would you agree that most games in Category 2 would improve by adding some component of Category 1 and 3, like your turn-based combat argument? Thank you for your answers. P.S. Please play Space Cam someday. Even off-stream, I think you would enjoy the contrast to Infinifactory.
I'd really like to play Space Cam. Yeah, I'd like to get back to Opus Magnum as well. Yeah, those two games really interest me a lot. All right, so this is a fairly loaded question. There's a lot to consider here and a lot to go over. So let's break it down a bit. So puzzle games are separated into three categories: games with clear rules known by the player, Solitaire, Sudoku, and Minesweeper; games focused around figuring out the rules, Antichamber, and most adventure games; and three games about the interaction of rules, Sausage Roll, Zachtronics games, and Factorio. And there's a discussion about which one's best, which one's the least favorite for Matthias, and if they could benefit from different qualities from different categories being mixed together, and how much of them require guesswork. I think there is definitely a fundamental difference between trial and error and the guesswork between something like Steven Sausage Roll and I'm going to say most adventure games. Antichamber, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable completely lumping into that. Antichamber seemed to have some moments where it was guesswork, but or looking at something and going, I don't really understand this, and I need to just experiment to find out what the rule means. But at the same time, there were times in Antichamber where you were often looking at something and going, yeah, I understand what this is, I understand what it's asking of me, and I just need to be able to just pull it off and figure out the little intricacies of it, I believe. But yeah, you're definitely right that there were parts of Antichamber that were just kind of left up to interpretation, for lack of a better word, although interpretation might be a good word for it. Yeah. I think the difference is that in something like Steven Sausage Roll and Factorio and Zachtronics games is that whenever you make a mistake, you can look at it, and as long as you're not completely spacing out, you can understand immediately why something isn't working. Whereas in a game, in some other game where it doesn't work that way, you might look at it and go, well, maybe I just didn't execute this properly, or maybe I'm not understanding it, maybe I need to do something first but before I do this, or after I do this, that sort of thing. Where if a game, whereas the other type of games, if they're teaching you properly, you should immediately know, oh yeah, I messed up, okay, I need to try something else, and you can... Sorry, there's a car outside. I think it got picked up on the microphone. And you can work through it. Unfortunately, we spoke about riddles and puzzles and the difference in them in the previous answer. Sorry, in an answer to a previous question that you actually mentioned in your question. I don't want to repeat myself from that. I do agree with you that I prefer the games in the first and third category, with the third category likely being my favorite overall. I do think there is some great qualities in the second category, so I'm not willing to write it off completely. And I do think that as long as... I was about to say, as long as it's not too obtuse, you can get some really good enjoyment out of it, but that's always going to be deeply subjective. I know everything's going to be subjective, but like really, it's going to differ on levels of different frustration for different players. Antichamber was frustrating for me in a couple moments, but the most time it was ever frustrating for me was when a place led to a dead end, and I was led to believe that I was maybe even approaching the end of the game, and it turns out that I wasn't. The Witness also has an element of that too, and I would say that The Witness is almost certainly a mix between 2 and 3. So if you haven't played The Witness, which I'm guessing you have, that's a pretty good example of when they're mixed together. I would probably say that The Witness is more in the third category and has elements mixed of the second category to make it more mysterious and interesting, and to have these eureka moments that are there as an appetizer for what happens next when you go through and demonstrate that you understood the Eureka moment and you're going through all the rules that you just taught yourself. I don't think that's a good way of qualifying it, though, that in those games you're teaching yourself things and discovering things for yourself, because you still do that in the third type of game, especially in your examples. In Sausage Roll and Factorio does have a tutorial, but you can skip it and it's not really necessary. But there are some helping hands along the way, but you're really just going through some relatively simple mechanics that are built on as you go through. And I do think that you do teach yourself in the same way, but it's definitely not as profound or as wow moments, I don't think. Zachtronic games are an outlier. Hmm. Let me look at chat. What does chat think? The Witness is probably 2 and 3. Yeah, I think so too. Wow, I'm getting some crazy deja vu right now. I think that one of the key differences that you can identify is, can you look at a puzzle, and we'll call them puzzles in all games. Can you look at a puzzle and without even moving the controller or looking at any or starting to just put shit down and just try it out, can you figure out a solution to get through? And if you can, even though it may be difficult, but if you can and also be close to certain that it's going to work, I think that would be a sign of how trial and error is different to a game, that you cannot do that. So if you're looking at something like a room in Antechamber that has new things that you've never seen before, and you just have to go in and muck around with it and see how it all works, or that place in Celeste that we're not allowed to talk about anymore on stream, those are definitely different in that distinct quality to most of the puzzles in Stephen Sausage Roll. There are some times in Stephen Sausage Roll where I would think you are right, and there is some trial and error, and you don't really understand how some things are going to work. Again, I don't want to spoil it, but I think you've played the game, you know what I'm talking about. But for the vast majority of them, you are able to look it through and just like you can in Factorio and Zachtronic games, and be like, okay, I can figure this out. I know exactly how it all works. The rules are always the same. They've been introduced well, and I can put this all together and I can arrange it. I don't think there's anything else I can say about it, unfortunately. And I'm worried that maybe it's because I'm getting tired because we're right at the end. But I don't think so. The other key part is that when you're with guesswork is when you are trying to guess your way to something and you're not really even sure when you get something wrong, never mind if you get something right. I think that's another key distinction, that The Witness can be somewhat vague about too, or difficult about too. But then The Witness is not so much, it's very clear when you got it wrong, but sometimes it gets more complicated here. You don't know why it's wrong. Do you know what I mean? I think that's worth thinking about as well. But that's mostly in The Witness when you don't know the rule because you haven't gone to the right place yet. It's interesting that the game lets you try. I wonder if there was some debate that Jonathan Blow had with making it so panels around the island that need you sorry, the panels are on the island that first introduce that have concepts that are first introduced somewhere else on the island. If he thought about not making them activate until you had gone to that part of the island, but maybe he thought that would be too confusing and people would think that they had to light the panels up somehow by activating a power source nearby. I don't know, because there are a few where I feel that there's no reasonable way that you could work it out just by staring at it. Especially the one with the black and white squares in the quarry. I think I'm remembering that one properly. So there, it's a teaching problem, and it becomes firmly into the second category, and where things are completely guesswork and kind of chaotic as well. And I would say at that point, unfair for you to expect you to be able to solve it. The game doesn't expect you to either, but it still lets you try. Mm-hmm. I think that's all I can say. Sorry. Hope that's okay, Matthias. I think I'm getting tired though. Maybe you can expand on the question for next time, and I'll if I see it, I'll put it sooner into the list, and I can do better. Maybe I'm not tired though. Maybe that's all I have to say. Or sorry, I know I am tired, but maybe that's not affecting me. Anyway, I think we're on the last person, Lily.
It's Micah, right?
I think so, yeah.
Every time I forget how to say this.
Is it Mika or Micah?
I'm sorry. I think I've been corrected already, and I can't remember now. I want to say Micah, but it might be Mika. This should be at least a $5 pledge. Only charging $1 per question is highway robbery. I'm not complaining. I just wanted to point out that you're valuing your time too modestly, and my wallet thanks you for it. On to the questions.
Do other people feel that way? I guess if some people say yes, then they must really mean it. I don't know. I'll look in chat later and the response to the comments on Patreon and on YouTube if anyone answers. But anyway, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
If you haven't read them, I know it's a wasted question, but the world needs your review of the Harry Potter book franchise. LOL. As a fantasy writer and fan, what aspects of the novels do you think were done well and done poorly? Did you read them as they were released, or did you wait until later to experience them? What's your favorite and least favorite book in the series, and why? You could replace favorite book with favorite plotline if you don't remember what happened in which book. Lily's opinion on them would be welcome here too.
I've read all of the Harry Potter books in the main series except for the first one. I don't know why, I just never read the first one. If I remember correctly, my sister had them, and I was old enough that I was just like, oh, these books are so shit, they're just for kids, and I picked it up to read it, to hate on it, and ended up just reading the whole thing and being like, oh, okay, you know what, they're actually pretty good. So that was with Chamber of Secrets, I believe. I think by the time I started reading them, they had just released either Goblet of Fire or Order of the Phoenix. I think that's when it came. That's when I started reading them. And I don't think I read any more until the last one was out. I just waited and read them. I enjoyed them quite a bit. I fundamentally looked at them as mystery books instead of or thrillers than anything else. The fantasy parts were interesting, but they were more just there just to service a story and move it along. And the magic is very soft in that series. Soft meaning it doesn't have soft magic versus hard magic systems. It's not hard. It doesn't have strict rules. It's just whatever works, and it's just sort of magic that's powered by will, instead of this is how the magic works, and this is the result of the spell, and this is the limits of magic, and this is how we can always do. It's very the power of emotion and love and all that other stuff. That's not to say it doesn't have moments where it is hard, but yeah, that's how I remember it. Apart from things like that, it's been so long that I honestly don't really remember it all that much. I remember enjoying Goblet of Fire because of the dragons, but I just like dragons. I've always kind of thought dragons were cool. Not as much as my avatar and everything may appear. I never meant to have a whole persona about dragons. It was just that was the book cover that I had, and I thought that would make the best icon. But I am fond of dragons. I thought the ending was fairly well done. And I particularly enjoyed how the last book was a twist and so different than what came before. It broke out of the formula. You know what I mean? If you've read them, you know what I mean. I'm trying not to spoil it, even though I think most people have read them. I haven't watched the movies, and I'm a bit hazy on a bit of some of the plot lines in some of the books. So I can't speak more about them than that. Sorry. Some of it's coming back to me now. Maybe Prisoner of Azkaban is my favorite.
I don't remember them all.
Because I like the Dementors, and I like the Patronus thing. Yeah, some of it's coming back to me now. Maybe Prisoner of Azkaban is my favorite. Yep. What do you think, Lily?
I think I read the first one and the third one. I don't think I read the second one. My brother had them, and he really loved them. I've said a few times now, there was, when I was in high school, they were just obsessed with it. They wrote fan fiction. They wanted Joe to say the words and the names in a British accent. Like all lunch hour, that's all you heard about was Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings. One girl believed she was really an elf, you know, like they just kind of any interest I had in them, they just kind of took and just wrung it out, you know. And I just got so sick of hearing about it that it just really wrecked it for me. And I read them because my brother had them and they were there. I actually did quite enjoy the world more than the stories. I don't really remember the stories very well, what was really happening, but I was impressed with her world building. I really enjoyed the magic element of it and wizards and that kind of thing.
You like witches?
I love witches, and so that kind of thing does appeal to me. But I think if I had have had a different group of friends, I probably would have really enjoyed them, and I probably would have read all of them by now. But I have only read the 2 books, and I do want to read the rest of them because I have a feeling I'll be reading them to Finn and Leo. But yeah, I don't really have any strong opinions, and I don't remember. It's very vague now. I don't really remember anymore. We're going back like 15 years or something since I read them.
It's kind of sad how the opinions of a bunch of people can ruin it and the reaction for you. And I don't mean sad like, oh, you should have gotten over it. I mean, because it happened to me too. I think it's sad. Star Wars was ruined a little bit like that for me when I was a kid, and Lord of the Rings, funnily enough. Just these trends that would just not stop fucking talking about them, you know.
Which one would you marry? And I want to have his baby, and you know, if this one was with this one, what kind of baby would they have, and what would they name it, and what would it look like? And like, just shut up.
Spoiling the story and just talking about it incessantly, and you know, yeah, just I shouldn't have let it affect me, but I was pretty young, and it just got. I don't know how you could like a thing could survive that amount of relentless just masturbating.
I was like 16 when this was.
But Harry Potter was not ruined like that for me.
With all the weeb games you've been playing and the enjoyment you've gotten from them, do you still truly hate anime, or have you begrudgingly developed an ironic love for it? And are you sick of hearing the Persona Battle song yet, because you'll hear it another 1,000 times before it's over?
Never see it coming. I like the battle theme. Someone in chat keeps asking me if I can get the DLC to change the battle themes, but I like the battle theme, and I'm not sure about buying DLC just to do that. Maybe they should have added more battle themes. That would have been pretty good. I don't hate anime. I've never hated anime. It's always been a joke and a way to taunt chat. I think most of chat knows that. I enjoy Persona 5 very much, and I'm not ashamed that I like it because it's anime. I know some people think that I was ashamed that I started enjoying Xenoblade Chronicles 2, so I had to lie and make it seem like it was ironic love, but it's like no, I loved Xenoblade Chronicles 2 because it was funny and I thought it was a joke, you know, and but I like Persona 5 on its own terms. I haven't watched any anime, so I still can't say whether I like it or I hate it or I, begrudgingly respect it or anything like that. I think I will have to eventually just to have some conversation point. And as more and more people tell me that this type of game has tropes from anime, and if you watch a lot of anime, then you just understand that this is how things are. So I don't really want to watch anime because it doesn't really interest me that much, and I don't have a lot of time. But if it's going to be relevant in some way to video games and videos I might end up making, so if I make a video on Persona 5 at some point in the far future, then it might be worth watching some anime for research purposes. You know what I mean? And hopefully I'd find something I would enjoy. I would like to have why not? Yeah, if I'm gonna, why not wave a magic wand and make yourself be able to enjoy almost anything? It's more things to enjoy, right? Like, why not?
I didn't realize there was so much of a, what's the word, medium for it. I always knew about anime and everything.
Audience, you mean?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the word is I want, but I didn't really put a label on it, I guess is what I'm saying. This type of video game, I never really associated it with, well, if you like this kind of video game, then you must like this kind of movie, or, it's all just strictly anime. So I'm kind of surprised by all of the you must love it or you must hate it, and this is the label that it is, and that it's not just another game, like it has to be bigger than that. There's a whole other world out there of anime.
A whole other world.
You've mentioned that horror games are completely ineffective on you. Is the same true for horror movies? Do you have any fears? I mean, irrational fears, not the death and taxes kind of fears.
Horror games are not completely ineffective on me. It's that Subnautica scared me for some of it when I first played it. Not on stream because I had already played it enough on my own. But there were moments, I speak about it in the script again, for Subnautica, where after I got the Seamoth, especially, where I was in a new area and I would get out of the Seamoth and I would feel very exposed and nervous, and I would be afraid that something was just about to snatch at me from out of the depths, being on the top of the surface of the water and looking around was very unsettling at times as well. But we'll get to an irrational fear in a second that's kind of linked to Subnautica, that's kind of a strange one. But to stick with games and horror movies at the moment, what happens is that in games is that you die and you learn that there's no punishment and there's no tension and there's nothing there. You just respawn or you reload. You may even get a glimpse of the monster that may kind of look goofy up close. The Amnesia monster kind of looks goofy up close. So do some of the guys in the Leviathans and Subnautica, actually. Horror movies are a little different because horror movies can have jump scares, and I don't like jump scares, probably because I am scared by them, but I would say that's startled, not scared. I don't like being startled. I really do not enjoy it. For that reason, I avoided quite a bit of horror movies because I didn't want those cheap scares to come up. But yeah, I would say horror movies can creep me out. I can't remember any recent ones that got to me. But then again, I don't really watch that many horror movies. I watched It Comes at Night, and there were a couple scenes in that one where it's the camera's really up close on people, and that's kind of disturbing. It's sort of like eye contact that you can't look away from. That can be kind of unsettling, but I wouldn't say it's outright scary. There must be some other horror movie that I watched recently that I can't remember. I thought for sure there was something like that. Anyway, to answer the next question, do you have any fears? And I mean irrational fears, not death and taxes kind of fears. I'm not a huge fan of spiders at all. I'm not. And anything that really slithers and crawls. Spiders, big crabs, like that sort of thing. Scorpions and snakes. I'm not really big on snakes. However, I've never had an opportunity to hold a snake or anything like that, and I've never been close to very, very large spiders. I'm okay with smaller spiders, medium-sized spiders. I think I'm more afraid of the idea of them than the actual spiders themselves, but I'm not sure about that. When I go to sleep at night, sometimes I see spiders crawling on the ceiling. It's part of the hallucinations I get sometimes. That's one of the common ones for me. They're more shadowy spiders crawling on the ceiling and on the walls. Those ones are quite large, but they're not fully formed. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I spoke about having narcolepsy earlier in the stream. Sorry, I'm not a nut job. I swear. The biggest irrational fear I used to have, which is linked to Subnautica, is that I don't know why, and I said this on stream once before, I don't know why, but when I was a teenager, I was afraid that if I thought about something hard enough that I might make it come true. And what I kept thinking about was, what if I thought about teleporting under the ocean so far that I just drowned? I don't know why. It's such a weird fear. It's so specific. I must have had a dream about it somehow, but I was really concerned, and I used to worry that I would be in my room or sitting somewhere, and in 1 second I would just snap, and then suddenly I would be really, really deep underwater, and I would just suddenly suffocate and drown. I don't know why. I just had that kind of weird irrational fear, and I think that also extended to a fear of deep dark water a bit. So Subnautica was probably more enjoyable because of that, because I could get into it for quite a while before the effects wore off.
I don't think I knew that. Someone had asked earlier if there's anything.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Anything about you that I've learned. I don't remember you telling me about that.
I think I've told you that before.
I don't remember it. About the underwater thing, or the thinking it and making it happen thing.
People are talking about insects and centipedes and cockroaches. I'm okay with cockroaches.
I don't like any of them.
I don't like centipedes. I don't like things that crawl. Yeah, I would say insects in general. I'm not really comfortable with insects. If I'm trying to think if there was some sort of wade through like a room full of rats, or wade through a room full of spiders and centipedes and other big creepy crawlies, I think I'm going with the rats. And I don't think I would hesitate much in that decision either. Even maybe if the rats are the poor decision for that, I don't know. I don't think I don't think I would do well with the big creepy crawlies. Not a very manly fear, but that's okay. You and everyone should check out Anatomy. Very, very good horror game. Never heard of it.
I'll just say, you have a lot less than I do. I could probably sit here for a good 10 minutes and list off all the things.
Really?
That freak me out, yeah.
There's probably more that I'm just not thinking of right now.
Birds and fish come to mind. Squirrels. Raccoons.
You're afraid of squirrels?
I always feel like they're going to attack me. I always feel like, what if that one's rabid?
Oh, well, rabies is terrifying.
They slow down sometimes and they look at you, and you kind of look at them, and you're like, okay, is it going to run away? You remember that spell?
Yeah, remember the one that hated me?
Yeah, there was one that used to almost hiss at you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Remember we saw that one that had the really skinny tail that looked like it was sick? I just don't trust them. I feel like they could go at me at any moment, and what would I do? Nothing. But you know what's extremely terrifying? Geese.
Yeah, geese are pretty bad, especially the Canadian variety.
Geese are really bad.
Those hosers don't fuck around, eh? No. You see one of them outside the Timmy's, you just go right back in. You double and roll up the rim right out of there.
No, seriously, they're really bad. They'll chase you.
Yeah, get on out of here, Goose, eh? We don't want no trouble.
I don't like rats.
Joseph has narcolepsy. Does that mean he can't drive? Yep, correct. I can't drive. But I've never been officially denied a license. I could probably try and get a license and appeal it and probably convince my way into being able to get a license and proving myself, I think that could happen. Some narcoleptics have made it happen because I don't get the sudden sleep attacks. But we've never been able to afford a car. We probably could now, but right now we're saving for a house to move.
I missed some bits.
1 second. We have some final questions from Mika. There was some quick questions he asked at the end, and then we can get back to the chat thing. I believe.
A few quick questions. Have you ever been to America?
Yes, I have. I've been to America twice. I've been to Buffalo, and I've been to New York City.
How many new books on average do you read per year? You can give a pre-YouTube answer if your recent career has skewed that number downward, as I'm guessing it has.
It's going to vary between the length of the book. If I'm reading fantasy books, it might be that might take the whole month. If they're smaller, shorter books, it might be a couple of months. But I don't read that much at the moment because I lose a lot of time. But I'm going to say on average probably about maybe one a month, with some months having a lot more, and then I might go a month or two without having to have time to read one, and then back on it. Yeah.
Could you post the last 2 Celeste streams to your YouTube channel? I think you may have forgotten about them. Thank you for answering. I
haven't forgotten. The first 2 are currently still in copyright claim status, so I'm waiting for that to go away before I post the other 2 on there. Yeah, so go complain to the artist that did the music. No, don't. It should be resolved soon. But yeah, I'll put them up as soon as it is. And that's it. We're done. We did it. We did it, Lilybell.
Oh, we did it.
We did it. All right, so let's take a couple more questions from chat, and then we will we will call it. We will call it. Mr. Statistical has used 500 bits. My Jesus Hentai Christ alias would be more appropriate, but whatever. Watch One Punch Man or Riot. It's 12 30-minute episodes. It's on Netflix. There's 0 sexy fan service. Well, what's the point then? And the main character is very well written. It's been recommended before. Yeah. One Punch Man and Cowboy Bebop, I think, would be where I would start. But thank you very much for the bits. There's another big one, isn't it? Full Metal Alchemist or something? Or Death Note? I think those are the ones that people recommend as a first anime. I think Frosted Bricks asked this quite a bit, so let's see if we can answer. How much do you value originality when critiquing a game? How many Poison Swamp Berries in Dark Souls and 2D Marios before it's repetitive? Is Pokemon worthy of any praise despite every game being nearly the same? Well, I think originality is important, and I think that you're not going to get any new blood and new ideas, and you're not going to break any new ground without some attempt at originality. But originality for originality's sake may be a fool's errand. I'm not sure. I think there's probably some merit in it because eventually, you're even striking randomly at the rock, you're going to hit gold eventually if you just keep trying. So why not? It can't go too far wrong, right? But I think it's better to aim and know what you're doing. As for Pokemon, Pokemon is worthy of some praise because you could argue that Pokemon is making the same game just a little better and updated for every generation that is of new kids that is currently between the ages of 8 and 12. And that's why they keep making the same game, and it's our fault as the stupid adults that grew up with them that we are expecting them to make a game that caters to us properly. I do wish that Nintendo would, get their Pokeballs out of their asses and either greatly expand their efforts with Game Freak or commission some sort of different team to take the Pokemon brand if it's possible, and have one team that keeps creating this new type of Pokemon for the new generation that is growing up with it and wants to be introduced to it with a new copy, and then another team that is making an ongoing updated one that caters to adults that grew up with it. I think that would work pretty well. I have very, very low hopes for the Switch Pokemon game. Very low hopes. I think it's going to be even more of a tutorial fest than Sun and Moon. So I'm sure I'll play it, I'll try it, but I am not holding my breath at all for it to be something I'm going to enjoy. Since your car will be bought with Twitch money, I think it's fair to expect you have a 2B print on the side. Uh-oh.
What if I'm the one driving it?
I think that maybe on the bonnet it should be the boobs in the dress, right? And I think around the back wheels should just be just the skirt hanging down. And I don't mean like a decal. I mean literally a skirt on.
It's gonna be messy in the winter though. It's gonna get in the slush and everything.
If it gets ripped off, that's just adding more to the fantasy. Hey Joey, can you please upgrade Treebeast to level 1000? Oh, sorry, did I forget to do it?
I think a bus is sounding really good right now. About now.
A what?
A bus.
A bus? Why? Instead of
I'll
my
just get a bus pass.
instead of my 2B mobile, there's a pun there somewhere. Mobile 2B mobile. 2B. I think Persona's combat and systems are leagues better than Pokemon right now. Yep, I agree. You can connect an iPhone with a TV. You can connect an iPhone to a TV with a cord or Bluetooth to play the iOS version of Ghost Trick. One day you'll play it. I don't have an iPhone, so I win. Thoughts on Illusory Walls with no hints, Metroid, Hollow Knight, Dark Souls? Is there any Hollow Knight wall that doesn't have a hint? You know what? Actually, there are, aren't there? Yeah, I guess it's kind of cool if they can, if it's a surprise and there's nothing big hidden in any of them. But Super Metroid has some mean tricks. The everyone knows the famous example of how the fuck was I supposed to know how to put the bomb in that place to blow up to get into the water? I'm trying to be vague. I did that accidentally, I'm pretty sure, or maybe I just saw someone do it and it was just in my memory and I just knew how to do it. And even then I was mad. So yeah, that's not a good thing. I don't think it's good game design. Are you going to play any Ice Pick Lodge games? Pathologic, The Void, Knock Knock. Their games can be looked as surrealism artworks that are expressed through interesting game mechanics. Pathologic interests me quite a bit. I've seen some stuff about Pathologic. I don't know if I would want to play the original, then the remake, and then the original and the remastered, and the remake. I don't know what I'm going to be doing with that. But yeah, I would like to check out Pathologic at some point. That really interests me. Have I played any of the Hitman games? Not long enough to talk about. Sorry. Have you ever heard of Sunless Sea or any of the games made by Fail Better Games? If not, would you be willing to try Sunless Sea? It's a gothic world building driven game with some pretty good writing. Sunless Sea looked really slow to me, but it also looked kind of gorgeous in that gothic way.
Sounds like I would like it.
Yeah. But I don't know if I would want to try it anytime soon. I'm kind of fully booked at the moment, but yeah, I think I would like to check it out just to see. They're making a spiritual sequel to it, aren't they? And let's answer the last two questions that are here right now, and then we're going to call it, because it is almost 5 in the morning. I've noticed that you stay away from RTS real-time strategy games. Do you just not like them, or in terms of reviewing, do you find it difficult to separate single-player campaign content and multiplayer content? This is my underhanded way of asking if you ever going to cover the Age of Empires series. Yeah, it's kind of weird that I've never covered an RTS game, right? I'd like to do the Arbalians at some point, because I really like that. I actually really like RTS games. One of the first games... Actually, the first game that I ever got into playing online was Total Annihilation. I played a lot of StarCraft 2. I played a lot of Red Alert, Command & Conquer 1. I don't think I played Tiberian Sun that much, but yeah, I like them quite a bit. I beat Generals. Yeah, I'm a big fan of RTS games. I just feel like there hasn't been any really good ones lately. I played Age of Empires 2 quite a bit. I think I played 3 a decent amount when it came out as well. I remember getting 3 and being shocked that it ran on my shitty computer at the time. Yeah, but I never cut an RTS game, have I? Yeah, that's weird. Multiplayer is kind of hard to get a good handle on because you have to play it so much. But yeah, I think that's beyond me for right now. Are you ever going to play any of the Legend of Heroes series games? No big YouTubers played it, so if you play it, you get to act all, oh, I played this great obscure game, and it's one of the best JRPGs ever. Oh, it's a JRPG? God damn it. I don't think I've ever heard of Legend of Heroes. Is it good? How much fan service is in it? And while I get an answer for that, have you played Magic: A Trine, or their Child 9 Parchments. I played a little bit of Trine. I don't really remember that much. It seemed interesting, but no, I haven't played them enough to talk about them. Sorry. What about the Warcraft games, since you like WoW a lot? I didn't really play the Warcraft games when they were current, and when I went back and played Warcraft 3, it was just out of obligation after playing World of Warcraft. And it was okay. I enjoyed it, but it was a little old at that point. Thanks to stream, Joe and Lily. You're welcome, Ralph Clogs. What about public anime stream on some other streaming platform? We looked into that, and there's no way to do it legally. Or there's no way to do it in a way that I would feel comfortable legally. So we're probably not going to do that, as much as I would think it would be really fun. How does Lily feel about you trying to get it on with underage chess girl in Persona 5 instead of an actual woman like Dr. Legs or Becky?
I feel like they'll have a lot of fun playing chess, because that's all that's going to happen. Because if he actually wanted to get it on, he would be with a more experienced woman who could teach him a thing or two. That's what I think.
Dr. Legs, right?
Dr. Legs, or even Becky's kind of a prostitute, isn't she?
Kinda, yeah.
So I think between the two of them, one's a doctor and one's a prostitute, I think they're going to be cute little, innocent little chess girl.
She's not that innocent.
She's pretty innocent unless she gets a little fired up about playing chess,
Well,
maybe she could have you over after school one day and you could play chess.
Oh, damn. Maybe we'll play shogi while we're doing it, eh?
Somehow I don't think so.
No fan service. The stories are pretty good.
She's not even allowed to date yet.
Legends of Heroes is really, really good, and also 200 plus hours long. Oh, great. Oh, great. Obviously, Futaba is a better choice to get it on. Yeah, okay. All right, this is going down the waifu rabbit hole. Oh, God. All right, see you guys later. If you are a regular stream viewer, I think there's quite a few of you here, which I'm surprised that. It must be, like, how are you here? Holy shit. I will see you on Tuesday for more Persona Pals.
Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you for stopping by. If you sat here for the whole thing, here's the Coke can raised to you.
We salute you.